My name is Young Han. When I was 18, in front of more than 80 people from my entire school, I awakened two talents. Two F ranks. You might not know what F rank means, so let me spell it out. It's the lowest tier of all talents, just a tiny notch above ordinary people. Other folks awaken A rank or S rank talents, and someday they'll be flying through the sky or splitting mountains in half. F rank. That basically means the door to the Marshall Path cracked open just enough for you to see inside, then slammed shut in your face. One would have been bad enough, but I got two at once. Trash times two is still trash. But here's what I'm about to tell you. Those two crappy little talents nobody wanted eventually pushed me above every single person standing there. And it all started that day on the Awakening platform. That morning, the Awakening stone at Fully High lit up and dimmed and lit up under my hand. The first time it flared to life, a big letter F floated up in midair. The crowd below let out a collective groan. F rank. You've got to be kidding me. Yang Han is our school's top academic student. What a shame. We were counting on him to bring glory to the school. F rank. His Marshall Path is over before it even started. Every one of those comments stabbed into my ears like needles. Standing there in the middle of the platform, staring at that glaring F, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't crushed. I was just a high schooler, after all. Right then, a voice exploded out of the crowd. Everybody shut the hell up. I looked up. It was Chin Chu. 200-pound tank of a guy, just awakened an A-rank talent. Fights like he doesn't care if he lives or dies. The whole school steers clear of him. He shoved his way to the front of the platform in a few big strides and shouted up at me. Yang Han, don't be scared. F rank might not be strong, but there's no way F rank could be that weak either. I almost laughed right there. What kind of logic is that? Worst case, Big Bro's got your back from now on. Anybody messes with you, I'll be the first to lay them out. Smack. A palm cracked against the back of his head. Homeroom teacher Su Jiang stood behind him, face like a thundercloud. Chin Chu, who exactly are you going to lay out? Chin Chu's neck shrank into his shoulders, and he immediately caved. Nobody. I'm just, looking out for a classmate. I was already turning to step off the platform, ready to accept the result. Sometimes in life you have to learn to face reality, right? But there's more than one road forward. With my grades, I could definitely get into a top liberal arts university. My dad taught me this line from the time I was little. You can be trash, but you can't give up. Except the moment I turned around. That awakening stone, the one that had already gone dark, let out a hum and burst into another blinding white flash. That flame in my chest, the one I'd just watched go out, roared right back to life. The crowd went nuts. It lit up. It lit up again. Dual talent. Oh my God, it's a dual talent. I knew it. How could our top student only be F rank? This second one is the real deal. Chin Chu was beaming like a 200-pound kid on Christmas, jumping up and down, yelling, "That's my brother. Dual talent. He's about to be unstoppable." Even Mr. Su Jiang's eyes lit up. See, historically, anyone with dual talents turned out to be a big deal. Every single one of them accomplished something extraordinary. In that moment, my heart was pounding like a war drum against my ribs. I stared up at the awakening platform, not daring to blink. The light faded. Another big F, floating in the air side by side with the first one. The place went dead silent. Then came laughter so loud nobody could hold it back. 2FS. Talk about bad luck. Got their hopes up for nothing. Trash times two is still trash. Even Chin Chu was speechless, staring blankly at the 2FS, muttering, "Aw crap, my brother's really gonna get pushed around now. Looks like I've got to step up." I calmly walked down from the platform. All those pitying, regretful, gloating stares, I didn't meet a single one. A Marshall University. I could kiss that goodbye, but I wasn't about to just accept it and move on. Back in my seat, I quietly activated both talents, trying to figure out what the hell they actually did. The first one kicked in, stamina slowly recovered. Okay, that seemed normal. The second one kicked in, stamina was dropping, and dropping faster than the first one could refill it. I was numb, a talent that just drained me dry, with zero visible upside. F rank. It really could be that useless. I had to shove those thoughts aside and wait until I got home to figure things out. That evening, I pushed open the front door. The TV was playing a military program. A scruffy, unshaven face poked out from the kitchen. My dad, Yang Jian. You're back, son. Your favorite sweet and sour ribs are almost ready. A wave of warmth washed over me. In this whole world, he's the only family I have left. At the dinner table, a plate of sweet and sour ribs, a bowl of tomato and egg soup, 2 bowls of white rice. I grabbed a rib. The sweetness and tang were perfectly balanced, the meat tender but holding together. I decided to mess with him. Old man, you're losing your touch. His chopsticks froze midair. What? I hit up 3 different markets today to find these ribs. I've made this dish thousands of times. Seriously, worse than before. I grabbed another one. You? And a lot worse. Down went the third piece, faster than the first 2. He watched me shovel ribs into my mouth, the bowl emptying at visible speed. He tried to stay mad, but eventually cracked up. You little punk. Worried your old man's gonna fight you for the food. Halfway through the meal, I put down my chopsticks and told him the truth. Dad, 2 F ranks. His chopsticks paused for maybe half a second, then kept moving. Dual talent. Better than your old man ever did. I said, I want to apply to a martial arts university. That time his hand stopped for a full 2 seconds. Of course he understood what double F meant. But he didn't ask why. He just piled 2 more ribs onto my rice. All right, if you want to go to a martial university, eat more. Look at those scrawny arms of yours, not even half as thick as Chin Chu's. Near the end of the meal, he suddenly put down his chopsticks. In the same casual tone people used to talk about the weather, he said, Son, since you're taking the martial path, remember one thing out there. Whether it's beasts or enemies, if you can go for the kill, don't hesitate. I looked up at him. When you strike a snake, aim for the vital spot. And once you've struck, don't get soft-hearted and skip the finishing blow, or that snake will remember your scent. When your old man first joined the border patrol, I let a half-dead iron-backed wolf live one time on the border. Next day, that thing tore off one of my buddy's arms. Then he smiled again and pushed the soup bowl toward me. Drink up. Your mom used to love my tomato and egg soup. I didn't say anything. I picked up the bowl and drank it down in big gulps, burning those words into my memory. I knew people weren't allowed to kill each other within the base cities. But my dad said, if it's an enemy, you kill when you have to. And I believed him because it was my dad saying it. After dinner, I chased him out of the kitchen and did the dishes myself. Water ran, and the TV played the news. This afternoon, the outer defense line of Northwest Base City came under attack from a swarm of iron-scaled lizards. In the critical moment, Professor Fang Xian of Northwest Border Martial University, who happened to be passing through, intervened. Using his Skyflight realm cultivation, he wiped out the enemy with a single strike. On screen, a man rose into the air, then slammed down a single palm. The ground split open, a chasm several yards deep, and the swarm of lizards was flattened into pulp in an instant. Skyflight realm. My hand froze on the bowl. I turned and looked out the window. Beyond, past the base city's outer wall, the interior blazed with lights. Outside the wall, endless darkness stretched to the horizon. 12 years ago, my mom walked out into that darkness and never came back. Right before bed that night, my dad handed me a heavy little box. I opened it. Inside lay a vial of deep blue liquid, sparkling like tiny stars. Basic Star Source Serum. Market price, $30,000. I don't know how many early mornings and late nights he traded to buy it. Back in my room, I opened the freshly issued technique manual, Molting the Mortal. I figured it'd be some earth-shaking ancient martial arts scripture. But after reading through it once, I was stunned. This wasn't a scripture. This was an instruction manual, written in plain, everyday language, step by step, teaching you how to absorb Star Source Serum to strengthen your body. Not one obscure word in the whole thing. That's when it clicked. This is exactly why the government bans anyone from practicing this before adulthood. It's too simple. Even a kid could understand it. If you snuck a peek and started training early, before your body was fully developed, that Star Source Serum entering your system would cripple you. Probably kill your chance of ever awakening a talent. Just as I was about to read it a second time, BZZT, an ice-cold mechanical voice exploded directly inside my head. Host has begun cultivation. Multi-talent system now activated. I bolted upright in bed, eyes wide as saucers. The system didn't give me time to react. Line after line scrolled through my head. Talent 1, Minor Recovery, F rank. Restores 1% stamina per second. Talent 2. Life burning output, F rank. Consumes 2% stamina per second. While active, strength increases by 0.01 per second. I stared at those two, torn between fury and laughter. Minor recovery. Okay, that at least had some use. But this life-burning output, what the hell was this? It burned 2% of my stamina every second in exchange for 0.01 strength? If I ran both at once, I'd net out losing 1% per second. Under 2 minutes, and I'd collapse on the spot, and I'd gain a whole lot of nothing for it. Each one more useless than the last. Detected. Host's initial talent combination is critically poor. Survival in doubt. Bonus talent awakening granted. Please select awakening orientation. 5. 4. That cold countdown yanked me back from my shock. My brain kicked into overdrive. Hold on. One talent drains 2% stamina per second. One restores 1% per second. So, what if I picked another recovery type talent? Even another F rank recovery would mean I'd be burning 2% and recovering 2% every second. Break even. As long as my stamina held steady, that life-burning output strength gain would just keep stacking. Forever. Never stopping. 3. Yes, that was it. 2. 1. I roared it out inside my head with everything I had. I choose a stamina recovery talent. BZZT. The mechanical voice cut in right on time. Congratulations. Host has obtained an F rank talent. Pain compensation. Effect. When consuming stamina, restores an additional 1% stamina per second. If stamina drops critically low, recovery rate increases, but user endures intense pain. A third F rank. But this time, I wasn't disappointed. I was shaking with excitement. Success or failure, it all came down to right now. I didn't hesitate. All 3 talents flared to life like it was instinct. Minor recovery on. Life burning output on. Pain compensation on. 3 completely different energy flows crashed into each other inside my body. Life burning output tore stamina out like a busted dam. 2% draining away every second. But in that same instant, minor recovery and pain compensation both kicked in, stacking 2 1%s on top of each other, plugging the leak dead solid. Not a hair too much, not a hair too little. Perfectly balanced. The next second, a translucent panel appeared before my eyes. Strength, 100, average human. Body durability, ordinary flesh. Speed, 10 meters per second. At the bottom right of the panel, a line of small text began ticking. Life-burning output active. Strength plus 0.01. Life-burning output active. Strength plus 0.01. I didn't feel my stamina draining at all, but my strength was climbing, second by second. 100.01, 100.02, 100.03. My breathing quickened without me meaning to. I did the math in my head fast. 0.6 per minute, 36 per hour. In a full day, 864. The school had tested my strength before. I've always been average, around 100 kilograms. That lined up perfectly. 1 point of strength equals 1 kilogram, which meant, as long as I stayed alive, doing absolutely nothing, I'd gain almost a full ton of strength a day. No medicine, no training, no money spent. 3 F-rank talents that everyone laughed at. Stitched together, they became a perpetual motion machine. That night, I unscrewed the vial of Star Source serum my dad had given me, tilted my head back, and drained it. The icy liquid hit my throat and instantly detonated in my belly into a burning ball of energy, rushing through my blood vessels into every corner of my body. I followed the instructions in the manual, guiding it, letting it wash through me, syncing it with the most basic breathing rhythm, working the energy little by little into every part of my body. The numbers on the panel spiked violently, then settled. Strength, 258. Speed, 11. Body durability, plus 5%. I did the math. 50 of those points came from the serum. The other 100 plus were from 3 hours of just idling with life-burning output running. I lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. The strength value kept climbing. 258.01, 258.02. That night, I took a long time to fall asleep. Then I had the dream. The same dream. My mom's making my favorite sweet and sour ribs. I'm eating them, loving every bite. and then a massive beast comes out of nowhere and in one bite, kills my mom. That dream has haunted me for years. Oh, I shot up in bed, the back of my shirt soaked through with cold sweat, my heart pounding against my ribs. I gasped for air, my right hand crushing the blanket in a death grip, knuckles white, for deep nail marks pressed into my palm. I walked to the mirror. The guy in it still had tears at the corners of his eyes. I wiped my face and, staring at myself in the mirror, said it out loud, word by word. Mom, I awakened a talent. I'm going to find out which beast killed you. I'm going to get your revenge. I promise. Then I opened the panel and looked at the strength line. 1. Overnight, I'd exploded by 312 kilograms. I clenched my right fist. 570 kilograms of force poured into it, and my knuckles let out soft cracking sounds. By the standards in Molting the Mortal, molting stage 1 is 200 kilograms. Stage 3 is 400. I was already at 570, closing in on stage 5. And stage 9, 1,000 kilograms, was only 12 more hours away. Today was the first day of cultivation classes. Couldn't afford to be late. Fully High wasn't far from home, about a 20-minute walk. On the way, neighbors doing their morning grocery runs would always ask enthusiastically, "Little Han, you awakened, right? What rank?" I grinned and scratched my head. Trash tier talent. F rank is universally considered trash, so I wasn't even lying. The second I stepped through the door of the training hall, a dark blur pounced from behind me, an arm locking around my neck like an iron clamp. Didn't have to look. Chinchu. Any other day, I'd have been begging for mercy. But this time, I casually twisted my hand and pried his arm right off. Even I was a little startled. I quickly scratched my head to cover it. Sorry. Drank the serum last night, still figuring out how to control my strength. I gave him a sidelong glance. This guy really was an A rank. His strength had jumped a huge amount overnight. If I wasn't trying to keep a low profile, I'd have taught him a lesson right there. Soon, all 80-plus awakened students were assembled. Principal Gao Hua stood on the high platform and gave a speech. The gist: this path was paved with the blood and bones of those who came before you. You might become an unmatched powerhouse, or you might die alone in some corner of the wilderness and end up as some beast's dinner. Anyone who wants to quit, now's your chance. Nobody will laugh at you. Students glanced at each other, but when it was all said and done, not one person moved. Excellent. You truly are the pride of Fully High. Next up was the head martial instructor, Qian Ming, nearly 2 meters tall. The moment he stepped up there, the sheer pressure coming off him made half the crowd struggle to breathe. He distributed the free Star Source serums the school provided. Anyone who hadn't taken one the night before drank theirs on the spot, and you could visibly see their aura strengthen. Then he started logging our starting stats. By talent rank, highest to lowest. Come up in order and test your strength. A rank. Only 4 in the entire class. Chen Chu strode up first, sneaking me a thumbs up as he passed. He wound up and hammered his fist into the measuring pillar. Bam! The number rocketed up, then locked in place. 299 kilograms. A collective gasp went through the crowd. Molting stage 2 starts at 300 kilograms. He was 1 kilogram short, and this was only his first day awakened. Qian Ming nodded, impressed. A-rank talent. Solid foundation. Chen Chu walked back past me and lowered his voice. See that? 299. Just 1 kilo off. I ignored him. The other 3 A ranks went up in turn. 215, 190, 195. All impressive numbers. Then B rank, C rank, D rank. The numbers dropped by tier, but even the worst was well above ordinary human levels. Soon, it was F rank's turn. Only 3 F ranks were willing to go up. The first 2 went first, 150 and 152. The whispers in the crowd were quiet, but every word cut. F rank, figures. Same serum, wildly different results. Slow progress, huge cost. Might as well stay ordinary. I didn't say a word. I walked forward, calm and steady. Glanced at my panel. Yeah, that'd do. All right, let me show you. I sank slightly into my stance, then fired my right fist. Boom. The number on the measuring pillar shot up faster than anyone in that room had ever seen. Blowing past 200, past 300, past 500, and finally slowing to a stop. 640. Dead silence. Then the room exploded. 640 kilograms? Are you serious? Hell yeah. I knew Yang Han was a badass. That handsome guy, Qin He, jumped in to smooth things over for me. Did you guys forget? Yang Han has dual talents. Even if they're F rank, they're still dual. Zhang Lan, the only girl among the 4 A ranks, chimed in. Historically, every single dual talent user has accomplished something extraordinary. There's a reason for it. Slowly, the crowd started buying that explanation. I actually breathed a sigh of relief. Saved me from having to come up with my own excuse. Qian Ming shot me a long, careful look. He'd seen dual talent users before, an A plus AD that complemented each other. Those were considered prodigies. And even then, they'd only hit around 500 kilograms on their first day. But me? Double F rank, and already knocking on Molting Stage 5's door on day 1. He didn't press. Talents are personal, private information. Except for airheads like Chen Chu who tell everyone they meet, nobody goes prying. Yang Han, 640, nice work. Back in line. Then Qian Ming started teaching us the real thing, basic body tempering techniques. This set is divided into 3 volumes. Strength volume, arms of steel. Body volume, forged skin and bones. Speed volume, fleet of foot. Don't try to master all 3. Based on your talent, pick one direction and focus. He demonstrated on the spot. Arms of steel. His 2 arms moved like they had 1,000-pound weights strapped to them, every swing tearing the air with a razor-sharp whistle. Forged skin and bones. Star Source energy formed rows of sharp spikes, weaving in and out of his bones and skin. Fine trickles of blood beaded on the surface of his skin. Fleet of foot. Power gathered in his leg joints and ankles, both legs coiled with a terrifying explosive force. That one's badass. I'm doing that. Chen Chu's eyes bulged, and he was the first to jump forward and pick strength volume. His talent was Berserker, and paired with a body ripped with muscle, he was born for the smash-first approach. Most of the class picked strength. Speed was second most popular. Those were the 2 directions the Martial Universities favored. Body volume, not a single person. Because we'd be facing beasts. In everyone's eyes, training that meant becoming the meat shield out front, the guy taking hits so others could deal them. Most dangerous role, which left me still thinking. Logically, strength volume would make my strength climb faster. But here's the thing, my strength was already climbing fast enough. My real weakness was somewhere else. Think about it. So I can kill an enemy in 1 punch. But what if my own bones shatter in the process? What if I can barely swing twice before I'm gasping for air? Helpless? What if I can't catch the ones I could beat and can't outrun the ones I can't beat? All that raw power means nothing if I can't use it. At the rate my strength was growing, there was only one right move. I'm picking body volume. The moment I said it, several people gave me confused looks. Massive strength gains, and you're not building on that? Isn't that wasting your talent? But Qian Ming looked at me with something like approval. This kid knows himself. Everyone scattered to train. I found a corner, closed my eyes, and replayed every detail of Qian Ming's demonstration. I carefully felt out the Star Source energy still floating unabsorbed inside me, scattered all over. My job was to use the body tempering technique as a net, strand by strand, guide it, gather it up. Trickles became a small stream. Next step, crush it. Knead it like dough until it could spread across my entire body. The next instant, that Star Source energy, under my control, transformed into billions of hair-thin needles that erupted from inside my body, piercing through my skin from the inside out. SSSSS. Cold sweat instantly soaked my back. I clenched my teeth so hard my mouth filled with the taste of blood. My muscles jerked uncontrollably, like millions of ants were chewing at my flesh from the inside. But I gritted it out, eyes locked on the panel. Body durability, 5%, 6%, 7%. It hurt. It genuinely, savagely hurt. But I knew. Every degree of pain brought me one step closer to staying alive, one step closer to the day I'd avenge my mom. Ring, ring, ring. Lunch break. I finished the morning's training, caught my breath, and the panel quietly surfaced in front of me. Strength, 784. Body durability, 15%. Speed, 11 meters/second. Spirit, 1.5. Talents, still those same 3. Minor recovery, life-burning output, pain compensation. I stared at the strength line, running the numbers. 216 more to hit 1,000 kilograms. At this rate, by 6 p.m. today, I'd crossed that threshold. I clenched my fist again. The toughness under my skin was noticeable. In just one morning, body durability had jumped a full 10%. This body was hardening visibly. Honestly, other people would probably think I was insane. But only I knew. This seemingly losing hand of talents was pushing me down a path nobody could see coming. Young Han, let's go. I'm treating you to the nutrition meal. From way across the hall, Chun Chu's booming, cracked voice blasted over. I nodded with a smile. I was starving. Martial arts training burns through the body in a way no amount of sitting in a classroom memorizing textbooks ever could. On the way to the cafeteria, he suddenly asked, "Which martial university are you planning to test into?" I froze for a second. Honestly, embarrassingly enough, I hadn't really thought about it. My whole focus had been on getting stronger. Not sure yet. You. Chun Chu grinned. His face lit up with anticipation. Northwest Border Martial University, obviously. Enlist after graduation, defend Northwest Base City. My old man'll be so proud of me. I nodded. Northwest Martial University. Solid choice. Maybe we'd end up classmates. Battlefield brothers someday. Really? That'd be awesome. Having you there, I'd feel a lot better. I teased him. You've got that much faith I'll get in? I'm F rank. Double F. Sure, my numbers today looked good, but plenty of people are lined up waiting to see me flop. He slung an arm around my shoulders and dropped his voice. Man, I know you. You've got something up your sleeve, I can tell. All the years we've known each other, have you ever come out on the bottom? I had nothing to say. This guy's instincts were scary accurate. We got to the cafeteria. Since it was the martial students' first day of class, they'd opened a special nutrition meal window. Ridiculously expensive, one serving of rocket antelope meat, 50 Alliance coins. Chun Chu shoveled a huge bite in, mumbling how amazing it was through a full mouth. I took a big bite too. Firm, energy-packed meat, definitely not ordinary. In this day and age, anyone who could afford to eat this was already miles ahead of most people. Fed and back at the training hall. Martial students don't get afternoon naps. Every minute counts. Center of the hall, Instructor Qian Meng's voice carried across the space. This morning, you learned basic body tempering. Now, one thing, drill your chosen direction into the ground. Train until every last drop of Star Source energy in your body is spent. Only then may you drink another serum. I noticed his eyes kept drifting over to my corner as he spoke. I smirked inwardly. Yesterday, you all wrote me off as trash. And today, anyone still stupid enough to underestimate me really is a fool. Qian Meng shifted gears and dropped a bombshell that made the entire hall go silent. He said martial arts was a bottomless money pit. If you wanted to get into a martial university, Star Source Serum was your lifeline. Before reaching the Meridian Opening realm, human bodies couldn't absorb Star Source energy on their own. Everything ran on serums. So we needed to have a serious conversation with our parents at home. Start preparing now. 1 vial of basic serum, 30,000 Alliance coins. Ration carefully, one lasted 3 days. 10 a month, 300,000. The moment that number landed, the light in half the crowd's eyes just died. 300,000. Enough to shut most families out of the game entirely. I quietly counted my blessings. If it weren't for this talent combo shooting my strength through the roof, my F-rank absorption efficiency would have made me cannon fodder in this pay-to-play arms race. First one eliminated. However, Qian Meng dragged out the pause, drawing every eye in the room. 7 days from now, the top 10 most improved students would earn key development status. Each would be awarded 3 vials of basic Star Source serum. And the top 3? An additional chance to enter the Star Source Secret Realm. The words Star Source Secret Realm hit like a bomb. The whole training hall erupted. That was the school's foundation, kept locked away, normally reserved for the elite handful of students making their final push before the martial exam. This year, for the first time ever, they were opening 3 slots for the dark horses that emerged in the first week. Qian Meng said the school was pouring its resources in. They didn't want anything back. They just wanted us to kill more beasts on the battlefield when the time came. You understand? Understood. The whole hall roared. In that moment, even the 3 vials of serum felt like an afterthought. All anyone could see were those secret realm slots. Qian Meng waved and walked off. He never worried about anyone slacking off. People without discipline and without grit died in the wilderness eventually anyway. And me? I threw myself into body tempering for the entire afternoon. Again and again. Those 3 secret realm slots. I was taking one. Somewhere during training, I noticed something interesting. Every time everyone else finished a round, they'd collapse on the floor gasping, and it'd take half an hour before they could get up again. But not me. The instant I hit my limit, pain compensation automatically kicked in. A cool wave washed through me from head to toe, ripping the fatigue away. The price? Excruciating pain. The kind of pain that felt like someone was ripping every tendon in your body apart and grinding them up. But I gritted through it. Because I knew, the second I got past that wave, I could stand up and start round 2, round 3. While everyone else was still catching their breath, I'd already knocked out 2 more rounds. You see, this is the most twisted, beautiful thing about my talent combo. Low absorption efficiency? Sure, but I could train faster than anyone. I was filling the quality gap, and then some, with raw quantity. The final bell rang. I stopped. Every last drop of Star Source energy from last night's serum had been squeezed dry. Not a trace left inside me. Body durability, 25%. Right at molting stage 1. Strength? 1,005 kilograms. Molting stage 9. Strength-wise, I was already knocking at the door of the Star Palace realm. But everywhere else on my body, way behind, Chin-Chu came running to walk home with me. I glanced at him. This guy had gotten a lot stronger too. His foundation really was solid. He was about to hit all-around molting stage 1. That's what an A-rank talent looked like. Silver spoon cultivation, basically. We lived along the same route. Except he lived in a high-end complex, and my place was one of those falling-apart old buildings you could see straight through. But I wasn't the least bit jealous. Some gaps you can close with your fists alone. Home. Dad wasn't back yet. I wanted to keep training, but without any Star Source energy left in my body, going through the motions did nothing. The panel numbers wouldn't budge. I gritted my teeth, unscrewed the vial of serum the school had given me, and downed it in one go. Boom. Roaring energy exploded through my body. The Star Source energy transformed into billions of needles, drilling in and out through my flesh under my control. Amid the SSSSS of the piercing, my body durability started climbing. Lost count of how many rounds I'd done when the door opened. Dad was home. The moment he saw the blood seeping through my clothes, he froze in the doorway. Son, what the? Dad, I picked body volume. Just training. His expression softened. Something wistful in his eyes, mixed with something proud. He said, reminds me of when you were little, practicing Mad Demon Staff. Once you got going, you forgot everything. Family, food, everything. Mad Demon Staff. Those 3 words hit something in my chest. That was the staff style I'd trained in from childhood, passed down from generations of the Yang family. Once high school ramped up and academics took over, I'd slowly let it go. Father and son locked eyes. All those old days, the sweat, the stubbornness, came flooding back at once. Dad grinned, breaking the silence. Fancy a spar? I said, bring it. Behind our old apartment complex was a long-abandoned basketball court. The backboards were peeling, the concrete was cracked, and waist-high weeds pushed through the seams. 2 of the 4 streetlights were dead. The one that still worked flickered on and off. Dad led me through the weeds to a pile of broken bricks and rubble. He rummaged around and pulled out 2 dust-covered white waxwood staffs. Catch! A staff came flying through the air, eyebrow height. I caught it clean. Heavy in the hand, the shaft coated in a smooth patina from years of use. Old Yang family gear. Dad gripped his staff one-handed, walked to the center of the court, and with a small kick, slipped into a crisp opening stance. In that moment, every trace of the greasy apron kitchen Dad vanished. His spine straightened, his eyes sharpened. There was an aura around him now, one that came from crawling out of mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. I knew, deep down, my restaurant-owning dad had been a real soldier once. Real battles. Dad, you're seriously going all out? Cut the chatter. He grinned, flashing a mouthful of white teeth. You picked body volume today. I need to see if your foundation's worth a damn. Don't think 1 vial of serum makes you king of the world. He spun the staff in a lazy flower, whipping up a gust of wind. I'll suppress my strength down to molting stage 1. 200 kilograms. Let's see how much of your family's Mad Demon Staff you've forgotten. His tone was casual, almost lazy. In his mind, I was a kid who'd only awakened yesterday. Even with a special talent, I was maybe pushing 100 kilograms of force. Sparring at stage 1 would be plenty for him to keep me in check. He didn't know that by the end of school today, my strength had already broken 1,000. If I really swung with everything I had, I might scare the poor guy into a heart attack. All right, I nodded. Just be careful. I took a deep breath and tried to hold most of my strength back, keeping my muscles just slightly tensed, forcing my output down around 200 kilograms. I planted my foot and pushed off, bam. The concrete let out a dull thud, and I rocketed forward on the recoil. My hips whipped, dragging my arms along, and the waxwood staff became a blurred streak, whistling low and heavy straight for his legs. Now that's what I'm talking about. His eyes flashed. My explosiveness was better than he'd expected. Instead of retreating, he stepped in. His staff came down and locked into place along the exact line mine had to pass through, a veteran soldier's instinct, blocking me with the smallest possible motion. Our staffs collided in midair. Dong! And in that instant, the smile on Dad's face froze. A massive surge of force poured through the contact point, ramming brutally up his arm. It wasn't 100. It wasn't even 200 kilograms, not by a long shot. His grip shook violently, his fingers nearly forced open. He'd been careless. Suppressed to stage 1, there was no way to stop this kind of raw power. His old strength was spent, his new strength hadn't formed. He slid backward, uncontrolled. 1 step, 2, 3, until his heel crushed a raised chunk of concrete, and he barely managed to steady himself. Night wind blew across the abandoned court. Dead silence around us. Dad looked down at the still trembling waxwood in his hand. Then he looked up at me, standing there barely winded. His grip was still throbbing with pain. You little punk. He swallowed, his eyes wide as plates. How much strength did you just put into that? I scratched my nose and stood the staff up straight. About 200 kilograms, give or take. Bullshit, he barked. He strode over and grabbed my arm. Your old man was blocking with 200. You pushed me back 3 steps. And you call that 200? Level with me. What's your actual strength right now? I knew I couldn't keep it fully hidden, and I hadn't planned to. Dad was my only family. Letting him in on a little of the truth would put his mind at ease. They tested me at school this morning. My starting number was 640 kilograms. I said it dead calm. Not technically a lie. That was the morning reading. I just didn't mention it was the number now. 640? Dad's voice cracked an octave higher. Second day awakened. 640 kilograms. Do you know what that meant? Molting stage 6 threshold was only 700. The freaks of nature he'd seen back in the border forces, the ones people called prodigies, hadn't been anywhere near that ridiculous on day 2. Aren't you F rank? Double F. He looked like someone had just kicked his understanding of the world in half. Guess the dual talents caused some kind of special reaction, I said flatly, throwing out the excuse I'd already rehearsed. Dad froze for a good half minute, his brain racing to process. Dual talents were this insane? Then, over that broken-down court, a booming, rough belly laugh burst out of him. He laughed until he doubled over, until there were tears at the corners of his eyes. He didn't doubt me for a second, didn't dig into whether Double F could really grow this fast. All he knew was one thing. His son was strong. Way stronger than he'd been at that age. Good, good, good. He said it 3 times, his big fan of a hand slapping me on the shoulder over and over. No jealousy, no bittersweetness. Just pure, overflowing pride. Once he'd laughed himself out, his face turned serious again. He raised the staff. Big strength is a good thing. But that swing you just threw? Full of holes. The soldier's cold edge was back. You released it all over the place. Motion was stiff. You've got 640 kilograms of power, and you're delivering less than 500. He tapped the tip of his staff against the ground, like a 3-year-old swinging a sledgehammer. Yeah, if you connect, you can kill someone. But most of the time, you miss, or you throw your own back out first. I straightened up and nodded seriously. This was exactly my biggest weakness. My strength was growing too fast for my body's coordination and technique to keep up. Watch closely. Dad's aura shifted, hardened. The heart of the Yang family's mad demon staff comes down to 4 words. Wild, but never lost. Power doesn't come from your arms. That's what brutes do. Real force starts at the soles of your feet, rides up through your legs, twists at the hips, and finally cracks out along your spine. like a whip. He slammed his foot down. The concrete cracked. A visible spiral of force wound up his leg. His hips twisted, and the waxwood staff held outward. Shadow-piercing dragon. The staff exploded into afterimages, several of them, weaving through the air like coiling dragons, tearing the air with a string of sonic cracks. Nimble, unpredictable, and yet crushingly heavy. The tip stopped in midair, steady as stone, not a tremor. Perfect control. Impossibly refined. Got it. That whole sequence replayed itself over and over in my head. My spirit had hit 1.5. My dynamic vision and memory were miles beyond a normal person's. Dad's force transfer path, the rhythm of his muscle contractions, it all got burned into my brain frame by frame. Yeah, I've got a feel for it. I raised my staff. Then keep practicing. Dad stepped back to the side. If you don't get the framework of shadow-snatching roaming dragon down tonight, don't even think about going to bed. For the next 3 straight hours, the abandoned lot echoed with the whistle of cutting wind and the dull crack of wooden staves colliding. I drilled that critical point of force generation over and over. From clumsy and awkward, it slowly grew smooth. Every time I hit exhaustion, the pain compensation kicked in automatically, chasing away the fatigue and repairing the strains. That let me push my body to its absolute limit without a second thought. What nobody knew was that with every recovery, I was gritting my teeth through an agony most people couldn't even imagine. Dad watched from the sidelines, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. This kid's instincts, combined with that freakish recovery, he was practically born for combat. Midnight. After my shower, I sat cross-legged on my bed. Instead of rushing to sleep, I called up the panel. Strength, 1,261. Body toughness, 30%. My eyes locked onto that strength stat. A whole night of idle grinding plus 1 fresh vial of serum, and the number had blown right past the 1,000 kilogram benchmark for the 9th tier of mortal shedding. The mortal shedding manual was crystal clear. Once your strength hit 1 ton, you had the right to knock on the door of the Astral Meridian Palace. As long as you could break through a single astral meridian and draw astral source power into your body, you'd officially step into the Meridian Opening Realm. The Meridian Opening Realm. That was the real threshold, the moment you stopped being an ordinary person and stepped into the extraordinary. Once I made it, I could throw off my dependence on the serum entirely. No more sweating over money every single day. My heart pounded. All I had to do was close my eyes right now, follow the manual's guidance, condense these 1,200 plus kilograms of strength into a single stream, and slam it against that invisible barrier inside me. I raised my hand and clenched a fist. My knuckles cracked crisply, but then my gaze fell on the body toughness line. 30%. I forced the surging impulse back down. No, can't rush this. No matter how much strength you had, if your body couldn't take it, that wasn't a breakthrough. That was suicide. Knocking on the Astral Meridian Palace and drawing astral source power into your body meant getting scoured by an incredibly violent surge of energy. Normal martial track students took it slow. Even with strength at a full ton, they'd polish their body toughness to a perfect 100% before daring to try. Usually not until the 2nd semester of freshman year. And me? I was seriously lopsided. If I forced it, the violent astral source power would rebound, and my crappy 30% frame would probably collapse right there. Meridians snapped clean through. Time's on my side. No need to gamble. The look in my eyes cooled. I set myself a hard deadline. Body toughness had to hit 80% at the earliest, and I need to be in a bone tempering before I even talked about breaking through. I dismissed the panel, pulled the thin blanket over me, and lay down. In the dark, only those 3 F-rank talent energies kept working tirelessly, quietly. The next morning, the May air was crisp. I opened my eyes right on schedule. Good. I'd slept well. No more nightmares of savage beasts tearing Mom apart. I pulled up the panel. Strength, 1,477. Still climbing normally. Aside from strength blowing past 9th tier mortal shedding, everything else about me had just barely brushed the doorway of the 1st tier. That morning at the training hall, Chen Chu was sprawled flat on his back on the floor, chest heaving violently, his training uniform completely soaked through with sweat. He turned his head toward me, eyes full of disbelief. The flesh chapter wasn't just about guiding astral source power. You had to coordinate every muscle in your body along with it. The movements looked small, but they burned through stamina at a terrifying rate, and the whole process hurt like hell. That was exactly why most people never touched it. Yang Han, he called out weakly. Are you even human? Made of iron? Not even out of breath. I'd just finished a set. I wiped away the beads of blood seeping from my pores, gave him a flat glance, and said nothing. Because right at that moment, pain compensation had kicked in again. Hiss! Under the towel, veins bulged up my arm. From my scalp to the soles of my feet, everywhere the nerves ran thickest, it felt like flesh being ripped open and fascia being ground to pulp. I clamped down on my teeth and didn't make a sound. To everyone else, I was just taking a short break. Then, just like that, the exhaustion was swept clean. Nice talent. I nodded to myself. Again, at lunch in the cafeteria, Chen Chu was carrying a mountain of nutrient-loaded food, shoveling it in as he complained. Those serums at 30 grand a vial were a total ripoff. They were bleeding his old man dry. He'd heard the S-rank talents were already on to intermediate and high-tier serums. I made the right noises out loud, but inside my head I was running the numbers fast. Chen Chu was A-rank. He burned through a vial every 2 or 3 days, 3 to 450 grand a month. And me? Because of pain compensation, my body chewed through astral source power at an insane rate, almost a vial a day. Dad's little restaurant, which he'd been running for over a decade, cleared maybe a little over 10 grand a month in pure profit. No way in hell could that support a vial a day habit. I needed money, and I needed it fast. If you asked what was most valuable right now, those beasts outside the walls. Beast meat that had absorbed astral source power was a delicacy the rich couldn't get enough of, both for flavor and nutrition. A single ordinary bounding antelope went for 20 or 30 grand. And if it was a meridian opening tier beast, a source core would even grow inside it. That stuff was the main ingredient for making serums, and it cost a fortune. I looked out the window at that 100-meter wall in the distance. Slowly, an idea took shape in my mind. That afternoon after school, the serum in my system had been squeezed dry again. Strength had climbed past 1,800. Body toughness, after a whole day of grinding, was up 8%, sitting at 38%. The low-tier serum's effects were starting to noticeably weaken. Instead of heading home like usual, I sent Dad a message. Dad, extra practice at school tonight. Coming home late. Then I hopped on a city skiff heading for the outer ring. Destination, the freelance martial artist hub on the edge of the northwest-based city. That was where a whole crowd of fighters, not quite strong, not quite weak, all hungry for cash, scraped out a living. I got off the skiff and slipped into a nondescript general store like I'd done it 100 times, changing into an outfit that covered me head to toe. Then I walked into a cold weapon shop. Boss, I need the sturdiest iron staff you've got. Solid core. The owner gave me a look, then handed me a jet black iron rod. 300. Mixed with refined iron. Solid piece. I took it and hefted it. At least 30 kilos. Too light. Got anything heavier? The owner sized me up, then hauled out 2 more. This one's 1 meter 6, 50 kilos. This one's 1 meter 8, 100. He spread his hands with a knowing little smile, clearly waiting to watch me embarrass myself. I walked straight to the 100-kilo one, reached out, and lifted it one-handed. I gave it a casual twirl, and the air whistled sharply. The smile froze on the owner's face. How much? 1,000. I pulled out the money with a pang, 2 months of saved allowance. After paying, I wrapped the iron staff in cloth strips, slung it across my back, and melted into the crowd. Left the owner standing there, dumbstruck. Hoisting 100 kilos like it was nothing. That was at least a 7th or 8th tier mortal shedding expert. I headed straight for the C-rank buffer gate on the outermost ring of the base city. At the towering alloy doors, 2 guards stood their post looking bored out of their minds. I want to head out. My voice came out muffled behind the mask. The guard's eyes swept over my not particularly bulky frame and the iron staff on my back. 500. I paid without hesitation. A flicker of pity crossed his eyes, the kind you'd give a man about to die. Another idiot who thought grabbing a fire poker meant he could go get rich in the wilds. He'd seen the type plenty. 10 went out, 9 didn't come back. I couldn't be bothered to react. I took the token and stepped through the massive gate. Boom. Behind me, the 100-meter alloy wall slowly ground shut. sealing the world of human warmth completely inside. In front of me was another world. Wind slammed into my face, carrying dirt, rotting leaves, and the thick stench of blood, whipping my coat until it snapped and cracked. In the distance stretched an endless wasteland, grotesque plants sprouting wildly through the ruins. The horizon dyed a strange, sickly yellow. This was the outside. I didn't let the rush get to my head and charge deep in. My plan was to feel out my limits on the outskirts first. I gripped the black iron staff and slid it into my hand, dropping into a low stance. My footfall silent, I waited patiently for my first target. Dusk deepened. As I circled around a pile of collapsed rubble, I heard a faint rustling in the bushes about 50 meters ahead. I froze instantly, slowing my breath to a crawl. In the darkness, 2 points of blood-red light suddenly ignited. I gripped the staff tighter. My chest tightened a little. Beasts. I'd seen them on TV plenty of times, but this was the first time I was really facing one in the flesh. The 2 red points drew closer, and a blue-black wolf with a shoulder height of 1.5 meters stepped into view. Bloodshot eyes, fangs dripping foul-smelling drool that sent up little puffs of white vapor when it hit the ground. A savage wolf. The data from the bestiary jumped into my head instantly. One of the most common hunters outside the Northwest-based city. Solitary. Extremely lethal. Poisonous saliva. I didn't move. To a beast, a human was food. It would definitely pounce. Roar. The savage wolf drove off its powerful hind legs, launching forward as a black blur. A stinking gust of wind hit me in the face. My pupils shrank, but I didn't retreat, didn't block. Years of drilling Mad Demon staff had built instincts that made the call for me. My feet crossed with a subtle shift, sliding aside by the smallest possible margin. Ryup. The wolf's claw grazed my coat, tearing the fabric open. Cold wind poured in. So fast. My gut tightened. This savage wolf was easily 8th-tier mortal shedding, maybe close to 9th. Way faster than me. The wolf missed and landed nimbly, whipping its head around to lock onto me again. A low, mocking growl rolled up from its throat. In its eyes, this human's reflexes weren't bad, but that was about all. I gripped the staff two-handed and sank my weight, settling into the opening stance of Mad Demon staff. I didn't rush in. The wilds weren't an arena. A single moment of impatience could get you killed. Roar. Losing patience, the wolf launched again as a blue-black bolt of lightning, this time swinging around to strike at my flank. Here it comes. The instant it closed to under 3 meters, I moved. Ignoring the killing fangs and claws, I drove the 100-kilo black iron staff at a wickedly awkward angle straight at the joint of its planted hind leg. Besiege way to save Zhao, one of the basic sequences in Mad Demon staff. Fast, precise, vicious. Beast instinct screamed danger. The savage wolf twisted violently in midair, abandoning the attack. But my strength was terrifying. Even though the tip of the staff didn't land clean, it slammed hard into the outside of its hind leg. Oh whoa. A shrill wolf howl split the night sky. It landed staggering, its left hind leg bent out of shape. Its movement slowed at once. It worked. My confidence surged. No more staying on defense. My footwork shifted, and the black staff came alive. At first it was still a little clumsy, brute strength and stepping getting me through the strikes, smashes, sweeps, and slashes. But as the fight went on, the years of foundation I'd built in staff work, catalyzed by the smell of blood, came pouring out. All those stiff, rehearsed forms seemed to wake up in the blood, suddenly clicking into one seamless whole. Body drives the staff. The staff is your arm. Intent leads the staff. Force follows the staff. The tension left my eyes, replaced with a cold, detached calm, and a raw, exhilarating rush of combat. The iron staff felt alive in my hands. Shadows of the staff overlapped in endless waves, one moment lashing out like a snake from its den, wicked and sharp, the next crashing down like a python's coil, heavy and overwhelming. The air-splitting whistles never stopped. Shadow-snatching roaming dragon. The first ultimate technique of Mad Demon staff. On the edge of life and death, I'd finally truly grasped it. The savage wolf had gone completely berserk, dragging its wounded leg as it lunged again and again, poison spittle flying. But I was fully immersed now in the transformation of my staff work. Every lunge, every slash of its claws, I unraveled them all, dodging with the smallest possible effort and answering with the most precise strike. Thwack! The staff cracked across its spine, the dull sound of bones breaking. Thwack! Another strike caved in the side of its skull. Half its face collapsed in on itself. Warm blood ran down the staff. I felt no revulsion. If anything, the smell of blood was making me strangely giddy. 12 years ago, I was 6. From a conversation Dad had, not meant for me to hear, I'd learned my mom had died in the mouths of these filthy animals. There wasn't even a body left. From that day on, I kept dreaming of beasts, all kinds of them, tearing Mom apart, swallowing her down. All these years, I played dumb so Dad wouldn't worry. I'd played dumb for too long. But the hatred didn't fade with time. It piled up, thicker and thicker, until I couldn't hide it anymore. I knew if I didn't let it out, I was going to lose my mind. Die. A low growl, pressed down to nothing, forced itself out of my throat. I seized the instant the wolf was frozen stiff by pain, my arms knotting with tension. Every ounce of strength in my body twisted into one line, from waist, through core, through arms, and poured, without holding anything back, into that 100-kilo black iron staff. Nearly 2 tons of force, released in full for the first time. There was no form to this strike. No technique. Only the rawest, most savage impulse, smash. The black staff let out a screeching shriek as it split the air, transforming into a bolt of black lightning that grew huge in the savage wolf's terrified pupils. Crock! The sound of a skull exploding tore across the wasteland. That massive wolf's head, like a watermelon struck by a sledgehammer, burst open on the spot. Red and white and fragments of bone splattered all over me. Warm liquid smeared across my face, running down my cheeks, thick and coppery sweet. I stood there, chest heaving, arms trembling. I looked down at my right hand. The webbing between thumb and forefinger had split open. That was the price of my body toughness not keeping up with my strength. But right after, an indescribable rush surged up from somewhere deep inside, sweeping through every limb and every fiber of me in an instant. Ha ha ha. I slowly lifted my head, looking up at that eerie, sickly yellow moon, the corners of my mouth pulling wide. Mom, I can finally start avenging you. After a long while, pain compensation put my stamina back together fast. I stripped the savage wolf's hide, cut out the choicest tenderloin, and took the most valuable parts, the fangs, the heart, the claws. I wrapped them in the pelt and slung the bundle across my back. Selling this haul should be enough for roughly 1 vial of serum. I'd set out too late. Nights outside the walls were even more dangerous. Better to head back early so Dad wouldn't worry. I got my bearings and moved out at a brisk pace. But I hadn't gone far when 2 figures appeared up ahead. My heart jolted. I ducked into a thick tangle of bushes. Huh, gotta hand it to the Demon Thieves sect. You really can steal from Jean Corp Astral Energy. The speaker was a big, bald man in a suit with a hulking build, holding a briefcase. Cut the crap. Across from him was a young man with a plain face, his right hand pressed hard against his chest. He was watching the bald man warily. You got the cash? Money on delivery. Got it. The bald man hefted the briefcase, then frowned. Just don't get what your Demon Thieves problem is. Why the hell you always pick godforsaken places like this to make trades? Places like this are clean. The young man's voice was hoarse. He said the city was crawling with patrols. Inside was actually more dangerous. I slowed my breath to almost nothing. Even my heartbeat downshifted by half a beat. I became a stone, sinking completely into the darkness. The young man's wary eyes swept over the bushes and old trees. He didn't spot a thing. Wind stirring the grass at night in the wilds was nothing unusual. Heh, fair point. The bald man broke into a grin, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and casually flicked the briefcase open, stack after stack of crisp bills gleaming enticingly in the moonlight. 1 million. Count it. No need. The young man kept his hand pressed to his chest. Anyone in this line of work without a rep doesn't last long. I like it. A flicker of approval crossed the bald man's eyes, but beneath it was a much thicker layer of greed. Only then did the young man carefully pull out a metal vial. The liquid inside glowed with an eerie blood-red light, pulsing slowly, as if it were alive. An Astral Talent Serum? The newest model from Jean Corp Astral Energy. The bald man's breath caught. His eyes lit up hungrily. Newest version. The young man was miserly with his words. Good stuff. The bald man shoved the briefcase forward. Item comes to me. Cash is yours. The young man didn't step forward. He looked at the case, then at the bald man, and rasped, "Step back 3 paces first. You're cautious, kid." Instead of getting mad, the bald man just laughed and took 3 steps back. Only then did the young man bend down, reaching one-handed for the briefcase. That was the moment. The instant the young man leaned over, murder flashed in the bald man's eyes. He drove off with his feet, sending gravel flying, and that hulking body of his exploded forward with a speed completely at odds with his size. A cannon fist rocketed straight at the young man's back. But the young man might as well have had eyes in the back of his head. In the exact instant the bald man moved, his left hand, still gripping the briefcase, yanked hard. He rolled with the motion, barely dodging the deadly blow. "I knew you'd try something." The young man came up in a spin. A cold gleaming dagger had appeared in his right hand somewhere along the way. Left hand still gripping the case, his face full of contempt. The bald man's punch landed on empty air. His face went black. Before he could get a word out, the young man was already moving. He rushed in like a ghost, and the dagger flared with a sudden purple glow, thrusting straight for the bald man's throat. "Wanting to die?" the bald man roared. He didn't dodge, didn't dart aside. Every muscle in his body suddenly swelled. His suit split open on the spot, his skin turning a bronze color. He was literally using the muscles of his neck to take the blade head-on. Clang. Sparks flew. The dagger struck his neck and left only a faint white mark. A body-strengthening talent. Hidden in the bushes, my heart jumped. That kind of talent was one of the most practical combat types out there. Massive boost to body toughness. This guy had to be at least A rank. Idiot. You think this is how I made my name in this business? The bald man snarled. His fan-like hand shot out like lightning and clamped down on the young man's wrist. Crack. The sound of bones snapping. The young man grunted, his face going white. The dagger slipped from his hand and hit the ground. But he was one tough bastard too. Using the grip against him, he swung his other hand up and, puff, flung a handful of blood-red powder straight into the bald man's face. My eyes. Caught off guard, the bald man's eyes were blinded. He howled and let go. Opening. Fighting through the pain, the young man turned and ran. He'd only come to try his luck. The deal was blown, and getting out was the priority. He didn't even bother with the serum. He just wanted to grab the cash and save his life. But he'd only made it 2 steps when his chest went suddenly cold. He looked down with effort. A purple glowing dagger was jutting out through his chest. His own dagger. The bald man, even with blood tears streaming from his eyes, had used pure combat instinct in the moment he was blinded. He'd scooped up the dagger from the ground and hurled it by feel. KH. The young man made a wet, muffled sound in his throat and pitched forward, crashing to the ground. The briefcase tumbled. Bills scattered everywhere. And the metal vial he'd been holding against his chest rolled out too, tumbling across the grass, coming to a stop right in front of the bushes I was hiding in, less than half a meter away. The blood-colored light flickered on and off in the darkness. My heart clenched hard. Son of a bitch, tried to pull that blood pepper powder trick on me. The bald man cursed, rubbing at his eyes wildly. Blood and tears smeared across his face. It took him a good 30 seconds before his vision came back, blurry outlines returning, but the pain was still there. Through the blur, he saw the fallen young man. He saw the money scattered across the ground. And finally, his eyes were pulled to that blood-red glow. The serum. He forgot the cash entirely and staggered in my direction. He had to grab it and get back to wash out his eyes fast, or he might really go blind. 1 step, 2 steps. In the dark, every muscle in my body pulled tight as a wire. No way out. At this distance, blurry vision or not, he was going to spot me. This guy had just killed a man over a single vial, without so much as blinking. If he found me, a witness, there was no need to guess how it'd go. Kill me and be done with it. 1,000 thoughts detonated in my head, and all of them collapsed into one cold decision. Strike first. The bald man was bending down. The blood-red vial was almost within his reach. In another second, he'd spot me in the dark. That was when I moved. No warning. Not a whisper of wind. I burst out of the bushes. The 100-kilo black staff was already gripped one-handed. Every ounce of strength in me twisted into one line in a single instant, from the soles of my feet all the way through my arm. I had no idea how strong this guy really was. I just knew this strike had to have everything. A savage wind tore in from behind him. Years of walking the edge of a blade had honed the bald man's instincts. He sensed the killing threat. He wanted to dodge, wanted to turn, but all his focus was on the serum in front of him, and the searing pain in his eyes was still nailing him down. In the end, all he could manage was to instinctively activate his talent. That gleaming bald head, in an instant, was coated in a metallic sheen. Clang! That freshly plated head, like it had been grabbed and crushed by some invisible giant, deformed completely. His reflexes were fast enough, just not fast enough. Nearly 2 tons of force landing on a skull, metal shield or no, his brain had been reduced to pulp inside. The bald man didn't even get out a grunt. That massive body crumpled softly to the ground. Blood and gray matter began seeping out from his eyes, nose, and mouth, staining the grass red. Dead in one strike. I stood there, chest heaving, my hands still shaking around the staff. The tremendous backlash had left my arms mottled purple and blue, throbbing right down to the bone. I looked down at the bald man at my feet, then over at the young man's body a short distance away. My eyes flickered with panic for a moment, then quickly went cold again. I didn't rush to grab anything. First I scanned all around, making sure no one else was nearby, then went to work fast. I picked up the blood-colored vial first and shoved it into my pocket. The cold touch of it and the eerie glow made my heart skip, but there was no time to look at it. Next, I gathered the scattered bills back into the briefcase. Then I started staging the scene. I dragged the bald man's body over next to the young man's and used the dagger, still slick with the big man's blood, to stab a few more wounds into the bald man, making it look like the two had fought viciously and killed each other. I carefully scuffed away the tracks I'd made bursting out, stomping a few chaotic footprints around them to fake a wider struggle zone. I knew it wouldn't be long before beasts, drawn by the blood, came to clean the place up, but I did every part of the job anyway. Finally, I picked up the briefcase, slung the wolf pelt bundle over my shoulder, hoisted the heavy black staff, checked my direction, and plunged into the dark night without looking back. Those 2 bodies, it probably wouldn't take long for sharp-nosed beasts to strip them clean. Carrying nearly 200 pounds of gear, I sprinted through ruins and thickets at high speed, keeping my body low, moving like a black panther prowling through the night. An hour later, the steel wall of the northwest base city finally cut across the horizon in front of me. The wall split the world in 2, one side blazing with light, the other endless darkness. I passed through the decontamination corridor and stepped back into human civilization. The guard's eyes swept over me, landed on the wolf pelt and the black staff, and the scrutiny turned into flat indifference. Out in the wilds, life and death were your own affair. Anyone who made it back alive had their own story. I didn't head straight home. Instead, I turned off into the freelance martial artist hub, still bustling despite the hour. The place was a mix of every kind you could imagine, the air thick with sweat, cheap tobacco, and blood. I'd been here plenty before to study up on beasts. I knew my way around. I ducked into a general store and pulled my hood lower. The owner was a middle-aged man with a scar across his face, clearly someone who'd done his time outside the walls. Seeing me covered in blood and hauling a big bundle, he lit up. "Brother, unloading goods?" I nodded and dumped the bundle on the floor. The owner untied it, an intact savage wolf heart, claws, fangs, and several big cuts of prime wolf meat. Surprise flickered in his eyes. From the fangs, he pegged the wolf as a big one, at least 8th-tier mortal shedding or higher. For a lean-looking kid to bring one down solo was no joke. Hide's intact, fangs and claws are top grade, heart and meat are fresh. 35,000 for the lot. Deal. I had $1 million cash on me. I couldn't be bothered to haggle. Swap 1 vial of low-tier astral serum for it, and I'll take the rest in cash. You got it. The owner was practically glowing. Another rube who didn't know the going rate. Easy money. 1 vial of ice blue serum and 5,000 in cash later, I was out. I didn't linger. I hit a clothing shop next and changed my outfit, bought a plain backpack, then spent $2 grand renting a monthly single at the hub. The room was small, but had everything I needed. Plenty of people who worked outside the walls like places like this, Save them the commute. I bolted the door behind me, tossed the iron staff onto the bed, and headed straight for the bathroom. I washed all the blood and grime off. Even under the hot water, the bruising on my arms was gruesome to look at. Only after was I ready to really take stock of that briefcase of cash and the blood-red vial. 1 million, stacked neat as could be. I split the bills into a few black plastic bags and stuffed them into a hidden compartment above the bathroom cabinet. Once that was done, I carefully picked up the eerie vial. No time for a proper examination, so I tucked it against my body and put the new serum into my backpack. At 10 p.m., I left the hub with my plain backpack on. This time I didn't take a skiff straight to my door. I paid $200 for a cab and got out at a park about 3 kilometers from home, then jogged the rest of the way at a steady pace. I got home at 11. I pushed the door open. The living room light was still on. Dad was on the couch in loose pajamas, peeling an apple while watching some ancient war movie. My dinner was still under a food cover on the kitchen table. "Hey, willing to grace us with your presence tonight? I was starting to think some girl kidnapped you." He didn't look up. "Coach Chien ran us extra. Just wrapped up." I lied as I swapped my shoes. "Working hard's good. Don't push it too hard, though. Health's your capital." He handed me the peeled apple. I wolfed it down in a few bites. I really was starving. I lifted the food cover. 3 dishes and a soup, all my favorites. "How's the Mad Demon staff coming? Want to trade a few passes?" His eyes were bright, hands itching for a fight. "Nah, Dad. I'm beat. Turning in early." I brushed him off vaguely. My arms could hide it fine while I was eating. If I actually started sparring, no way I could keep it from him. "Fine. Eat up and hit the hay. Early morning tomorrow." I shoveled the food down and practically fled to my room. Only when I shut the door did I let out a long breath. I flopped onto the bed, my head a mess. What kind of outfit is the Demon Thieves sect? I searched on my wristwatch. Nothing came up. Student-grade wristwatches only synced with essential info. You didn't get real access until you passed into a Marshall University. Jean Corp Astral Energy, Astral Talent Serum, same story. Looked like I was going to have to make a trip to the Alliance intranet. I was still stewing when there was a soft knock at my door. "Xiaohan, you asleep?" It was Dad. "Not yet. What's up?" I jolted upright. The door opened, and Dad walked in. Gone was his usual joking face. He looked serious now, and he was carrying a black briefcase. He walked straight to the bed and set the briefcase down. Click. He opened it. Inside the black foam, neatly slotted in a row, were 10 ice blue vials. Low-tier astral serum. 10 of them. 300,000. My breath stopped. How was this possible? "Dad, did you sell the restaurant?" It was the only thing I could think of. Or his retirement bonus. But he'd been saving that for years, always saying it was for my future wedding. Talking nonsense. He pulled one out and passed it over, his tone mild. "Watching you push this hard the last few days, your old man can't be dragging you down. I should have given these to you the day you awakened. Just got swamped at the shop and forgot. 10 vials will get you to the Marshall exam. Use 'em freely, son. This family's got some resources." Some resources? That gnawed at me. All I knew was that Dad used to be a soldier and had some real skill, way more than my current self. But in all these years, aside from that sparring session the other night, I'd never seen him fight. He'd never even said which unit he'd served in. Could Dad be some kind of big shot from the military? I took the cold vial from him quietly. This man who'd watched me grow up all these years. He had secrets of his own, it seemed. I didn't ask. When he was ready to tell me, he would. He walked to the door and threw me a look over his shoulder, an expression that seemed to say, "Your old man's still your old man." The door closed softly. I sat on the edge of the bed for a long time without saying a word. The next morning, in the pre-dawn gloom, I jerked awake from a horrifying nightmare, cold sweat drenching my forehead. The school's training routines I already had down cold. There was nothing left for me to learn from the basic body tempering curriculum. So I fired off messages to Coach Chien and my homeroom teacher Su Jiang, saying I'd overdone it the night before and my chi and blood were unsettled. I needed a day off. Qian Ming replied fast, "Take care of yourself. Don't push it." Su Jiang had already heard about my recent performance and was more than pleased, so of course he approved. I set the watch down and pulled up the panel. Strength, 2,232. Up again overnight. I twisted open a vial and drank it. Strength ticked up a little more, and body toughness hit 40%. Speed didn't budge. Speed could wait. Right now, what I needed most was the body toughness to actually use my strength. I ate the huge breakfast Dad had set out for me and headed up to the rooftop for another round of self-torture. Squat down, draw in astral source power, condense it, compress it, roll it out evenly over my whole body like flattening dough, and finally shape it into thousands of tiny needles piercing back and forth through my skin. SSSS. A fine hissing that only I could hear. Kept it up until the astral source power was spent, my skin was seeping blood, and exhaustion crashed in. But before I could collapse, a cool wave surged up out of nowhere, and the exhaustion vanished, replaced by that soul-piercing agony. I clenched my teeth and rode it out. Recovery was fast. As I trained, I noticed I no longer had to hold to the fixed postures the body tempering technique prescribed. Those postures were only there to help beginners sense astral source power. At my level now, I could grind my skin standing or sitting. Then could I? A thought bloomed in my head. Could the body tempering technique and Dad's family-taught Mad Demon staff be blended together? No time like the present. I grabbed the old white wax staff from the corner, the one I'd been using for years, and split my focus in two, slowing the Mad Demon movements down by huge factors while guiding astral source power through my body. First try. Failure. I knew both cold, but blending them ramped the difficulty way up. Still, even in the failure, I saw a path forward. I broke down the problems and tried again. Over and over. Each time to the point of collapse. Each time yanked back by pain compensation. Ninth try, it worked. I gulped down air, sweat pouring off me. Combined training burned stamina at a monstrous rate, but the results were stunning. That one run alone had increased my body toughness by a whole 10% more than plain body tempering. And that was just the first time. Once I got fluent, it'd only go faster. Once I broke through the first time, everything after came easier. I let the staff guide my body, drove astral source power through every inch of me, transformed it into countless fine needles that stimulated my skin at a special frequency. Then the same astral source power nourished the skin so it healed at high speed, and the bruising on my arms leaked out with my sweat. By 4 p.m., I'd burned through a full vial. I slumped to the ground, muscles twitching uncontrollably all over my body, but I couldn't stop the corners of my mouth from turning up. Body toughness at 48%, up 8% again, even better than I'd hoped. And probably because astral source power had been involved, my feel for Mad Demon staff had deepened too. The transitions between the strikes were getting smoother and more natural. I hauled myself up and went home to shower. The hot water stung the tiny cuts a bit, but at my level, it was pretty much like being tickled. There was even something bizarrely pleasant about it. The bruising on my arms had mostly cleared. Dad was still at the shop dealing with something. Convenient. Half an hour later, I was at the Holy City Alliance Public Information Terminal in the city center, known to everyone as the Electronic Library, an intranet lookup open to all adult citizens. I found an unoccupied corner and hooked my wristwatch up. First, I typed Demon Thieves Sect. Information scrolled fast across the screen, an underground assassin organization operating between the major base cities. Mixed membership, no fixed base, danger rating, high. I stared at the screen, my stomach sinking. Yeah, it really was the kind of trouble that could tear the sky open. I cleared the history and typed Jean Corp Astral Energy Limited, a rising high-tech company focused on astral energy development. New money in the energy sector. Finally, I typed the name of that vial, Astral Talent Serum. The entry popped up, Jean Corp Astral Energy's newest talent-enhancing serum. When used, it dramatically amplifies the positive effects of the user's talent for 24 hours. However, it puts extreme strain on the talent. Clinical trials show a 10% chance of causing talent mutation, unknown risks. Not yet released to market. Official presale price, 2 million yuan per vial. I stopped breathing for half a second at that last line. 2 million. My heart felt like an invisible hand had grabbed and squeezed it hard. Now I finally understood why the bald man had gone for the kill. A sudden talent boost in the middle of combat could easily decide who lived and who died. But for me, using it in a fight wouldn't matter much. My F-rank base was too weak. Obviously, I wasn't dumb enough to save it for combat. An insane idea took root in my head, sprouted, and shot up into a towering tree in an instant. There was no burying it anymore. The Astral Secret Realm selection was in 7 days. I was confident I could earn a spot. But if I could open my Astral Meridian before that and get into a realm saturated with Astral Source power, wouldn't that be a chance to gulp down a massive infusion? Plus, that killing the night before, I'd been careful, sure, but there was always some risk of exposure. I needed to be stronger. I clenched my fist hard and got up to leave. At that exact moment, as I was walking out of the library, in a high-end villa district in the northwest Bay City, an elegant-looking man was frowning in thought. Someone at the door came to report, "Sir, we've got a lead." It's from Zhang Lin's side. At the same time, in a dim underground hall outside the city, a chilling voice from above sent a shiver crawling up your spine. "You're certain?" "Certain." I questioned the guards myself. Only one person left the hub that night carrying a black iron staff, no injuries to his head, doesn't match the buyer. Very careful. He took a cab in the end. Good. The voice from above nodded, satisfied. This is on you. Find out who he is, fast. Someone dares to rob us, the Demon Thieves sect? If we don't put him in the ground, what kind of authority do we have left in this business? Yes. The figure below withdrew swiftly. Back home, I locked myself in my room and pulled the blood-red vial out from the deepest pocket of my backpack. The liquid inside flowed slowly, giving off that seductive glow. I stared at it. No hesitation left in my eyes. I twisted off the cap. A blast of bloody smell mixed with a strange sweetness hit me in the face. I threw my head back and drained it in one go. There was none of the warm, mellow feel of the serum. The instant it hit my tongue, a violent, scorching torrent of energy exploded down my throat. A burning sensation surged from my esophagus and swept out through my whole body. Pain. Pain so deep my soul was shaking. I clamped my jaws shut, veins bulging on my forehead, feeling that raw power slamming around inside me, like it was trying to burn my organs to ash. And at that exact moment, cold system prompts began firing off in my head. Unknown high-energy serum detected. Analyzing components. Unknown serum stimulating host talents. Enhancing talents. Pushed to the death. Undergoing unknown changes, mutating. That everything burning energy rushed toward the 3 talent brands I'd been born with. Agony crashed in, like it was trying to rip my soul out of my body while I was still alive. But I didn't scream. I bit down on my back teeth until my gums bled, my eyes bloodshot, and I stared, hard, at the prompts flashing madly through my head. Enhancing talents. Enhancement magnitude 300%. Mutation successful. Push to the death, gains new feature. A rapid string of prompts. The burning receded like a tide. A powerful sensation I'd never felt before filled every corner of me. I gulped for air, my clothes soaked with sweat. But the light in my eyes was blazing hot. Done. I quickly parsed the info. First, the positive effects of all 3 talents were now triple what they used to be. Passive strength growth had gone from 0.01 per second to 0.03. Over a full 24 hours, that was 2,592 kilograms. 1 day's worth was equal to 3. Second, pain compensation's recovery power had tripled too, and it no longer had to wait for stamina to bottom out to trigger. As soon as I burned energy, it started refilling. That meant my training efficiency could climb another rung, and my endurance would be even more terrifying than before. Third, and the biggest surprise, Push to the Death had mutated to gain a brand new feature. When activated, it granted a slight boost to speed. Just what slight meant exactly, and whether it would stick after 24 hours, was anyone's guess. I focused inward for a moment. On top of an F-rank base, the speed increase was almost negligible. But this wasn't the time to dwell on that. For the next 24 hours, I would have practically limitless stamina. My head snapped up, my eyes burning with resolve, and a touch of madness. I wasted no time. I grabbed the wristwatch and messaged Dad. "Dad, I've had a breakthrough with my staff work. I need to go into seclusion for a day. Don't disturb me until I'm done." Then I made up some excuse to ask school for another day off. Without waiting for replies, I stashed the watch, grabbed the serum and the black iron staff, and bolted up to the rooftop in a single leap. I downed a vial of the serum in one gulp. Before I could even feel the warmth spreading through me, I snatched up my white waxwood staff and settled into my opening stance. No hesitation. Body tempering art and frenzied staff fused into one, guiding the star source power that was already boiling from the serum. A new round of training began. Whoosh! The staff sliced through the air. Star source power surged like 100 million steel needles, stabbing into my skin at an even more violent frequency. The pain hit me, 3 times worse than anything before. Apparently, in the serum's eyes, pain counted as a boost too, so it got amplified right along with everything else. I gritted my teeth. Like hell I was stopping over a little pain. Almost instantly, my stamina started burning away at insane speed. But at that exact moment, a cool current welled up out of nowhere, sweeping through my entire body. The exhaustion vanished, replaced by an even fiercer surge of energy. A perfect, unstoppable perpetual motion cycle. I'd done it. My eyes saw nothing else. Only the staff in my hand, the technique in my heart. 1 rep, 2 reps, 10 reps. Normally, I had to rest between rounds. Not this time. Not for a single second. I sank completely into that razor's edge state of agony and euphoria. My staff work grew smoother, more fluid. The body tempering art responded to my will more effortlessly with every swing. The sting on my skin, the sting in my soul. Every second, they hammered away at my spirit. At some point, Dad came up onto the rooftop too. He didn't interrupt. He just stood there quietly watching me, the golden light in his eyes growing brighter and brighter. The sky darkened. Night fell. I kept training at full intensity. Every time my star source power ran dry, I'd twist open another vial and knock it back like water. Ice cold going down, then rapidly converting into pure energy. Any leftover residue got swept up before it could hide, and I'd channel it through my whole body. The hissing sounds, the whoosh of the staff cutting air, they went on all night. The sun rose, climbed to its peak, then sank toward the west. That figure on the rooftop kept swinging, tireless, not stopping for even 1 second. Sweat dried, then soaked me again, dried, then soaked me. By the end, a thin layer of scab, blood mixed with black impurities, had formed on my skin. Finally, around 7 in the evening, the 24-hour countdown ran out. Life burn output has returned to normal. Micro-recovery has returned to normal. Pain compensation has returned to normal. The instant those prompts sounded, the force that had kept me going in a frenzy for a full day was just gone. The triple amplification vanished. The triple pain compensation vanished. My body and mind had been running past their limits for 24 straight hours, and the yawning stamina deficit that had been propped up by infinite energy suddenly swallowed my consciousness whole. I let out a muffled grunt. My vision went black. The waxwood staff dropped from my hand and snap, broke clean in two on the ground. Right before I blacked out, I felt a big hand gently catch me. It didn't let me fall. It was Dad. He pressed 2 fingers against my carotid artery, feeling that faint but steady, powerful pulse. Then he checked my breathing. Soon, the even sound of my soft snoring came through. Overtaxed his spiritual power, huh? He murmured to himself. His expression was complicated, pained, relieved, and with a deep note of approval hidden underneath. This kid, he's tougher on himself than I thought. He bent down, slid one arm under my knees and the other behind my back, and carried me back to my room, laying me on the bed. Then he wrung out a hot towel and carefully wiped the blood scabs and grime off my face and hands. When he was done, he stood by the bed and watched me quietly for a long while before turning and gently closing the door behind him. The night passed without a word. At dawn, the first ray of sunlight slipped through the crack in the curtains. On the bed, my eyelashes twitched violently, and my eyes snapped open. My gaze was clear as lightning, no trace of the usual grogginess. One night's rest had wiped out every bit of the exhaustion, physical and mental. My first move wasn't a sit-up. It was to think and pull up my status panel. 24 hours of madness. 1 night of dead sleep. What kind of transformation had I actually earned? And that speed boost, had it stuck around? My eyes locked onto the panel. A flood of data exploded across the screen, and my heart, traitor that it was, started pounding. Strength first, 5,712 kilograms. The morning of the 8th, my strength had only been 2,232. Now, roughly 48 hours later, based on my talent's passive growth alone, I should have gained about 3,456. putting me at around 5,688. The little extra came from the weak effect of the low-grade serum. That number was nearly 6 times the theoretical ceiling of the mortal shedding realm, 1,000 kilograms. Your typical martial arts student, even with an A-rank talent, would need years of brutal training and a mountain of resources just to touch that number. Me? 2 days. Then I checked physical body strength. 80%. From 48% straight up to 80%. A full 32 percentage points. That meant the toughness and durability of my body had undergone a complete overhaul. Of course, there was a price. I glanced at my nightstand. Of the 10 vials Dad had given me, only 2 lonely ones remained. 8 vials, 240,000 yuan, burned through in 2 days. Blowing through cash. Just utterly blowing through it. But I still couldn't stop the corners of my mouth from creeping up. Worth it. So damn worth it. My eyes finally locked onto the last row. Speed. 52 meters per second. Before this, my speed had been a measly 12 meters per second. Mediocre, actually my weak point. But now, 52 meters per second. That was nearly 1/6 the speed of sound. A 100-meter sprint in under 2 seconds. That minor speed increase, mutation from life burn output, had actually been made permanent. I thought about it for a moment, and it hit me. From the second those 3 talents formed a perpetual motion machine, I'd never once turned my talents off. Life burn output had been active the whole time. That minor increase was like a fluke that had popped up somewhere in its long lifespan. Now the fluke was gone, but the trace it left behind would stay with the talent forever. 24 hours. 86,400 seconds. 86,400 minor stacks piled up until quantity finally triggered quality. I'd basically exploited a bug in the system and forcibly farmed a permanent stat. Straight up jackpot from the heavens. Then I looked at the last line, Spirit, 2. My brow furrowed slightly. My spiritual power had actually gone up by 0.5. To this day, I still didn't fully understand what this stat did, only that it let me learn things faster. Probably why I always topped the class in humanities. Either way, it was a good thing. Once I'd calmed down, I picked up my wrist device. The screen was buried under unread messages. Chen Chu had fired off more than 10 in a row, ranging from, Johan, where the hell are you? To you didn't accidentally cultivate yourself into oblivion, did you? And finally, if you don't answer me, I'm coming to your house. My homeroom teacher had also sent a concerned check-in. My fingers flew. First I replied to Chen Chu. Home. Doing some extra training. Don't worry. Then I made up an excuse for the teacher about grinding for a secret realm slot and apologized sincerely. With that done, I started calmly planning out the days ahead. Today was the 10th. The 13th was when the top 3 dark horses from the weekly training would head into the secret realm. 80% body strength was the threshold I'd originally set for myself to break through to the meridian opening realm, but that was the bare minimum, assuming time was tight. Now I understood clearly. The higher my body strength, the safer it would be to connect to the Star Vein Palace and open up star meridians. I already had a rock-solid foundation. No need to gamble. 2 days. Grind body strength to 100%. Then, before entering the secret realm, break through. Open the star veins. A sharp glint flashed in my eyes as I raised the bar even higher. Only by stepping into the meridian opening realm could I say I was truly walking the path of martial cultivation. Only then, inside the Star Source secret realm, could I really cash in. But there was one practical problem staring me in the face. Money. Or rather, serum. Only 2 vials left. At my current pace, they'd last me a day and a half, tops, and only if I slacked off. Gaining another 20% in 2 days without serum support? Impossible. And the more serum I used, the weaker each dose's effect became. I need to make a trip back to that rental apartment. The decision snapped into place. Nothing had happened for a few days now. It should be safe. With the cash, I could buy more serum. Mid-grade, high-grade, whatever. The effects would only get better. I'd been out of school for 2 days. Time to show my face today. I could also learn the speed section of the basic body tempering art. Otherwise, my speed spike would be impossible to explain. I showered and changed into a clean martial arts uniform. Dad wasn't home, probably at the restaurant. On the dining table sat a warm bowl covered with a plate. My usual pork noodle soup with a golden fried egg on top. Warmth spread through my chest. I wolfed it down in a few bites, grabbed my backpack, and headed out. The morning sun was warm, and the streets were bustling. Walking through the crowd, I looked like nothing more than an ordinary high school kid. School was 20 minutes from home. I didn't push my speed. I jogged there like normal. I'd walked this route for years. It used to feel boring, but now I knew, after the martial arts exam, I might never walk it again. Little Han, how's the martial studies going? Decided which martial university yet? That was Annie Wong from the breakfast shop on the corner. Her kitten had once gotten stuck up a tree and I'd helped get it down. Ever since, she'd been all smiles every time I walked by. Annie Wong, just getting started. If I make it, I'd love to go to Northwest Frontier Martial University. Kill more fiend beasts. Good kid. Just as upright and kind as your father. Have you eaten breakfast? Yep. Heading to school now. Her praise made me a little embarrassed, and I took off before she could keep going. The uncles and aunties in the neighborhood were all good to me. I'd lost my mom young, but I'd never felt sorry for myself. I'd always been the kid from the neighborhood people held up as an example. I really enjoyed this peaceful life. But not long after I'd walked off, under an old scholar tree not too far away, two figures, one tall, one short, stepped out. You sure it's him? A high schooler. Should be. All the evidence points to him. I didn't expect a high school kid either. Useless. Keep watching him. Report when there's news. The training hall at school was already buzzing. Chen Chu was arm wrestling someone, his bicep thicker than the other guy's thigh, grinning like an idiot when he won. The second he spotted me, he came charging over like a huge bear. Hanji, you're finally back. I thought you'd cultivated yourself into ascension. I dodged his sweat-soaked hug in disgust. I wanted the secret realm slot. Trained a bit extra. That's our top student. How are the rest of us supposed to live? The classmates around us started ribbing. Dual talent and working harder than us. Where's our chance? Nope. Today I'm training till midnight. Me too. I gave them a small smile, found a corner, and pulled out one of my 2 remaining vials. Cold going down, turning into a hot current. This time I didn't split my focus the way I had at home. I hadn't gotten into the habit of bringing a staff to school, and the base city martial exam didn't test combat anyway. A month of grinding wouldn't change much, though I'd heard the Holy City's exam did test actual combat. I pulled my thoughts back and honestly ran through the body tempering forms. Today was different. With my body progress at 80%, I was moving on to tempering my bones. I channeled star source power into every bone in my body, bit by bit. The difficulty was orders of magnitude higher than saturating the skin. Qian Meng, doing his rounds, stopped mid-step, his gaze landing on me. After teaching the basics of the body tempering art, he usually let students train on their own and rarely came around. Today, hearing that I was back, he'd made a point of checking on this dual talent student. He stared at me, and his expression shifted from casual to shocked. On the surface, my movements looked no different from anyone else's. But he'd walked this path, his eye was sharp. He could tell, I was already tempering my bones. Half an hour of watching, and the shock in his eyes only deepened. A few days in, and his body progress is already past 80%, combined with that absurd strength from before. Could his dual talent be tied to strength and physique? If so, then Northwest Frontier wasn't the ceiling. He could aim much higher. When morning training ended, Qian Ming pulled me aside. How far along are you in the body tempering forms? Reporting, instructor, my skin can't take further stimulation. I estimate around 80%, I answered honestly. He was a strong cultivator. There was no fooling him. Qian Ming's eye twitched. So it's true. This body tempering art wasn't difficult for people at his level. For a newly awakened high schooler, it was brutally hard, especially since every rep of the body section was torture. Excellent. With dual F-rank talents, having the grit to specialize in body cultivation like this, even the A-rank students would struggle to catch up with you. Keep it up. Ask me anytime you have questions. His smile was warm, though on his usually stern face it looked a little awkward. I thought for a second, then brought up my real reason for coming. Instructor, I'd like to learn the speed section too. My strength and body are decent. I want to aim for a better school. Get stronger. Instead of surprise, Qian Ming showed approval. Not cocky, aware of his weaknesses, and taking initiative to fix them. That mindset beat a lot of so-called geniuses. Fine, but don't bite off more than you can chew. Body and strength stay your primary focus. Speed is a supplement. I'll walk you through it once. Practice more if you have time, but always body first. Yes, instructor. He shrugged off his outer jacket and demonstrated the routine on the spot. Every movement was crystal clear to me. Maybe because my spiritual power had climbed to 2. Maybe because I'd observed similar techniques before. One run through, and I had it all memorized. I channeled my star source power and focused it on nourishing my joints and fascia. A moment later, an indescribable, tingling pleasantness spread through my whole body. Warm, ticklish, feather-light. Cultivation can feel this good? I'd assumed it was supposed to be agony. I was so used to the pain of cultivation that suddenly feeling great actually threw me off. Not bad. Quick learner. You've got the essentials, just repeat. Qian Ming left, satisfied. For the whole afternoon, because the sensation was so pleasant, I actually indulged and lost myself in the speed forms. Around 4, my second vial ran dry. Sadly, the speed gain was minimal. My base number was too high, and the speed section was really meant for beginners. Someone as lopsided as me got limited returns. But that was fine. I didn't need more speed right now. I just needed proof that I'd studied it. An hour before dismissal, I did something completely out of character. I pulled my regular academic textbooks out of my backpack. The classmates around me stared. You're seriously studying at a time like this? I pretended not to notice. The next second, I froze. A lot of this material I'd studied before, but reading it now felt like divine assistance. Math and science concepts I'd forgotten or struggled with, they all clicked effortlessly. Not quite photographic memory, but my learning efficiency was insane. In 1 hour, I did a complete pass through the core knowledge points, patched every gap, and cracked every problem area. So that's what spiritual power is for. The dismissal bell rang. I didn't sling my arm around Chin Chu and head out like usual. He complained loudly, insisting I definitely had someone on the side. I ignored him, texted Dad an excuse, and left the school alone. I turned into an old shopping alley near school, wound through a few zigzagging streets, and slipped into an empty clothing shop. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man in a cheap jacket, black mask, ball cap, and backpack walked out the back door, blended into the crowd, and hailed a cab to the west side of the city. At the same moment, under the old scholar tree outside the school gate, the shorter man's wrist device beeped. Boss, target's moving. Heading toward the west side free martial artist hub. Humph. So it really is him. Stay close. I'm on my way. Never thought the punk who dared snatch food out of our demon thief Sek's mouth would be a kid in a school uniform. He's cautious. Even changed his clothes. Cautious? In front of overwhelming power, caution's a joke. Today he learns, take what you shouldn't, and you pay with your life. The West Side Hub was chaos personified, sweat, blood, and cheap alcohol all mingling in the air, thick enough to choke on. I made my way back to that same rental apartment I knew well and picked up the black iron staff I'd tossed on the bed last time. I'd come this far. I wasn't leaving empty-handed. I strapped the staff vertically to the side of my backpack and headed back to the C-grade buffer gate. 500 yuan, and the alloy gate slowly rose. This time I had a hell of a lot more confidence than before. Same 2 guards. One of them glanced at the black iron staff on my back and frowned slightly. Brother, he called out. Yeah? Something up? I roughened my voice. The dangers in the wilds aren't just fiend beasts. There are people too. Heading out this late. Be careful. Thanks for the heads up. I gave him a small cupped fist salute and strode off. The wind in the wilds carried the smell of rust and rotting plants. I didn't rush to hunt. I set an unhurried pace along an abandoned highway toward the city ruins marked on the map. Behind me, one tall and one short shadow followed at a distance. Boss, the punk's here again. Diligent little bastard. Even better. Handling him inside the city is a pain. But out here, that serum has to be on him. Soon I reached the ruins. This was the closest fiend beast zone to the base city, home to sharp-toothed lizards, fast movers that ran in packs. Before, when speed was my weakness, I hadn't dared come here. But now, I picked up the pace and disappeared into the ruins, the crumbling high-rises swallowing my figure in an instant. Huh? Where'd he go? The 2 men reached the entrance and stopped short. Tall guy frowned as he scanned the area. Damn it, we lost him. Kid's part rabbit or something. How's he this fast? That can't be right. This place isn't that big. He has to be hiding in. The short one's words cut off. A lethal, Crushing sense of danger pressed down on him from above. He jerked his head up. A black shadow was plummeting from the edge of a high-rise. A pitch-black iron staff, wrapped in a dull whistle of parting air, was crashing straight down onto his skull. Crack! Short guy's head caved in like a watermelon under a sledgehammer, his skull collapsing on the spot. He didn't even scream. His body crumpled, dead before it hit the ground. Warm blood and brain matter splattered across Tall Guy's face. Tall Guy watched, mind blank. One exchange? His subordinate, a ninth-layer mortal-shedding cultivator, gone just like that? After the dead silent shock, came the fury exploding straight to the top of his skull. Tall Guy roared, his blood and chi erupting. Boom! 5 faint stars of light lit up inside him, streaming rapidly along his arms and spine. An overwhelming aura, far beyond the mortal-shedding realm, blasted outward. Meridian opening realm. 5-star veins. Nearly 5 tons of terrifying power. The air around him rippled. You little bastard, I'm gonna. He never finished the threat. I was already moving. The ground under my foot exploded as I shot forward like a loosed arrow. The black iron staff transformed into a jet-black dragon shadow, hurtling at him. Shadow-chasing dragon. Tall Guy's face changed drastically. He never expected me to press the attack even harder after a successful strike. He instinctively raised his alloy gauntlet fists to block. Clang! The bone-rattling clash of metal on metal, and a colossal wave of force surged through his gauntlet. His whole arm went numb instantly. The web of his hand split open, blood streaming out. His body flew backward beyond his control, slamming brutally into a large tree. Uffed. He coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of internal organ. He stared at me, pupils shrinking violently in terror. What is this power? He couldn't comprehend it. A high school student, an insect he could crush with 2 fingers. How could he unleash more terrifying power than Tall Guy himself? A meridian opening cultivator? I didn't give him time to think. One clean hit, and the offensive kept coming like a tide. The black iron staff seemed alive in my hands, transforming into a storm of staff shadows. Every strike carried thousands of pounds of force, every angle tricky, every blow crushing. Tall Guy was completely overwhelmed. All that meridian opening cultivation, and against my sheer, unreasonable brute strength and precise staff technique, he had no counter. Block. His arm bones cracked ominously. Dodge. My staff shadows sealed off every escape route. Crack. Another brutal exchange, and his forearm bones finally gave out, snapping clean. The agony ripped a scream from him, and his balance collapsed. I seized the opening, sweeping the staff in a horizontal arc that smashed precisely into both his knees. Thud. Thud. His legs bent backward in a grotesque angle, and he crashed to his knees. No way of getting back up. The fight was over. From my first strike to him hitting his knees, barely a dozen breaths. I walked up to him, blood-drenched staff in hand, staring down. My eyes were ice cold. Who sent you? Coughing up blood, he stared at me in terror. This is no student. This is a demon crawled out of hell. It was the demon thief sect. We came to avenge Tao San, to take back the serum. Tao San, that had to be the young man the bald guy killed that night. How did you find me? The staff, your staff. Not many people fight with a staff. Matched up with the wound on the buyer's head. I understood now. So that's how. I looked at this black iron staff that had fought alongside me. My expression stayed calm. Still overlooked it. Last question. Who else knows about me? No one else. The sect master just sent the 2 of us to investigate. We knew you were only a student, so we figured we'd just kill you outright. Good. Bloodlust boiled in my eyes. I raised the black iron staff high. No, don't kill me. The plea cut off. The iron staff came down heavily. Silence. Expressionless, I flicked the blood off the staff and started cleaning up with practiced motions. First, I searched them. Some cash, cheap supplies, nothing else. Then I found the smart devices on their wrists and smashed them into powder with the staff, reducing even the chips to dust. Last time, I'd left the body and someone had tracked me down. Not this time. I picked out a secluded hollow and used the 100-kilogram iron staff as a shovel, digging furiously. A pit 3 meters deep quickly took shape. I dumped both bodies in, then looked at the iron staff one last time, and tossed it in with them. I pulled a brand new, completely different style of martial arts uniform out of my backpack and changed into it. My old, blood-stained clothes went in the pit too. I filled the hole, packed the dirt down, and covered it with dead branches, leaves, and shrubs. In less than half an hour, the spot looked untouched. No trace at all, as if nothing had happened. Only then did I start heading back to the base city, unhurried. From leaving to returning, less than 2 hours. My whole look was different. Backpack and iron staff, gone. When I passed the guards, they didn't spare me a second glance. Back at the rental apartment, I grabbed 400,000 yuan in cash, stuffed it into a black plastic bag, and took a cab back into the city at a leisurely pace. Then I appeared at a large martial artist shopping center in town, wandering back and forth for a while, trusting the sharp intuition my newly awakened spiritual power was giving me. I confirmed multiple times that no one was tailing me before using cash to buy 5 vials of mid-grade Star Source serum at 80,000 each. By the time I got home, it was already 11 at night. Dad was already asleep, and as always, a plate of warm food had been left out for me. After eating, I went up to the rooftop of our little 2-story house, same as always. A cool breeze had swept away the day's heat. I pulled a vial of the mid-grade serum out of my pocket. Wonder how the mid-grade feels. I twisted the cap open, ready to drink. Beep beep. My wrist device buzzed. A message popped up. Who's messaging me this late? I casually tapped it open. A message from an unknown device. Just one line. Little brother Yang Han. How did it feel, killing someone? No threat. No demand. Just a casual, breezy greeting. But that casual greeting sent chills through me worse than any threat. They knew my name. They knew I'd killed someone. Several thoughts flashed through my mind at once. Demon Thief Sect? Impossible. Tall guy said only he and short guy knew, and it hadn't sounded like a lie. The guards at the buffer gate? They'd only given me a warning. They might know the Demon Thief Sect was looking for me, but they had no reason and no ability to trace things this far. I didn't delete the message. I didn't panic and run either. I glanced around. Night was heavy, lights in nearby buildings scattered and dim. I didn't feel like I was being watched. 2 points of spiritual power gave me sharper instincts than ever. Right now, no one was watching me. I quickly calmed down. I tapped out 3 words. Who are you? The reply came fast. Someone who wants to be your friend. Ching Chi Road. Midnight Cafe. I'll wait half an hour. Not a wasted word. Straight to the time and place. That was confidence, an absolute certainty that I'd come. Weirdly, that message actually made me more composed. Anyone with capabilities like this, if they really wanted to hurt me, they wouldn't bother with the theatrics. The polite approach suggested there was no killing intent. I recapped the vial, stashed it back in my pocket, quietly left the rooftop, changed into the plainest casual clothes I had, and slipped out of the house. Ching Chi Road wasn't far, a 10-minute jog. So the location was deliberate too. At this hour, the cafe only had a handful of scattered customers, mostly couples staring at their devices. I pushed the door open and calmly swept my gaze across the room. In a booth by the window, a man gave me a small nod. He looked about 40. Sharp business casual attire, gold-rimmed glasses, a calm and scholarly air. 2 steaming cups of coffee sat in front of him. I walked over, pulled out the chair, and sat down without hesitation. Student Yang Han. It's been a while. He smiled, his voice gentle. I didn't respond. Just watched him, waiting for him to continue. Don't be nervous. If I meant you harm, I wouldn't need to meet you alone. I still didn't speak. The steady, unyielding posture actually seemed to add a note of approval to his eyes. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Qi. I'm the manager at Zhang Family Star Energy Company. Zhang Family Star Energy. My heart skipped a beat. It was them. That Star Source talent serum belongs to us. Zhang Qi didn't beat around the bush. I don't know what you're talking about. My face didn't move. Straight denial. Zhang Qi smiled slightly, as if he'd expected exactly that. He pushed his glasses up his nose, unhurried. Student Yang Han, our company hasn't been around long, but we do have some skill at tracking people down. We discovered that a few days ago, someone searched 3 specific keywords together at the electronic library: Demon Thief Sect, Star Source Talent Serum, and Zhang Family Star Energy. My breath caught. So that was where I'd slipped up, the library. In an era this connected, any search on a public network left tracks. I'd been careless. I originally assumed it was just a lucky student who stumbled across the item and got curious. Zhang Qi observed me calmly through his lenses. But I didn't expect you'd not only take the item, you'd also dispose of the two pursuers the demon thief sect sent. One ninth-layer mortal shedding, and one meridian opening expert with 5 open star veins. His tone was flat, but the information behind it hit me like a wave. He didn't just know I'd taken the serum. He knew every detail of the kill in the wilds. As for the 2 bodies at the outskirt ruins, Zhang Qi lifted his coffee and took a sip. No need to worry. I've already sent people to clean it up. Even that staff you tossed into the pit, completely dust. Guaranteed no one will ever find a trace. A chill crawled up my spine. This person's reach was beyond what I'd imagined. Not only could he pinpoint me, he could also silently erase everything after the fact. If you have business with me, please just say it. I finally spoke. If he'd cleaned up traces I might have left behind, then he really didn't mean harm. Everything up to now was just a display of power. To make a friend. Zhang Qi set down his cup and leaned slightly forward. Behind those lenses was the calculating gaze of a businessman. That serum's worth 2 million. To a student, it's a fortune. To Zhang family, it's nothing. Losing it is losing it. Then why are you? What we actually care about is that the serum doesn't fall into the buyer's hands. Zhang Qi cut me off, cutting straight to the point. The buyer? I thought back to that night. Tao San of the Demon Thief sect was the seller. Bald Guy was the buyer. And there was a bigger force behind Bald Guy. Zhang Qi watched me processing and nodded, satisfied. You catch on quickly. This serum was developed by one of our company's genius researchers. Because it had a clear instability flaw, it never went to market. Then an internal trader teamed up with the Demon Thief sect and stole a vial. If our buyer had gotten hold of it, they might have solved the flaw before us and released it first, a massive loss for our company. He paused. So it's better you took it than them. You're just a student trying to get stronger, not an enemy planning to use it against us. It sounded reasonable. I relaxed a bit. So, is the serum still with you, or did you drink it? He got to the real question. Drank it. I didn't hide it. Oh, his eyes lit up. Any mutation? Yes. Benign mutation. But my talent is low, so the boost was minimal. Vanished after 24 hours. Everything was on record. I couldn't hide it, so I gave him the truth. So it really does still mutate. Zhang Qi murmured, nodded after a long moment, and let it drop. Little brother Yang Han, I've looked into you. Dual talent, low talent is far too modest. Defeating a meridian opening cultivator at your stage is genuinely astonishing. I like you. Then he pulled out a black metal business card and an elegant little box, sliding them across the table. The card had only a name and a contact number. That's my private number. If you run into trouble in Northwest Base City, especially anything martial arts related, you can reach me. As for the little gift, consider it an investment from Zhang family. No strings attached. Just being friendly. His smile was warm, carrying the easy grace of a mature man. The kind that could disarm anyone. I looked at the card without immediately reaching for it. I have one more question. Please. The Demon Thief sect. What kind of organization is it? The smile faded from Zhang Qi's face. His eyes went cold. An organization of martial artists with low talent and limited achievements. They lurk in the trading hubs and the wilds. Each of them specializes in assassination and stealth, making a living killing for hire or thieving. This time, they took a job from one of our competitors and stole the serum. He leaned back on the sofa, hands folded, and shifted to a warning tone. When I say low talent and limited achievement, that's relative to me. I have high hopes for you, but the Demon Thief sect is still too strong for who you are right now. That said, I've already cleaned up the scene. They'll have a hard time tracking you in the short term, and honestly, they might not even bother. A dead body in the wilds is nothing unusual. After a few more compliments and a promise to keep my secret, Zhang Qi stood up and left. I looked at the card and the elegant little box on the table. I pocketed the card, held the box in my hand. Not big. What is it? Click. I opened it. Nestled in pitch-black velvet was a ring. A storage ring. I nearly gasped out loud. The past few times in the wilds, I'd thought I was being careful enough. But someone had seen through me easily. The problem was the black iron staff I had to carry everywhere. With a storage ring, everything would change. Click. I closed the box, pocketed both card and ring, and stood up. It was late. If Dad woke up in the middle of the night and found me gone, he'd tear the world apart looking for me. Not far from the cafe, two figures quietly watched me leave. Chi-Ji, you're really letting him off that easy? It was a woman standing beside Zhang Qi. When we're not at home, call me manager. Zhang Qi frowned and scolded her, then continued in a leisurely tone. So what did you have in mind? Pulling strings to check the alliance's internal login IP was already crossing a line. You want to kill him too? No, no, I wouldn't dare, the woman denied hurriedly. I just think, not going after him for drinking our serum should be enough. Why the expensive gift on top? Is it worth it? What do you know? Zhang Qi snapped again. If I remember right, today is only day 5 since his awakening. When you were in high school, could you have taken down a meridian opening cultivator with 5 open star veins? What? The woman exclaimed. He's that strong. Zhang Qi almost laughed in exasperation. Zhang Lin. Oh, Zhang Lin. This is information you dug up yourself, and you didn't even bother reading it? All you noticed was that he's a high schooler? Might as well donate those eyes if you're not using them. Keep this up and don't blame me, as your older brother, for reporting you to the clan head and stripping you of your position. He turned and lifted off into the air, flying straight up and away, leaving behind a very confused Zhang Lin. Am I really that dumb? Well, maybe a little. But I can fight, so who cares about all that thinking? She shook her head and gave up on the whole thing. That was for the smart people to worry about. Then she took to the air after him. Chi-Ji. Manager. Wait up. Meanwhile, I was walking home. The midnight wind blew cold, cooling me completely. Zhang Qi. Zhang family star energy. This man and his company were like an invisible net that had effortlessly wrapped around every single one of my secrets. Intimidate first, then dangle sweetness. They were telling me, what we give, we can also take away. Power. In the end, it always came back to power. I clenched my fist. I didn't like being controlled. Only by being strong enough could I truly hold my own fate in my hands. Back home, I didn't disturb Dad. I washed up, went to my room, and pulled the storage ring out to study it carefully. The design was plain, like it had been carved directly from a rock, retaining a rough, natural stone texture. I understood the item. I'd seen instructor Qian use one, and I'd been envious as hell. I hadn't expected to have one of my own this soon. Only a few days had passed. Power really was the #1 factor in determining status. I steadied myself, put the ring on, bit my tongue, and dripped a bead of blood onto it. That was the well-known activation method, not a secret. The hard part was getting one. The blood was absorbed quickly, and a strange sense of connection formed instantly. I could see the space inside the ring. 7 or 8 square meters, about the size of my bedroom. I grabbed the book on my nightstand. A flicker of intent, and the book was gone. The next instant, it appeared inside the ring's space. Another thought, and the book was back in my hand. Incredible. With this, operating in the wilds would be countless times easier. Confirming it worked, I placed the 5 vials of mid-grade serum inside, my most precious possessions right now, worth 400,000 yuan. By the time I was done, it was already the early morning of the 11th, sleep. My rest had been solid lately, and proper recovery mattered. 6 sharp, I woke up on the dot, practically automatic by now. Only 2 days left until the final assessment for the Secret Realm slots. I glanced at my status panel and enjoyed my daily dose of watching numbers climb. Strength 6,572, body strength 80%, speed 52, spirit 2. The Demon Thief sect threat was neutralized for now. In these last 2 days, I had to get my body strength to 100%. I washed up, ate, and half an hour later, having called in sick, I was standing on the rooftop holding a brand new white waxwood staff. I flipped my right hand over, and a vial of mid-grade serum appeared in my palm. Twist it open. Tilt my head back. Down it goes. Boom. Energy several times more massive than the low-grade serum poured into my body. It was like sinking into a warm spring. So good. I directed the star source power, dispersed it, condensed it again, wrapping every bone in my body. At the same time, gripping the waxwood staff, I sank my hips, took a solid step, and thrust the tip forward, tearing through the air. A flip of the wrist, the tail of the staff whipped back, waist and abdomen twisting, and the whole staff swept out horizontally. Amid the whirring, staff shadows danced, smoother, more polished than ever. Sometimes bold and sweeping, sometimes light and formless. I realized something. I really enjoyed this feeling, the feeling of growing stronger through pain. It added a hint of savagery to my staff work. Every swing came out like a blow of pure resentment. One vial of serum drained dry, and I immediately grabbed the second. That brief restoration after my stamina bottomed out brought me right back to life. 2 days slipped by. This time I didn't go crazy like before. I kept normal meals and sleep, just diving into training every free moment. What others would call dry, grueling work was pure enjoyment to me. If anyone knew I'd been in agonizing pain the entire time I cultivated, they'd probably shout freak at the top of their lungs. By the time the third intermediate vial was drained bone dry, it was already late night on the 12th. That last sliver of body strength progress finally filled up. 100%. Phew. I let out a long breath. Bone tempering was way harder than skin refinement, and for that final push, I hadn't dared to stop for even a second. After all, tomorrow I was heading into the secret realm. But the money, God, the money hurt. 2 days, another 240,000 yuan gone. My wallet was crying. I closed my eyes and slowly took stock of the changes now that my body was maxed out. First came a sense of completeness, like I'd hit the ceiling of my current stage, far surpassing the mortal shedding ninth layer standard, with no room to inch forward. Well, except for that broken strength stat, which never stopped climbing. Second, my skin, muscle, tendons, and bones had all become incredibly tough. Now I could throw a punch with everything I had, and my body could take it. I didn't rush to check the panel. There was something more important right now. Star Palace. Open the star meridians. I dropped cross-legged where I stood, closed my eyes, and followed the mortal shedding manual's method to find my star palace. Maybe my foundation was just that solid. My consciousness pierced through an invisible barrier almost instantly and arrived in a vast space beyond words. No up or down, no directions, no sun or moon or stars. Just a bottomless, absolute void, sprinkled with pinpricks of light as tiny as dust. The Star Palace. My consciousness drifted there, and all I felt was awe. This wasn't a palace at all. It was a compressed universe. Boom. Next instant, enormous pillars materialized in the void, colored with the deep, endless hues of the cosmos, blotting out the sky, immense beyond measure. That aura of grandeur nearly froze my consciousness in place. A wave of helplessness, the kind that comes from facing something on a completely different order of existence, welled up in me. These pillars were the columns holding up this universe, one end right in front of me, the other stretching into infinite depths. Vast, ancient, unfathomable. This was it, the star meridians of the human race. But the very next second, sheer horror gripped me. From those 360 magnificent pillars, countless pitch-black chains suddenly burst out, wrapping the star meridians in an airtight net in a single blink. Then everything shrank rapidly. In the time it took to blink, those heaven-piercing meridians had dwindled to the thickness of sewing needles. The Star Palace fell into dead, silent darkness. So these were the chains binding the human race's star meridians? I didn't panic. Everything was documented. Opening the first star meridian requires around 1,000 kilograms of force. That's exactly why the Mortal Shedding Manual can only push a person to that ceiling. Right now, open the star meridian, break the chains of limitation. The thought had barely landed when a shattering sound rang out from somewhere deep in my soul. In the pitch-black Star Palace, a soft starlight suddenly flared to life, twinkled, and then blazed. One pillar's black chain snapped clean through. The star meridian, as if it had a mind of its own, tore itself free in an instant, writhing violently. Crack after crack, denser and denser, until the first star meridian finally shook off every last binding and showed its true form. Only, maybe the chains had drained too much of its energy, because it still remained no thicker than a needle. Even so, an indescribable clarity flooded through my consciousness, like I'd forged a whole new, intimate connection with this Star Palace universe, and with the real heaven and earth outside. Through this activated star meridian, I could even directly siphon the most primal star source energy from the depths of the cosmos. A thought stirred, and I tried to control the meridian. An incredibly faint thread of energy flowed along the meridian, pulled by me from the depths of the universe. Uft. The instant that single thread of energy entered my body, my physical body jolted violently in reality, and a stream of blood shot out of my mouth. That energy was a torrent of pure destruction, tearing through my meridians, trying to rip everything to shreds. Horrified, I cut the connection immediately. What a savage force. I was still shaken. So the warnings in the Mortal Shedding Manual really did need to be taken seriously. I'd gotten too excited. But at least this proved it. I now had a direct channel to absorb star source energy from heaven and earth. In a place like the star source secret realm, brimming with pure star source energy, this meridian would be a game changer. Just as I was taking in the changes from my breakthrough, the familiar system prompt finally chimed in. Congratulations to host on officially entering the meridian opening realm. Reward: awakening one new F-rank talent. Please select talent direction. 5. 4. The sudden prompt didn't give me much time to think. 3. Luckily, I'd already thought this through carefully before attempting the breakthrough. Strength? I was already gaining every single second, more than enough. Taking the strength direction for that measly F-rank boost might not even beat one day of my passive growth. Rejected. Speed. Thanks to that potion mutation last time, my speed was already more than double the Mortal Shedding 9th layer standard. Absurd by any measure. And I'd already confirmed potions as a solid path for boosting it. No need to waste a talent slot here. Set aside for now. Body. Downed over a dozen basic vials, 3 intermediate ones, plus all that crazy training. Already 100%. My body wasn't going to buckle under the strength for a while. That left spirit. This attribute was mysterious as hell. Not even the school's main tracks covered it. But I'd experienced its uses firsthand. Whether it was my ridiculous learning speed or my ability to catch a tail in a crowd, none of it happened without it. It was a higher dimensional attribute. I choose Spirit type. I didn't hesitate. New talent has been generated. Panel updating. Detected that hosts' multiple talents have formed a special beneficial cycle, matching a perpetual motion structure. Please name this structure. Perpetual motion? I paused for a moment. That must be referring to minor recovery, life force output, and pain compensation. This combination had actually gotten the system's stamp of approval? Name it, huh? I thought for a moment, and an ancient film flashed into my mind. A story where the protagonist grew through nothing but suffering, life force impossibly stubborn, killed by the villain over and over and never staying dead, until in the end he used strength far beyond any normal person to free himself and everyone around him. That fit my talent set perfectly. Fist of Fury. Naming successful. Panel updated. With a thought, the brand new attributes unfolded before me. Strength 8,238. Body, refined iron physique. Speed 52. Spirit 2. Perpetual motion. Fist of Fury. F rank. 3-star. As stamina depletes, recovery accelerates, pain intensifies, and passively gains 0.01 kilograms of strength per second. Talent. Astral Wander. F rank. Active use, minor spirit boost, lasts 30 minutes, 24-hour cooldown. Combat technique, Fury Demon Staff, mortal grade, grand completion. My eyes went straight to the new talent, Astral Wander. Sounded fancy, but really it was just a minor spirit boost for 30 minutes. Still, I wasn't disappointed. How strong could an F rank ever be? No negative effects was already a win. The real question was whether it could form another perpetual motion setup after future breakthroughs. Then I looked at strength. 8,238. What used to say body strength now just said body, and ordinary flesh 100% had become refined iron physique. Sounded incredibly strong just from the name. I'd been so caught up in picking my talent that I hadn't noticed, but now that I focused, I could feel the power radiating from my body. I slowly clenched my fist, and a rock-solid sense of control swept through every inch of me. Every scrap of flesh and bone gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen, and the density and toughness had climbed to a whole new level. With this refined iron physique, I was absolutely certain I could unleash all 8 tons of raw force without worrying about my body falling apart. I also noticed the F-rank 3-star tag next to perpetual motion. I guess the 3 stars came from the 3 combined talents. So did that mean there could be 4-star, 5-star, or even higher? I pushed down my excitement and turned my attention to the new combat technique entry. So the Fury Demon Staff was a mortal grade combat technique. What mortal grade actually meant, though, the school curriculum had never mentioned it, and I had no clue. As for grand completion, that must be my mastery level. No wonder Dad had made me practice Fury Demon Staff since I was a kid. So it really wasn't some flashy fitness routine. It was just that before high school, I'd only learned the surface level basics. This was the real killer technique. Maybe Dad knew something. It was time I had a serious talk with him. I genuinely stepped through the cultivation gate now. I couldn't keep stumbling around in the dark. He'd come off a battlefield. He had to know something. I'd never wanted to understand cultivation as badly as I did right now. Part of me wanted to shake him out of bed and talk through the whole night. Then I thought better of it. There'd be plenty of time later. Tomorrow I was heading into the secret realm. Maybe I'd take another step forward there. Lying in bed, I felt a little dazed. 7 days. 7 days. And I'd gone from an ordinary person to a monster wielding over 8,000 kilograms of raw force. Even in this era, when martial artists could soar through the sky and vanish into the earth, that was jaw-dropping. Thinking about it, I drifted off to sleep. In my dream, I was in the little plaza downstairs from my apartment. A beautiful woman stood there, holding a kite, looking at me. "On, come over here. Mommy will teach you how to fly a kite." She waved with one hand while holding the string with the other. Okay, I want to fly a kite too. But the very next second, the kite in the sky caught the wind and swelled, growing enormous within a few breaths, until it blocked out the sky. The flat paper suddenly bulged outward, becoming more and more real. I was seized by terror, instinct screaming danger. "Mom, run." But it didn't give her a chance to react. A massive claw shot straight down at her. "No," I screamed. Then a strange doubt hit me. Where did that kite even come from? Hadn't Mom died years ago? Wait, this is a dream. The little version of me shed his childish look in an instant, replaced by confusion and suspicion. Am I dreaming again? The next second, time twisted into a whirlpool and sucked me in. Back in bed, my eyes snapped open. I stretched out my hands, and reality slowly seeped back in. I just woke up inside a dream? What a bizarre feeling. I'd never experienced anything like it. Before, I'd always been startled awake by the dream itself. This time, I'd woken up on my own. I glanced at the Spirit, too, on my panel. Was this because of that? Fully high school martial arts training hall. The entire senior martial arts class stood in tidy rows. Principal Gao Hua, usually about as easy to spot as a unicorn, was up on the main platform with his beer belly out front, flanked by the homeroom teachers of each class. Today was assessment day for the first week of the training camp, and the results decided who got one of the precious spots into the Star Source secret realm. I stood in the crowd in a brand new white training uniform, expression calm. Since breaking into the Meridian opening realm, I could constantly sense a faint trickle of Star Source energy in the air, but I hadn't dared inhale any of it. If I hadn't cut off the Meridian in time last night, I might have been seriously injured. Quiet. Qian Ming's booming voice rolled through the hall. The test is simple. It checks your progress this week. Strength and speed, tested according to your major discipline. Now we start with the A-rank talents. Everyone's eyes locked on the 4 figures at the very front. Chen Chu stepped up first, walked to the strength testing machine, and dropped into a wide stance. HAA. With one explosive shout, muscles bulged all over him, veins popping out along both arms, and his fist slammed into the machine. Strength, 401 kilograms. The crowd let out a wave of gasps. Mortal shedding 3rd layer. Going from under 200 to over 400 in a single week. No wonder they called it A-rank. Chen Chu scratched his head, looking pretty satisfied, and stepped down grinning. He was next. He wasn't as beefy as Chen Chu, more evenly built, bronze-skinned, and healthy-looking. He set his stance, drew a breath, and his fist rocketed forward like a bullet. Boom. Strength, 435. The crowd stirred again. Some murmured that Qin He's talent was a strength multiplier, a direct additive boost, not a temporary burst. No wonder the number was so high. After that, Zhang Lan hit 395 and Fang Gu hit 398. All the A-rank scores landed in a similar range, sitting solidly between peak mortal shedding 2nd layer and the 3rd layer threshold, drawing envious sighs from the crowd. On the crimson track over on the other side, speed tests were running in parallel, and someone had even hit peak second layer speed, adding some real suspense to the fight for the top three. But I only glanced over once and stopped paying attention. Kid stuff, honestly. I'd originally signed up for the body strengthening track, but since I was the only person in the entire school who'd picked it, I just got tossed into the strength testing group. Once all the A ranks had gone, Qianming nodded. I can tell you didn't slack off. Not bad. Next up, everyone assumed it'd be the B ranks going in order, but Qianming suddenly called my name. Class 6 Yang Han. The entire hall went still. Countless pairs of eyes zeroed in on me. First shock, then understanding. Right? Dual talent. Going first made sense. This was the guy who'd hit 640 on his very first strength test. Even I was a little surprised. I'd figured I'd be tested last again. But whatever. The sooner it was done, the better. I strode out of the line, walked up to the testing machine, and rolled my wrist. Qianming's eyes were bright with anticipation. Up on the platform, Principal Gao Hua stroked his upturned mustache and adjusted his glasses, trying to get a better look. Homeroom teacher Su Jiang had his eyes wide open, staring at me like his life depended on not blinking during whatever came next. Everyone knew I was going to blow the roof off again. The only question was, by how much? I stepped my right foot back half a pace and lowered my center. How much force should I actually put into this? Too much, and I might blow the machine apart. Too little wouldn't work either. Last time I already hit 640, so my starting point was ridiculous. I made up my mind quickly, just a modest show. Then I set my stance like I was going all out and drove my fist forward. Boom. The instant my fist made contact with the target pad, a dull, cracking roar rolled out, and the pad even dented slightly inward. The entire training hall went dead silent. Every pair of eyes locked on the screen, waiting for that inevitable, mind-blowing number. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3. A blazing red digit that damn near popped everyone's eyeballs flashed into view. Strength, 1,000 kilograms. Not a sound. You could have heard a pin drop. Up on the platform, Principal Gao Hua's hand jerked, his glasses clattering to the floor, and he didn't even notice. Every homeroom teacher stood up as one, craning their necks like they were trying to burn that number into their retinas. Qianming's hands were trembling faintly, his eyes filled with nothing but wild disbelief and burning excitement. Holy shit. Someone breathed out those two words in a barely audible whisper, and it lit the whole hall on fire. 1,000 kilograms. Am I seeing things? That's the cap of the mortal shedding realm. That's a dual talent. You sure it's not SSS rank? What kind of intergalactic joke is this? Monster. This dude's a straight-up monster. Chen Chu's jaw was practically on the floor. Then he burst into wild, ecstatic laughter. Who still wants to say my brother's not the real deal? 1,000 kilograms in a single punch. I dare you to tell me you're not scared. I pulled my fist back, expression unchanged, gave the dumbstruck recorder a nod, and stepped down. Wherever I walked, the crowd instinctively parted, as if there were an invisible wall clearing a vacuum-sealed path just for me. The testing continued, but no one had their head in it anymore. However well the students behind me did, next to that blinding 1,000, it all faded into nothing. Just as I was standing there bored, waiting for everyone to finish so we could head into the secret realm, Qianming handed off the proceedings to another teacher and strode straight over to me. Yang Han, come with me. His voice was shaking a little with excitement. I followed him to his office. Sit. He worked to steady himself and gestured for me to sit down, mouth opening and closing like he had 100 questions but couldn't decide which one was appropriate. After a good long moment of squirming, he finally squeezed out, Yang Han, have you thought about which Marshall University you want to attend? I'd been expecting questions about my strength growth or my talents, and had my responses already lined up. This one caught me off guard. I haven't really decided. My original goal was Northwestern Border Marshall U. Do you have a recommendation, coach? Of course. Qianming smiled. On that nearly 2-meter-tall rough-cut face of his, he forced out what he probably thought was a kindly grin. Ever since the first test, I've been thinking, maybe you should consider Jindong Marshall University. It's the strongest Marshall University below Jinxing Holy City, miles ahead of our Northwestern Border Marshall U. I cut right to the chase. So this test has changed your mind, coach? Exactly. Qianming nodded emphatically. Talking to smart kids is refreshing. Not like Chen Shu. Good foundation, but stubborn as a mule. Coach, isn't Chen Shu doing pretty well? He pushed to mortal shedding third layer today. That's fast progress. Unlike me, who'd been skipping school half the time, Chen Shu and the others had been training right under Qianming's nose the entire week. He is doing well. Qianming nodded. Unique talent. If not for the obvious side effects, he'd be top tier even among S ranks. Just a little slow on the uptake. I couldn't agree more. Ever since we were kids, it was like all of Chen Shu's nutrition had gone into his body. He'd shot up over 2 meters tall, but his brain was always half a beat behind, and he was obsessed with lifting, which made his physique look like an inverted spike. Coach, just how strong is an S-rank talent, really? My curiosity was piqued. Very strong, Qianming said, his eyes settling back on me. You've studied the Mortal Shedding Manual, so you know that before the Meridian Opening realm, the human body's strength ceiling is 1,000 kilograms. According to Holy City records, only S-rank talent and above has any real chance of breaking that ceiling. I clenched my fist, feeling the force inside me that was already miles past that number. Wait, coach. I've heard there's a B-rank talent called Power Strike that can burst out force way beyond your baseline. If you push to the limit first and then use the talent, doesn't that break through? That's different. Qianming shook his head. First of all, martial exams only measure base data. Burst-type talents aren't allowed. And even if they were, how long can that kind of burst last? When I say breaking the limit, I mean baseline strength, truly crossing the 1,000 kilogram threshold. Below S rank, that's basically impossible. Basically, I caught the wiggle room in his phrasing. Right? Extremely rare, but there have been exceptions. And I never expected. Our own class actually has one. Our class. I was a little surprised. A few A-rank names flashed through my head. Qin He. Correct. Qianming's smile deepened. His talent has the potential to break the strength limit. Barring surprises, one of the top 3 spots today has his name on it. Something clicked in my mind. Breaking the limit, that referred to base strength. So what did that make me? My thoughts spun rapidly, and in an instant I saw the crux of it clearly. Life Force output was essentially a burst-type talent that boosted strength before stamina ran out. But because I had minor recovery and pain compensation, my stamina drain and recovery had somehow reached an uncanny balance. That burst force, which should have been fleeting, had been dragged out into a permanent state by me. As long as my stamina held, my strength could just keep stacking. And come to think of it, the pain compensation the system had given me was pretty extraordinary too. Yeah, the side effects were brutal, but once you adapted, it was incredibly powerful. It gave me insane efficiency. Otherwise, with nothing but F-rank talents, my body would never have progressed this fast. Coach, is talent really that important? Absolutely, Qianming said, his tone turning serious. Once you enter the Meridian Opening realm, you'll see. Your talent hard caps how many star meridians you can open. At the Meridian Opening step, low-rank talents get left completely in the dust. Of course, he paused. Your dual talent situation is an exception. Now I had a better grasp of how much talent mattered. I just didn't know how many meridians for F rank stacked together could open. Anyway, I'm getting off track. Qianming tapped the desk. What I wanted to talk to you about is the Marshall University question. Where were we? You said you'd had a new idea, I reminded him. Right? I didn't think you'd hit the strength ceiling today, kid. At this rate, you've already surpassed the vast majority of S-rank talents. And I'm guessing you've dumped a mountain of resources into it too. I nodded, not denying it. And if I remember correctly, you majored in body strengthening, right? Yes, coach. I was the only one in the whole school who'd picked it. No hiding that. Last time I watched you train, you were already at the bone-tempering stage. His eyes were burning brighter and brighter now. That kind of pace is insane. At this rate, you have a real shot at maxing out all 3 tracks before the martial exam, then picking up a combat art on the side. Even if you can't break the strength limit, you have a shot at Jinxing Martial University. His excitement was climbing with every word, fingers rapping the desk again and again. Jinxing Martial University? You mean the one in the Holy City? Yes. Qianming looked out the window, a hint of longing in his eyes. Located in one of the human race's 7 holy cities, Jinxing Holy City. That's where the geniuses of our race actually belong. It's the cradle of the people who hold up the whole race. Just how strong is it? Curiosity got the better of me. I don't know. Qian Ming brought his gaze back to me, looking me straight in the eye. All I know is that even the Yu family, the ruling clan of Jinqing Holy City, all their direct descendants graduate from Jinqing Martial Yu. The pillars, the titans on the front lines who anchor entire regions, most of them came from there too. Those are the real guardians of the human race. Not like Border Martial Yu, whose graduates mostly just mop up small fry beasts on the outer edges of the war. He said all of that in one breath, and every word carried reverence. I listened quietly. The place where Yu family heirs studied. The cradle of the race's true powerhouses. Guardians of the front lines. Every phrase weighed 100 times more in my ears than the empty title of top of the school. If I wanted revenge for my mother, that was the kind of place I needed to be. All these years, I hadn't hated any single beast. I'd hated all of them. I slowly let out a breath and lifted my head. Coach, I'll get into Jinqing Martial University. In my eyes, there was nothing left but a pure, burning hunger for power. Good. Qian Ming's massive hand slammed down on my shoulder. If you're willing to fight for it, there's a chance. The school's going to back you all the way. I'll apply to the principal for a scholarship. Fully High School desperately needs a genius who can shake the world. Thank you, coach. I'll give it everything I have. Now that I knew a place like Jinqing Martial Yu existed, of course I was going for it. I'd already locked in first place in the school today, and the piddly reward for the top 3 didn't excite me much anymore. But those 4 words, Jinqing Martial University, had suddenly pulled my horizon back into a place that was distant and much, much higher. By the time I stepped out of the office, the testing was nearly done. No surprises. I was first, with Chen Chu and Qin He taking second and third. As for the 3 basic serum vials for the top 10, those were basically a nice-to-have to me at this point. I can tell everyone put in real effort this first week. No slacking. I'm satisfied with that, Qian Ming announced once rankings were up, standing in front of the crowd. But some of you still didn't push hard enough. This top 10 isn't necessarily the most talented, but they are the hardest workers. If you want to make it into a martial university, every single second of these 30 days needs to be treasured. His voice was loud enough to make ears ring. Yes, sir. At this stage, nobody was going to give up. Yang Han, Chen Chu, Qin He, you 3, come with me. Everyone else, continue training as usual. The 3 of us stepped out of line and followed Qian Ming out of the training hall, joined by the principal and by Mai and Qin He's homeroom teachers. The group headed straight for the main building. On the way, Chen Chu elbowed me. You know where the Star Source secret realm actually is? Nope. Just follow along. I'm so hyped. He pumped his fists, face full of excitement. When I come out, am I going to jump straight into the sky-soaring realm? I rolled my eyes and was about to give him a piece of my mind, but Qin He, behind us, beat me to it. The Star Source secret realm is just pure Star Source energy. It's not as magical as you 2 are making it out to be. Chen Chu and I turned in unison, slowed down in perfect sync, and sandwiched Qin He between us. Qin He, care to elaborate? I was genuinely curious. Qin He seemed a little uncomfortable with our sudden enthusiasm and shifted awkwardly, but he explained anyway. At the half-realm of mortal shedding, you can't actively absorb the Star Source energy floating around out there. You know that, right? We both nodded eagerly, drinking in every word. Pleased, he continued. So what the secret realm does is use a special formation to pump the free-floating Star Source energy directly into your body, saving you tons of resources and time. How much you can hold depends on you. His gaze slid over to Chen Chu. Someone your size has an advantage. You can hold more. I see. I was already thinking hard. So everyone else passively took in energy, but I could actively pull it in. That gap was massive. Huh. Then I'm not holding back. Maybe I can catch up to Yang Han when we come out. Chen Chu roared. Qin He glanced at me too, curiosity in his eyes. Is a dual talent really that strong? He was normally proud and confident, but after getting knocked down by me over and over, he'd stopped even trying to chase me. The question caught me off guard. Say yes, and I'd hurt his pride. Tell him I was actually running for F ranks? That might not fly either. He might just take it as bragging. Just as I was scrambling for an answer, Qian Ming called out ahead. We're here. I quietly let out a relieved breath. I was way too kind for my own good. Qian Ming pointed up at the main building. The Star Source Secret Realm is up on the top floor. Each activation burns through massive resources, so you have to make the most of this opportunity. Understood. Understood. One more thing. His tone hardened. Once your body is saturated with Star Source energy, don't just stand there like an idiot. Immediately practice your body tempering technique to burn it off. Then keep absorbing. Cram in as much Star Source energy as you can in that 1 hour. We nodded again. All right, I'm not going up with you. The principal will take you. You've only got 1 hour. Use it well. Then he turned and murmured a few words to the principal. After that, Principal Gao Hua walked over, beer belly out proudly, twirling his upturned mustache, expression benevolent. Children, come with me. The elevator climbed all the way up and stopped at the top floor. Ding! The doors opened, and Precision Instruments came into view. Cool blue screens, thick alloy doors, everything screaming high-tech. Gao Hua walked to the main door and pressed his palm on a red scanner to the left. Beep. Identity verified. Principal Gao Hua of Fuli High School, welcome. Rumble. The heavy alloy door slowly slid open. Beyond it, there seemed to be a shifting curtain of light, blurring whatever was inside. Gao Hua turned around and looked at us, and the good-natured expression on his face suddenly went solemn. Go in, kids. You have 1 hour. I hope you gain something from this. The future of Fuli High School, the future of the human race, rests on your shoulders. We nodded gravely and walked through the doorway. Behind us, the alloy door boomed shut. This is the secret realm? Doesn't feel like anything. Chin Chu's booming voice broke out first as he looked around, sensing nothing unusual. He stayed calm, apparently used to it. Only I. Inside me, a storm was raging. Holy hell, so much Star Source energy. Through my star meridian, I could clearly feel it. The whole room was drenched in incredibly pure Star Source energy. Not the wild, chaotic kind floating around outside, but something as gentle and refined as one of my serum vials. The whole room lit up with a faint glow, as if some enormous formation was starting up. The principal's voice came through. Kids, the array is about to activate. The Star Source energy will be pumped into you. Get ready. Here it comes. The three of us braced. The light in the room flared, and 3 brilliant beams of light descended from above, precisely enveloping each of us. The next moment, an incredibly pure current of Star Source energy forced its way through every pore of my body, turning into billions of tiny star points spread across every inch of me, settling down, waiting to be tapped. A strange silence fell over the room. Not long after, I felt a sense of fullness, every corner of my body packed and unable to take any more. According to Qian Ming, this was the moment to start body tempering, burn through it, and make room for more. But my eyes were shining, really, unervingly bright. I did not start body tempering. Instead, I dropped straight into a cross-legged position and sank my consciousness into my inner star palace. That dormant star meridian was already restless with the feast waiting outside. Carefully, I coaxed it. That scene from my first attempt, where I'd spit up a mouthful of blood, was still vivid. The first thread of Star Source energy flowed slowly along the meridian and into the star palace. No discomfort. None at all. I stopped hesitating and threw the meridian into full throttle. The star meridian became a bottomless whirlpool, a greedy pump, madly siphoning the Star Source energy from the room straight into my body. Before long, I heard grunts and dull impacts nearby. Chen Chu or Qin, he had started body tempering. I ignored them. Chen Chu was the last to hit saturation. When he opened his eyes and saw me sitting cross-legged, he almost said something to snap me out of it, then thought better of it. Yang Han must have his reasons for doing this. Without further distraction, he threw himself back into his arm-like Vajra body tempering technique. Time passed. When the beams of light in the room finally began to fade, the alloy door slowly opened again. The three of us walked out of the secret realm, all with excited grins on our faces. Kids, go back and train hard. Digest that Star Source energy inside you as fast as possible. Gao Hua smiled and sent us off with reminders as we boarded the elevator down. Then his smile softened into satisfaction. One class after another. This batch has some good seeds. Hopefully they can help win back the glory of our race soon. Still musing, he walked over to the control console. After every activation of the secret realm, he had to log the energy consumed and schedule a refill, prepping for the next round of martial exam sprints. Let me see how much star source energy we used this time. Gaohua glanced down at the data. Consumption this session, 93%. The smile on Gaohua's face froze on the spot. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, still 93%. What the hell? A thought forced itself into his mind before he could stop it. The star source secret realm, is it leaking? Top floor of the main building. In front of the control console, Gaohua stared, unblinking, at that glaring 93% on the screen, his mustache trembling from sheer shock. The energy reserves of the Star Source secret realm were meant to fuel the top senior martial track students right before the martial exam. A normal top-tier training session, 20-something students, maxed out at about 80% consumption. 93%. What in the world had just happened? He forced down the churning in his chest and made himself calm down. It had to be a leak. No way 3 kids alone had burned through that. He stroked his mustache and dialed an encrypted comm. Hey, old Zhang. It's me, Gaohua. Rush the secret realm energy refill. Yes, rush it. ASAP. The reason? I think the goddamn thing is leaking. He hung up and stared at the empty entrance of the secret realm, wincing. How much money was this going to cost to refill? Inside the training hall, the atmosphere was buzzing. By the time the 3 of us rejoined the group, it was already afternoon. Everyone stopped mid-motion and stared at us with envy, whispering, "Quiet." Qianming barked, cutting through the noise. His eyes swept across every face like lightning. Starting today, we begin week 2 of the training plan. The 4 core subjects of the martial track: strength, speed, body, and combat. The first 3 are your foundation, your raw stats. But the last one decides how much of that raw power you can actually bring to bear. From now on, in addition to your regular training, every single day you carve out extra time to study combat techniques. The words had barely left his mouth when a wall on one side of the training hall slowly slid open, revealing a massive weapons rack. Blades, spears, swords, staves, axes, hammers, every kind of standard weapon glinting coldly under the lights. Here we have basic saber, sword, spear, and staff techniques, all required subjects on the martial exam. Pick according to your preferences and strengths. Qianming's voice went grave. Remember, don't get greedy. Once you pick one, you drill it to the extreme in 3 weeks. The students swarmed the weapons rack. He walked straight to the saber rack without hesitation, pulling out a standard long blade. He gave it a casual twirl, and the blade sang softly through the air, smooth as flowing water, drawing a round of cheers. Confidence was back on his face, strength and speed. He might trail me for now, but the saber? He had over a decade of foundation behind it. Chen Chu grabbed a pair of knuckle gloves, threw a couple of jabs into empty air, and grinned like an idiot. Now this is my style. My eyes went to the staff rack. I walked over and picked up a wooden staff. It was cool to the touch and felt even better in my hand than the white wax staff we had at home. Once everyone had chosen, Qianming went through demonstrations one by one. Swordplay stressed finesse. Spear work was wide and sweeping. Saber technique emphasized momentum. Being able to command the fundamentals of that many weapons, Qianming was clearly no ordinary man. After the demonstrations, we moved into free practice. I ran my eyes across the basic staff forms and my brow twitched. That's it. Far less complex than my family's Fury Demon staff. That was my honest reaction, but I still practiced patiently, move by move. It's just that my pace was ridiculous, things others had to repeat over and over to get right. I picked up on a single glance and executed like I'd been doing them for months. On top of that, I subtly wove in some of the force application tricks from Fury Demon staff. What should have been an unremarkable basic set turned into something else entirely in my hands. Every strike carried a sharpness and dominance that was hard to put into words. Qianming, watching from a distance, saw the blur of my staff and his pupils shrank. 1 hour. This kid had drilled the basic staff into that level in a single hour? He'd thought I merely had a shot at Jinxing Martial Yu. Now looking at this, no, not just a shot. An hour later, stop, everyone. Qianming clapped his hands. You've drilled long enough. Time to test the results. He pointed to a row of alloy doors on the opposite wall. Martial combat rooms. Every one of them has a training bot that's mastered every basic technique. Rules are simple. Go in and beat it. The students' excitement lit up in an instant. I'll go first. A guy who'd chosen the longsword walked in confidently. Clang. The alloy door closed behind him. The screen outside lit up, and everyone crowded around. Inside, the bot gave a small bow, and a longsword materialized in its mechanical hand. The student rushed in with a straight thrust, but the bot slipped aside and countered with a thrust of its own. Clang. The two blades met, and the student staggered back 5 paces. The bot pressed the attack. Horizontal slashes, vertical cleaves, no mercy. In under 10 seconds, bam, the student was sent flying out backward. Challenge failed. The bot is that strong? Someone muttered. Strong. Qian Ming stepped forward. The bot stats are set exactly the same as yours. Same force clashes, 5 paces knocked back. That's who you are right now. All that raw power, and you can't get it out. Anyone else? Silence. I'll go. Qin He stepped forward, saber in hand, and walked straight into the combat room. The door closed, the screen lit up. The bot, built to match his frame, struck first. Clang. And Qin He caught the blow cleanly, then counterattacked. He was completely different from the last guy. His saber was steady, precise, brutal, every strike with clear structure, every block deflecting force instead of trying to muscle through it. The bot was no slouch either, meeting him move for move, saber pressing hard. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of steel didn't stop. Outside the door, the students watched with their mouths hanging open. Qin He's this good? He's only had an hour, and he can trade blows with a bot. I leaned against the wall, eyes narrowing slightly. His saber really was solid, real foundation. On screen, Qin He got smoother the longer he fought. 10 minutes in, he caught an opening, let out a shout, and knocked the bot's saber flying with a wickedly clever angle. Challenge succeeded. The door opened. Qin He walked out breathing hard, forehead slick with sweat, but his face brimming with pride he couldn't hide. He'd done it. Almost instinctively, he looked over at me, a spark of challenge and expectation in his eyes. I did it. Can you? Every eye in the hall swung to me right along with him. They were only wondering how long it would take me to beat the bot. Not a single person was even considering whether I could. Under the weight of all those expectant stares, I picked up my staff, expression calm, and walked into the combat room. How long you think Yang Han needs? Hard to say. Staff work leans more on strength than Saber does, and his strength is monstrous. Should be quick. I'm calling 3 minutes. I'm calling 1. Chen Chu bellowed at the top of his lungs. While they were still debating, the fight on the screen had already begun. The bot moved, opening with a standard basic staff form, a wide horizontal sweep aimed at my waist, air howling in its wake. Heavy, powerful, textbook perfect. But I only shifted back half a pace, and the staff in my hand shot forward like a striking viper, later in motion, first to arrive. Thwack! The first strike landed clean on the joint of the bot's wrist. The force that could have leveled a small building was instantly drained away, and the bot's entire body stalled mid-swing. Before it could react, my wrist flicked, and my staff slid up along its arm. Bang! The second strike, the tip of the staff crashed into its chest. That alloy chest plate, built to shrug off bullets, gave off a dull, teeth-gritting thud, and the bot's motion faltered, opening a gap. I stepped in immediately, staff feeling weightless in my grip, and flicked lightly upward. Clang! On the third strike, the alloy staff was knocked clean out of the robot's grip, tracing a perfect arc through the air before crashing to the floor. The whole sequence was smooth as silk, fast beyond belief. 3 seconds, start to finish. On the screen, I stood there with my staff pulled back, while the robot froze in place. Challenge complete. The entire training hall went dead silent. Every single person stared with wide eyes and gaping mouths, like they were looking at some kind of impossible monster. Even Chen Chu, who never stopped running his mouth, had forgotten how to shout. He just stared blankly at the screen. 1 minute? Try 3 damn seconds. 3 strikes. The door opened. I walked out, and seeing everyone's ghost-struck expressions, I scratched my head, a little confused. This robot, isn't it kind of fragile? Silence. That single line hit everyone like a sledgehammer straight to the chest. The pride on Sheenhee's face drained away in an instant. Then he laughed, a bitter laugh, but with a hint of relief. He shook his head, walked up to me, and clapped my shoulder hard. You're a monster. Then he turned around, walked off to the side, picked up his blade, and buried himself in practice. But that fire in him, that need to prove he could match me, was gone. There's no competing with a monster. Holy crap. Young Han, are you even human? 3 strikes. Am I seeing this right? That's supposed to be basic staff technique. That's straight-up killing technique. After the silence broke, an absolute uproar exploded through the hall. Qian Ming stood rooted in place, brain short-circuiting, mouth half open, eyes glazed over. Only one thought kept ringing through his head. He had to lock down that scholarship immediately. Their school was about to produce a student for Jinxing Martial University. Training over, I put in for an extended leave. The school's pace was already too slow for me. With 3 weeks left, I decided to prep for the exam on my own. On the way home, Chen Chu and I chatted on and off about the future at Martial University, while I mulled over my next training plan. I didn't stop thinking until I pushed open the door of my house. You're back. As soon as I stepped inside, I heard Dad's familiar voice from the kitchen. Go wash up. I made all your favorites today. A warm feeling rose up in my chest. If things could just stay like this, it wouldn't be so bad. Have Dad around. Go to college right here in the Northwest Bay City. Come home to see him on weekends. But then I shook my head. The image of that woman drifted into my mind. In a world overrun by beast kind, if I were just an ordinary person, fine. But now that I had real strength, of course I had to get revenge. Got it, I answered cheerfully, changed my clothes, and went to help Dad. This time, he didn't stop me from coming into the kitchen. At the dinner table, Dad did something rare. He pulled out a bottle of liquor, poured himself a glass, thought about it for a second, then poured me one too. I felt a flicker of confusion. Dad was acting strange today. Come on, drink with your old man. I finally managed to hold out until you turned 18. No more staying off the bottle for me. All right, cheers. Father and son downed our glasses in one shot. One glass in, and maybe because he hadn't touched a drop in years, Dad's eyes went red from the burn. Xiaohan, he said, calling my name again. He was staring right at me, and it made me a little uncomfortable. What's up, Dad? Had too much. Nonsense. He waved a hand. Back in the army, your old man could drink 1,000 cups and stay standing. It's just. His voice trailed off, and his head dipped down slightly. It's just. I miss your mother. I fell silent. As if I didn't. All these years, on countless nights, that gentle gaze of hers would show up in my dreams. Dad, I didn't know how to comfort him. I just quietly refilled his glass. Hey, look at me getting all sentimental. Come on, drink. He raised his glass again. I didn't say anything more. Getting to drink with him made me happy. Eat up. These sweet and sour ribs. Your mom taught me how to make them. It was her signature dish. I only picked up the basics, and it was enough to start me a restaurant. He talked as he ate, laughing, his eyes shining with something. I couldn't tell if it was from the burn of the alcohol or something else. The two of us ate fast, and the bottle was drained. How's your demonic staff coming along? Dad suddenly asked. Not bad. I didn't know his standard. I just knew I'd achieved grand perfection in it. So not bad seemed fair. Good. Let's spar. Your old man wants to see if you've really been putting in the work. If you've been slacking, I'll wear you out today. Come on. He got up and headed straight for the rooftop. I closed the door behind me and followed close. Up on the roof, we each held a white wax staff. Our eyes locked across the empty space. Xiaohan, whatever you've got, bring it. I'm giving you your last lesson today. The demonic staff has been passed down in our family for generations. Take it seriously. Got it. I didn't hold back either. I couldn't find sparring partners at school. Fighting others would expose too much. But with my own dad, I had no reservations. The staff sang as I made the first move. Both of us had been drinking, and both of us were a little tipsy, but our forms didn't slip a bit. My opening strike had the 1,000-pound force of 9th stage mortal transcendence. Crack. The two staves met and separated in an instant, followed by a rapid, dense series of impacts. Crack, 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 faster and faster, ringing out into the night sky like a strange concerto. Gradually, I started feeling awkward, hemmed in. The white wax staff in my hand was creaking under the strain. But I couldn't worry about that now. I was too deep in the rhythm of an even match. Brat, is that all you've got? And you called this not bad? Dad's voice carried a mocking grin. I grit my teeth and swung faster, harder. After all these years I've taught you, this is what you've got? Don't embarrass me out there. And you're talking about testing into Marshall University? He kept needling me. Shut up. I roared inside. I felt more and more suffocated. I wanted to go all out, but was afraid of hurting him. But now, with the liquor going to my head, for once, I couldn't fully hold myself back. Huh. I let out a low bark. Shadow chasing dragon. This strike, I didn't hold anything back. The wax staff shuddered violently. Dad wasn't fazed a bit. His staff shot up like a dragon chasing shadows. Crack, snap. The two staves collided in midair and both broke instantly. Dad's eyes gleamed. This kid, had he broken through the mortal transcendence ceiling? Or was he already past it? These staves won't cut it. Let's change locations. Come on. I was fired up now and didn't want to stop. Right. I fell in behind him. He went downstairs, dug something out of the house, and handed me one of two pitch-black staffs. I took it. Not that heavy, about the same as that black iron rod from before, maybe 100 kilos. Looking closer, it was about 6 feet long, jet black, with 2 finger-thick gold rings inlaid at each end. It looked balanced and elegant. The two of us headed to the hill behind the housing complex. Clashing metal staves made too much noise. Brat, I underestimated you. Nobody's gonna bother us here. Give me your full strength. I frowned. Full strength? Dad, that's... What? He cut me off. Scared you'll hurt your old man? Huh. If you could hurt me, then all my years fighting on the battlefield were for nothing. Come at me. Only then can I know how to teach you. Got it? Yeah. I nodded hard. I was overthinking it. Dad had been cultivating for years. There was no way he was weaker than me. I swung the staff. This one felt way better in my hands than the wax staff. Clang. The staves collided with an ear-splitting ring. On that strike, I was already putting out about 2,000 kilos of force. Dad handled it with ease. He even had enough leeway to glance sideways at me. That strong? Then why the hell was he running a restaurant? That it? You think that'll hurt me? He scoffed. Heavier. I gritted my teeth. My blood was up now. I was just too damn frustrated. The next second, I stopped holding back. Every ounce of my strength exploded out at once. The staff whipped through the air faster and faster. Clang. Dad felt an overwhelming force surge through the staff. He flew back several yards and slammed onto the ground. Dad, you okay? I rushed over. I'm fine, I'm fine. He brushed himself off and climbed up. Didn't expect your strength to jump like that. Got cocky. Again. Seeing he was okay, I let out a breath. If I'd actually hurt him with that swing, I don't think I could have forgiven myself. But he got knocked back several yards, dusted himself off, and stood up like nothing happened. Now we could really go at it. Father and son clashed again. This time, I held nothing back. Strike after strike, every one at full force. When my strength ran out, the pain compensation kicked in and I was back to full again. My grip split open. The staff didn't stop. My shoulders went numb from the ache. The staff didn't stop. The hillside behind the complex rang out with the sounds of combat, sparks flying every so often. Sweat beaded on Dad's forehead. He'd quietly started tapping into his star meridians, drawing in stellar essence to replenish himself, while keeping his surface calm and easy. 5 whole hours passed, and even he, a meridian fusion realm expert, was starting to run low. This kid, he glanced at me. No sign of slowing down at all. Not bad, he finally said. Your demonic staff has reached grand perfection. Today I'll teach you the core technique. Watch closely. He gave the staff a swing, just a casual flick, and the body of it turned into a blur, throwing off countless afterimages. I was stunned. This wasn't shadow chasing dragon, but every single strike carried its essence. Dad had woven that killing technique into every move. He wasn't just demonstrating in the air, he was coming right at me. All I could see were phantoms. I couldn't tell which strike was the real one. But I wasn't that clueless student anymore. I calmed down fast, drawing on my knowledge of demonic staff, retreating while analyzing rapidly. There were tons of phantoms, almost identical to the real thing, but there were differences. Not this one, not that one either. I dodged and looked for the tell. Finally, there it is. My eyes lit up. Got it. The real strike was hidden inside the phantoms, flickering back and forth. All the others were feints, meant to hide this one killing blow. Huh. I grinned, filled with the pride of having cracked my dad's technique. My staff shot out with precision, aimed straight at the real strike among the phantoms. Just as I thought this hit was going to break his move. Clang. A tremendous impact rang out. Huh. I hadn't even touched his real strike yet. Why? A monstrous force surged through my staff, at a moment when it shouldn't have. Boom. I flew backward and didn't stop until I smashed into a tree. The moment my back hit the trunk, every bit of air was crushed out of my chest, and I tasted iron in my throat. Puffed. I coughed out a mouthful of blood, and then I felt better. Leaning against the tree, I stared at Dad, dazed. He walked over slowly, smiling. Get it now? I shook my head. He held up one finger. The core technique of the demonic staff, Layered Shadow Dragon Strike. Core technique? Layered Shadow Dragon Strike. I chewed on the words. Layered Shadow. Suddenly it clicked. There are no feints. They're all real strikes. The whole point of this technique is to turn every feint into a real strike, then stack every real strike on top of each other. One strike. Dragon Unleashed. That's why Dad, knowing exactly what I could do, still one-shot me. He didn't use more force. He stacked all the force into one hit. Exactly. Dad looked pleased that I got it. That's the core technique of demonic staff. It unleashes battle power far beyond the norm. To master it, you have to first weave Shadow Chasing Dragon into every move. You understand the theory now. From here, it's just practice. He sat down next to me, no intention of continuing. All right, Spill. What's going on with you? How many days has it been since you awakened? Over 8,000 kilos of force. If I hadn't watched you grow up, I'd swear you'd been swapped out. I rubbed my head. Dad, I actually didn't awaken with a dual gift. Oh, his heart jumped. So it's a triple gift? He looked at me long and hard, his tone turning serious. No wonder your growth is terrifying. Every dual gift in history has been extraordinary, but none of them were on your level. Listen to me. Don't let this get out. Not easily. He held up one finger. Wait until you get into Jinxing Martial University before you go public. It's absolutely safe there. I didn't argue. Instead, curiosity got the better of me. Dad, so you know about Jinxing too? Of course. He waved it off. It's the hope of humanity. Beastkind are getting more vicious. Only places like Jinxing can produce real experts. I nodded. My anticipation for Jinxing went up another notch. Dad, what's your level? He went quiet for a few seconds. Wasn't planning to tell you. You'd learn all this at university. But who could have predicted you'd already be here? He looked at me. Your old man is 9th stage of the Meridian Fusion realm. That's the stage after Meridian opening. Above that is the Skyborn realm. That made sense. No wonder he could just casually pull out 300,000 yuan worth of Stellar Essence elixir back then. You've stepped into Meridian opening now, right? He asked. I nodded. You feel like there's nothing special about it, huh? I nodded again. Even though I could open my meridians now, I couldn't just absorb the stellar essence in the world. I still had to rely on resources like elixirs. He explained, Meridian Opening Realm, the name says it all. It's the stage for opening your star meridians. The most important thing at this stage is opening as many as possible, laying groundwork for meridian fusion. The more you open, the stronger you'll be after fusion. So do I have to open all 360 star meridians to enter meridian fusion? I remembered that night I connected to the Star Palace, the sky full of glowing meridian pillars. You wish. He didn't spare me. 360? Since humans first started connecting to star palaces 300 years ago, no one has ever opened all of them. The number of meridians you can open is strictly limited by your gift. For most people, how many you can open is set at birth. Most. I latched onto the loophole. Right? The small exception is multi-gift users like you. Dual gifts often break through the meridian limit their highest gift sets. As for triple gifts, he looked at me. There's no precedent. Maybe you'll be able to hit 360. Anyone with an A-tier gift or lower will hardly ever break past 144 meridians in their whole life. Got it. Instructor Qian had mentioned this before, but not in as much detail as Dad. So Dad, how many have you opened? 36 in my main system, plus a few scattered ones. He wasn't hiding anything. Walking his son through the cultivation path was necessary. Now, you feel like your meridians are open but useless, right? Yeah, I nodded. That's because stellar essence is inherently violent energy. It has to be refined before the body can absorb it. That elixir you drank? That's how it's made. He paused. To directly absorb stellar essence, you need a cultivation technique. A technique. The purpose of a cultivation technique is to create a special energy field between your star meridians, purifying and refining the stellar essence as it passes through. That way, when it enters your star palace, it can directly strengthen the body. My interest spiked. Dad, do you have one? He nodded. I do, but I can't give it to you. First, you couldn't use it. You need at least 36 open meridians to run a technique. How many have you got? I stayed quiet. 1. Second, all cultivation techniques are strictly regulated by the Alliance. They have to be registered and can't just be handed around. I got mine from my army days. You'll learn one once you're in university. I nodded. Everyone else was in the same boat, no rush. So right now, all I can do is use resources to strengthen myself and keep opening meridians. Once I hit 36 and get a technique, I can be self-sustaining? Yes and no. He said, yes, you can only keep opening meridians right now. Star meridians are both channels for stellar essence and shackles on you. Only by opening more can you keep growing, otherwise you plateau. No, because even after you hit 36 meridians and get a technique, you still can't be self-sustaining. The further you go, the more stellar essence you need. What you can absorb on your own is a drop in the bucket. He looked at me, his tone growing heavier. It's enough to get by. If you want to get stronger, you still have to go out and fight for it. Then he shifted gears. That strike of yours just now was around 8,000 kilos. That should match someone with 8 open meridians. To open the 9th, you'd need to hit 9,000 kilos, then use stellar essence to wear down the shackles on the meridian, breaking through the next lock. That's how you keep growing. I didn't respond. My strength came from the infinite motion force king, growing without limit. Otherwise, going by Dad's logic, with only one meridian open, I wouldn't be able to exceed 2,000 kilos. One meridian equals 1,000 kilos. That's why he thought I had 8 open. Dad, how do you actually open a meridian? He shot me a puzzled look, but didn't dwell on it. You channel stellar essence to wear down the chains. During the process, you can use elixirs or gift-based external forces to boost the strength and duration of the stellar essence, speeding things up. I can teach you, but it's too late tonight. He stood up. He started to reach for the staff in my hand, then pulled his hand back. Keep the staff. He hefted the one in his own hand. Call it a staff, but it's really more of a bar. See the 2 gold rings on it? Those are Jinue steel, mountain-suppressing steel. Channel stellar essence into them, and they'll get heavier, boosting your strike power. Play around with it. Father and son headed to the hill behind our complex. The metallic staves clashing were just too loud. Brat, I underestimated you. No one's around now. Give it your full force. Wait, I'd already fought that section. Let me continue. Father and son headed back home. As we walked, Dad pulled out his phone and glanced at it. His expression shifted slightly, but he stuffed it back in his pocket like nothing was wrong. I noticed, but didn't ask. Night. I lay in bed, mapping out my cultivation plan. First, I still had a huge amount of stellar essence in my body and in the Star Palace. I had to refine and absorb it immediately, or it'd start dissipating. Second, I had 3 low-tier elixirs, 2 mid-tier ones, and 600,000 yuan cash in the rental. I used to think that was a fortune, but after talking to Dad tonight, I knew. Even at Meridian opening, resources are a huge part of the equation. First, burn through everything I've got on hand. Before the martial exam, I'll head outside the city one more time. I rub the ring on my finger. Get in some real combat. Make some money. With the storage ring, I wouldn't be exposed this time. 6 a.m. sharp, I got up. Not a trace of drowsiness. Walking out of my room, my eyes fell on a note on the living room coffee table. Dad didn't usually leave notes like this. When he did, it was in the kitchen, telling me to eat properly or something. My heart skipped. I stepped over quickly and picked it up. Sure enough, my worry only rose higher. Dad was gone. The note read, Xiaohan, I've left you the methods for channeling stellar essence and using your gift to open meridians on the desk. It's simple. Learn it on your own. You've grown up. Your gift is incredible. Your old man is proud. All these years, I've known about your nightmares. But until you have real strength, don't act rashly. I'll avenge your mother. It's not your fight yet. Focus on your exam. Get into Jinxing Martial University. I've left you living expenses, enough to last you through college. Don't come looking for me. You won't find me. I'll come back when it's time. Short and to the point. Honestly, I'd had a feeling. Looking back, Dad had been so out of character last night, asking me to drink, giving me the final lesson. Every single thing was like a goodbye. But I was too hazy to notice. So last night really was the final lesson, huh? I felt kind of unmoored. For as long as I'd been alive, I'd never been away from Dad. This was the first time. I tucked the note carefully into my storage ring, then picked up the meridian opening method he'd left on the table. My brows knit tight. If he didn't want me to look for him, then I'd focus on my own business first. The problem was, I had 0 leads. Total needle in a haystack. I washed up quick, grabbed a bite, and headed to the roof. I checked my status panel. Strength, 9,318, rising steadily, almost at 10,000 kilos. Everything else, no change. I thought for a bit and set my next direction, still focus on the body. My strength was already massive. I didn't need to force it up right now. Speed, needless to say, I hadn't even burst at full speed once yet. I sank my mind inward. The stellar essence I'd pulled from the stellar realm was instantly drawn up, compressed, spread, refined. The basic body tempering art works at every realm. That's what makes it so powerful. After the body transforms into refined iron form, it's no longer about strengthening single parts. It's holistic. You have to spread stellar essence evenly through the whole body at the same pace. The difficulty jumps way up, but it wasn't much of a problem for me. In no time, the stellar essence in my body was flowing like an assembly line. I flipped my right hand. The pitch-black Jinhua staff appeared silently. Dual tasking. I ran through demonic staff at the same time, jacking up my essence consumption and body tempering effect by another 20%. The Jinhua staff hummed as it cut through the air. I replayed Dad's demonstration of layered Shadow Dragon strike from last night in my head, first trying to weave Shadow Chasing Dragon into every move. The sun climbed and turned scorching. Sweat dried on me and soaked me again, over and over. Except for a quick lunch break, I didn't stop all day. By 5 p.m., my stellar essence was drained again. I leaned on my Jinhua staff, no exhaustion on my face, just a kind of satisfaction. Body, refined iron form 2%. Progress was getting harder, consumption bigger. If I'd had all that stellar essence back in the mortal transcendence realm, it would have lasted a week at least. But getting stronger's always a good thing. The essence in my body was gone, but the stuff in my star palace wouldn't dissipate. No rush on that. I sat cross-legged and pulled out the 2 pages Dad had left. The method for opening a meridian. Let's try opening one. I read it through twice, and something odd flashed in my eyes. Another instruction manual. Just like the Mortal Transcendence manual, not a single obscure line. If you can read, you can understand. Maybe that's why this stuff can spread so widely, simple and clear. No hesitation. Following the method, I sank my mind into the Star Palace. Right now, the palace was bright everywhere, brimming with pure stellar essence. My consciousness drifted, and I quickly picked the next meridian to open. Following Dad's instructions, I drew the stellar essence bit by bit and gathered it. It formed into a river, flowing up along the chains of the meridian until it covered every link. Up to this point, it was no different from channeling essence for body tempering. But the next step diverged. The river of essence covering the chains. Next it had to circulate, flowing along the chains for one full cycle. The whole thing required intense focus. No leaking, no drifting, keep it whole and even. I felt the difficulty and concentrated hard. But when the essence river passed a joint in the chain, the connection wobbled slightly. That wobble dragged in the surrounding essence. The whole river collapsed in an instant, spilling out of the Star Palace and dispersing into the world. One failed attempt wastes a chunk of essence. Run dry, and I have to build it back up, way too much time lost. I noted it silently. The instability had come from the joint. Just needed to pay more attention there. Should be fine. I channeled again. The essence gathered, the river rose. This time, no accidents. One full cycle completed smoothly. And through my senses, the chain grew ever so slightly weaker. Almost imperceptibly. How many cycles do I need to wear this chain down completely? My heart quaked. At this rate, How long would it take to open one meridian? Time to try an elixir. Dad had said elixirs could help. I popped open a low-tier one and downed it. The next second, a strand of foreign stellar essence appeared in the palace. Without hesitation, I channeled it. The river reformed. One cycle done, and I was puzzled, no different from the first try. Just felt like the Star Palace was a bit fuller. Looked like elixirs only topped up your reserves and extended your endurance. They didn't directly speed up the wearing down. Next, try the gift. Recalling Dad's instructions, I stirred up my gift, materializing it as a strange energy inside the Star Palace. The first strand glowed faintly, weak as anything. That was minor recovery. I kept going. I had more than one gift, after all. The second one appeared, faint glow with fine red threads, life force burn. Third, faint glow with fine black threads, pain compensation. The moment the third strand appeared, all three came alive. They shot out with a whoosh, quickly gathering together, each one chasing the tail of the next, forming a strange circular energy ring. The moment the ring formed, it was like something forbidden had crystallized. A torrent of energy erupted. The stellar essence in the Star Palace was blown to shreds in an instant. I panicked. The energy was getting stronger and stronger. The whole Star Palace was shaking. If I didn't guide it out, the palace was going to burst. Screw it. I stopped hesitating and channeled the torrent, driving it straight at the chains of the second meridian. The torrent completely engulfed the chains. I was about to start circulating it. Crack, crack. Sharp shattering sounds rang out inside the palace. The chains shattered outright. No circulation needed. No wearing down needed. Just straight up shattered. But the torrent hadn't died down. The energy ring kept surging, wild and violent. I could only steer it, weaving through the Star Palace, and quickly locked onto the next meridian. Come on. In a blink, the chains were fully covered. Crack, crack. Shattered again. I didn't stop. I drove the torrent toward the third meridian. It was like leading a sky-devouring dragon by the leash. Everywhere it passed, chains shattered. Third, fourth, fifth, until the chains of the ninth meridian exploded and the torrent finally began to fade. The energy ring dissolved back into the Star Palace. 9. In one shot, I'd opened 9 meridians. And these meridians, maybe because I had 9 open now, weren't the thin needles from before. They were more like chopsticks. 9 star meridians standing in the palace from every direction. Pretty stunning. But I felt a chill in hindsight. That torrent had been terrifying. A little slower, and I might have been left with a shattered Star Palace. I checked carefully. That torrent didn't come from my gifts. It was the Infinite Motion Force King. According to Dad, gifts could only turn into special energy that mixed with stellar essence to boost its strength. It was a helper, not a chain breaker. He'd never mentioned anything that could smash chains outright. An idea hit me. I glanced at the strength value on my panel, and things started to make sense. Strength, 9,732. All 9,000 kilos of it came from the Force King. Even with just one meridian open, I'd already accumulated this much. Of course, it could smash through the follow-up meridians fast. Then my eyes lit up. Right now, I'd opened 3 meridians in 4 days. At that rate, 360 meridians. Less than a year and a half to open them all. A record no one had ever broken, and I could do it in 18 months. Even I felt a rush of excitement. I closed my eyes and felt the changes in the Star Palace after opening 9 meridians. It was more spacious, meaning I could store more stellar essence. And if I went into a stellar realm now, with 9 meridians drawing in at once, my efficiency would be several times what it used to be. I stood up. It was late at night. I didn't push further. Nowadays, I could go without sleep for days, but I still kept the habit. Lying in bed, my mind raced. My stellar essence wasn't fully consumed yet. I still had 2 mid-tier elixirs. 600,000 yuan in the rental. More demonic staff practice ahead. When would my next gift show up? Thinking it all through, I drifted off to sleep. The next few days, I buried myself in cultivation. My plan was to burn through all the resources I had first, convert everything into strength. Along the way, I found that practicing demonic staff while my astral drift gift was active worked out shockingly well. In a few days, I finally hit grand perfection in it, layered Shadow Dragon Strike, fully mastered. On the morning of the 20th, Qian Ming messaged me. The school had captured a few mortal transcendence-level beasts, early to mid-stage, for students to test their combat skills. He asked if I was in, and added that he'd locked in my scholarship. The money would hit in a few days. I thanked him for that. As for going back to fight the beasts, I passed. Those things couldn't take one hit from my staff. That afternoon, the last drop of stellar essence in my star palace was used up. I stepped out of the shadow state of demonic staff. Even though I'd hit grand perfection, I'd gotten used to dual tasking. It also boosted body tempering efficiency. I pulled up the panel. Strength, 15,000. Body, refined iron form 10%. Speed, 52. Spirit, 2. Infinite motion force king. F tier, 3-star. Combat technique, demonic staff, mortal tier, grand perfection. 15,000 kilos. Half a month ago, I was a regular guy. Now I was a walking monster who could go toe-to-toe with beasts. Time to go collect some interest from those beasts. I went downstairs, tidied up the house, packed the essentials. Before leaving, I looked around one more time. A pang of reluctance. This time, I wasn't planning on coming back right away. The money Dad left was only enough for basics. I'd have to make my own on top of that. I caught a cab straight to the clothing market, bought dozens of outfits and masks in wildly different styles, just in case. By the time I got to the rental in the martial artists hub, it was fully dark. First thing I did after stepping in was check the 600,000 behind the bathroom partition. Still there. Not a bill short. I stashed it in the storage ring, and a weight dropped off my chest. Since it was already dark and I wasn't hitting the wilderness tonight, I decided to look around the hub properly. I threw on a black robe, put on a mask, and strolled the streets. Maybe because everyone here was a martial artist, there was this weird kind of Jianghu vibe, an old-school warrior aesthetic. The buildings were nothing like the modern city, mostly low, ancient, with gray brick paths worn smooth and shiny. I wound through the alleys until I hit a narrow one, the hub's black market. This was where the shady deals went down, banned drugs, cultivation techniques, whatever you had money for. You could even hire him in here. I'd come once before, but the vibe scared me off. Now, I had more backbone. Without hesitation, I strode in. The moment I entered, I felt countless pairs of eyes latch onto me. I didn't care, just wondered. Handsome, you buying? I got everything. Before long, a woman dressed to catch attention drifted over. Oh, like what? My voice from behind the mask was ice cold. She didn't seem to mind. She giggled. Everything, honey. Food, drinks, fun, and things that'll make you bigger and stronger too. As she talked, her arm slid around mine. Got any gift elixirs? Her smile hitched for a beat, then came right back. I do. Which kind you want, handsome? Now it was my turn to be surprised. I hadn't expected the black market to carry that kind of thing. Gift-related elixirs were usually super rare and expensive. So you carry those too? I didn't answer her, just kept probing. She glanced around and tugged me toward a corner of the alley. That's right. Ones that boost gift amplification, ones that extend gift duration, ones that enhance special gift effects. All of them. Which one you want? That comprehensive a selection? The only gift elixir I'd come across was the Stellar Essence Gift Elixir, which was an amplifier. But there were also special effect ones and mutation ones. Thinking about that, I tested the waters. Got any mutation ones? The moment those words left my mouth, her face changed. She snapped away from me, expression sharp with wariness, the flirty warmth gone. Who are you? Devil Pirate Gate? Or the Zhang family? The Li family? Behind the mask, my eyes flickered. A dozen questions raced through my head. All three of them were after the Stellar Essence Gift Elixir. I knew Devil Pirate Gate and the Zhangs. But the Li family? Could they be the original buyer from before? I'm nobody. Just heard the elixir's supposed to be something special. Forget it if you don't have any. I turned to leave. Hold it. She stopped me. Tell me which family you're from. Straight up. Or you're not walking out of here today. The words had barely finished when a few men appeared at the mouth of the alley. All in their 30s or so, weapons in hand. Not friendly. Several men blocked the alley's exit, their weapons reflecting the dim yellow light. I scanned them. Not a whiff of stellar essence pressure. Regular guys at best, peak mortal transcendence. Half a month ago, they'd have been way out of my league. Now, I folded my arms and leaned back against the wall, casual and loose. You sure you want to do this here? My voice came from behind the mask, neither high nor low, even a little bored. Her expression shifted. She'd seen guys forcing it, guys faking it. But that bone-deep looseness, You couldn't fake that. A real weak person, surrounded like this, would tense up without thinking. 6 years running with the black market had taught her that. This guy was way too relaxed. She raised a hand, signaling her men to stand down, her tone shifting from sharp to feeling out. Handsome, don't take it wrong. It's just I got no choice. Every day there's people coming down this alley trying to squeeze info out of me. The Zhangs, the Lys, Devil Pirate Gate, taking turns. She smiled bitterly. Last month a snitch fed a fake story out, and the next day the whole shop got wiped out. I can't afford to piss off any of the three families. If you're from one of them, I take my licks today, but you gotta give me a straight answer. We honestly don't have any mutation elixirs here. Never even seen one. All three families were watching for news on mutation elixirs. Interesting. I shrugged, tone casual. I'm not with any of them. Just broke through into Meridian Opening. Heard some guys outside talking up mutation elixirs. Thought it sounded fresh, so I asked. Half true, half not. She looked me up and down, eyes lingering on my frame for 2 seconds. Young, not particularly bulky. If he really was Meridian Opening, this wasn't someone to mess with. She was about to speak when a bald bruiser behind her stepped forward. Meridian Opening. The bald one flexed his wrist, grinning wide. One quick test'll tell us for sure. The words weren't out before his fist was already flying. A full-force peak mortal transcendence blow, the wind of it whistling, straight at my chest. Fast, brutal. If I really wasn't Meridian Opening, I'd have a hard time eating it. I didn't move. Not because I couldn't react. I just didn't feel like it. Thud. The punch landed square on my chest. Then, crack. A sharp snap. The bald guy's face went from a savage grin to confusion, then twisted into agony. His wrist bent at an impossible angle, the sound of dislocating bone loud in the quiet alley. I glanced down at my chest. My black robe was pristine, not a single wrinkle. I looked up, my voice flat. You done testing? Nobody in the alley dared make a sound. The other bruisers stood frozen, weapons half raised, unsure whether to press forward or back off. A full-force peak mortal transcendence punch hitting me was like hitting a steel wall. This was supposed to be early-stage Meridian Opening? The woman went pale. She snapped into action, yanking the bald guy back and waving her free hand at the others. Stand down. Stand down. The bruisers looked like they'd been pardoned. They hauled the bald guy back and pulled out of the alley fast. The woman wiped every last expression off her face. When she spoke next, she was a totally different person, smiling warmly. Sir, my apologies. I didn't see clearly. She dropped her voice. Name's Lu Qingyang. I'm just a regular person, making a living helping folks handle shady goods. Please, forgive me and let the anger pass. I said nothing, waiting for her to keep going. She bit her lip, like she was deciding something. I can tell you about the mutation elixirs, but past this alley, I never said any of it. I nodded. I wanted to know what had happened since last time too. That batch of elixirs was an experimental product from the Zhang family. Never finished, and someone jacked them, she said, voice dropping to barely a whisper. The guys who did it were Devil Pirate Gate. But the ones pulling the strings? The Li family. The Li family? Third-tier clan out of the Holy City. Also in the Stellar Essence development business. Got a branch in Northwest Bay City called Li's Stellar Essence Tech Company, Limited. But the Zhangs have been running circles around them these days, she said. This whole time, they've been secretly running Devil Pirate Gate, trying to get their hands on the core formula that triggers the mutation. If they can perfect the thing, it's the chip that flips their whole branch back into the game. The pieces of the puzzle in my mind slowly clicked together. The serum was an experimental product of the Zhang family. Last time, the Phantom Thieves Gate took a job from the Li family and worked with an insider to steal a vial, but the plan fell apart before they could pull it off. This time, they'd just gone in and taken it by force. So what's the situation now? The Zhang family is furious. They're hunting down every member of the Phantom Thieves Gate they can find, and the distribution hub's been turned upside down. She shook her head. The Li family's looking for them too. They want the goods those thieves are holding. She gave me a meaningful look. So you get it now, right? Mentioning those two words in the black market right now is basically suicide. I got it. And I also understood why she'd reacted the way she did. The black market's still inside the base city. Nobody's stepping in to handle this. Nobody in the black market has clean hands. Even if someone drops dead, there's no one to file a report. The authorities don't have the reach to deal with all this. That made sense. I fished a stack of bills out of my storage ring and handed them over. Her eyes lit up. She grabbed the cash faster than she'd grabbed my arm earlier. "You're a generous one, big shot." She smiled, eyes curving into crescents. "Anytime you need to dig up dirt, just come find me." I bought a basic info handbook on the distribution hub from her, then turned and walked out of the alley with long strides. The three-way conflict had nothing to do with me directly, but, right now, the Phantom Thieves Gate had the stolen serum in their hands. The Zhangs were looking for it. The Lys were looking for it. Both sides were fighting tooth and nail. If I could get to it first. The thought flashed through my mind, but I didn't dwell on it. The moment I stepped out of the alley, my peripheral vision caught the tea stall across the way. A young man was sitting there, dressed sharply, an untouched cup of tea by his hand. He looked like he was just zoning out, but the second I stepped past the alley mouth, his eyes locked right onto me. He was subtle about it, but ever since my mental power hit 2 points, I'd become unusually sensitive to that kind of stare. His gaze wasn't like anyone else's. There was a faint pressure to it. A serious player. I didn't look back, didn't speed up. I kept my pace and melted into the crowd, and only after I'd completely disappeared down the far end of the street did I let out a quiet breath. Someone drinking tea in a place like this, keeping an eye on the black market. As long as he wasn't there for me, fine. But if he was, my feet didn't stop. I ducked into another alley and quickly swapped my clothes and mask. In the darkness, a completely different-looking figure reemerged onto the street and headed toward the rental apartment. Behind me, the young man at the tea stall set down his cup. "Refined iron body. Meridian threading realm," he murmured to himself. Asking about the mutation serum. Suspected target. Pending confirmation. Back at the apartment, I stuffed the mask and black cloak back into the storage ring. The man's gaze at the tea stall was still fresh in my mind, but I didn't get too hung up on it. The distribution hub had gone completely off the rails. The Zhangs, the Lys, and the Phantom Thieves Gate, all three tangled together in one big mess. But chaos was fine by me. The messier things got, the safer I was. The priority right now was still making money. 600,000 cash sounded like a lot, but a vial of premium astral source elixir went for 200,000. 3 vials, and it'd be gone. The intermediate stuff was too weak for my current level. The fastest way to make money: hunt beasts, sell their cores. I sat on the edge of the bed and cracked open the handbook I'd bought from Lu Qingyang. I skipped past the boilerplate about trading rules and went straight to the bounty listings. Mortal Shedding Realm beasts didn't have cores, just hide, meat, and claws worth a bit of cash. Not worth the trouble of butchering, low profit margin, and no training value. Skip. Early Meridian threading beast cores were the real currency, 50 to 100,000 apiece, depending on quality. My fingers scanned down the bounty page. The nice thing about the bounty board was that these were specific cores or materials someone urgently needed, so the prices were usually 20 to 30% higher than a straight black market sale. One posting caught my eye pretty quickly. Wildlands East Sector. Iron-backed Wolf King. Early Meridian threading realm. Bounty, 100,000. Notes: Lone Wolf. Fixed territory, extremely hard back armor. Recommend a team of 3 or more Meridian threading warriors for the hunt. 3 or more recommended. I closed the handbook. Per the handbook's classification of Meridian threading power tiers, 2,000 kilograms to 36,000 kilograms was early stage. 36,000 to 72,000 was mid-stage. I was at 15,000 kilograms right now, sitting comfortably in mid-early. Strength-wise, I was small fry among the Meridian threading crowd. But my 52 meters per second speed at this stage, nobody could touch it. Almost everyone in the Meridian threading realm poured their energy into building strength, trying to open more star meridians as fast as possible. Most warriors' speed was still stuck at mortal shedding level. Target locked. I set an alarm for 3:30 a.m. and lay down. At 4 in the morning, it was still pitch black. I showed up outside the Class C buffer gate wearing a brand new dark gray combat uniform, mask covering my whole face, a plain boning knife hanging at my waist. Looked no different from any of the other warriors heading out. I paid the exit fee. The guard glanced at me and didn't stop me. Plenty of warriors left the city at this hour every day. Hunting beasts was the most common gig for free warriors. 3 kilometers past the gate, the crowd thinned to nothing. The scent of the wildlands hit me, dry, earthy dust mixed with the smell of rotting plants, distant low howls rolling in from somewhere far off. I picked up the pace. What does 52 meters per second at full sprint look like in the wildlands? Loose stones on the ground got sucked up into the airstream. Shrubs flipped over whole. I became a gray blur, tearing across the vast open land. 10 minutes in, the first beast showed up, a mortal-shedding gray-maned boar, close to the size of a water buffalo, nosing around behind a rock. It heard the wind and looked up, cloudy eyes not even focused yet. Crack! The moment the mountain-suppressing cudgel came out of my storage ring, my swing was already done. 100-kilo cudgel driven by 15,000 kilograms of force smashed straight into its skull. Bone shattered. Brain sprayed. One-shot kill. The boning knife swept through, and I took the most valuable part, the tusks. I didn't stop. Mortal shedding stuff wasn't worth my time, but I killed them anyway. Every single one. Any mortal shedding beast I ran into along the way. The venomous scorpions holed up in dens, the split-winged bats hiding in tree canopies. If I spotted it, it wasn't leaving my sight alive. Some of them weren't even on my route, and I still detoured to kill them. Anyone watching would have had one word for me: freak. 2 hours later, Wildlands East Sector, Boulder Ridge. I slowed down. Massive claw prints appeared on the ground, 5 toes spread wider than a man's face, sunk 3 inches into the dirt. Fresh scrape marks on the surface of a nearby boulder, graystone powder not yet blown away by the wind. The iron-backed Wolf King was close. I crouched down and pressed my fingers into the claw print, feeling the depth. Its strength really did top mine. Judging by the impact area, this Wolf King was pushing at least 20,000 kilograms of force, maybe close to 25,000, nearly double what I had. I stood up, cudgel in hand, beast blood still wet on the shaft, and pushed deeper into Boulder Ridge. 100 meters. 200. Then, heavy breathing from behind a massive boulder up ahead. The moment I rounded the rock, I saw it. The iron-backed Wolf King. Body like an ox, thick limbs, shoulders standing close to 6 feet tall. The most striking thing was its back, entirely covered in iron gray plating that gleamed like metal in the morning light, like a steel plate had been welded onto it. It was tearing into the carcass of a mortal-shedding beast, its muzzle drenched in blood. The moment I appeared, the Wolf King's head snapped up. Our eyes met. Rage flared in those bestial pupils. Someone had interrupted its meal. I felt no fear. I pushed off, and my whole body shot forward. So fast an afterimage lingered behind me. I raised the cudgel overhead, swung it through an arc in the air, and brought it down on that armored back with everything I had. Too fast. The iron-backed Wolf King didn't even have time to react. Who the hell just charges in swinging without a moment's hesitation? Clang. Metal on metal, sparks flying, the shock traveling back up the shaft into my arms. My palms tingled. A crack appeared in the armor plating, but it didn't shatter. Hard. Harder than I'd figured. The Wolf King howled, an ear-splitting sound of pain, and its massive body sprang forward with speed that didn't match its size. Iron-gray claws swept sideways with vicious wind, barely a hair slower than me. I twisted aside, tapped the tail of the cudgel against the ground to launch myself back, and put 3 meters between us. Before I could even set my feet, the Wolf King's second strike was on me. Fast. No wonder they recommended a team of 3. Early meridian-threading warriors without dedicated speed training would just be walking into a meat grinder. But I didn't back off. I pressed forward. My mad demon cudgel technique was at full mastery. My combat style was wild, feral, unhinged. The second blow slammed into the Wolf King's flank, chipping the edge of its armor and exposing raw flesh underneath. The Wolf King howled and twisted its body, trying to bring its thickest plating around to face me. Not a chance. I let out a cold snort. The third strike came right behind, at a nasty angle, aiming for the crack in the plating. And then, I shifted the technique. Cudgel shadows split. Overlapping shadow, startled dragon. The feints turned real. 3 shadow strikes stacked onto a single point, force exploding all at once. Crack. The iron-backed Wolf King's prized armor shattered from the crack outward, gray plating flying everywhere, exposing the bright red flesh underneath. The Wolf King let out a piercing, agonized wail and pressed all 4 limbs to the ground, trying to flee. I stepped forward. The fourth blow. 100 kilograms of cudgel, driven by 15,000 kilograms of force, came straight down from above. Boom! The Wolf King's skull exploded. That massive body crashed to the ground, limbs twitching twice, then still. From the first strike to the killing blow, less than 10 seconds. I lowered the cudgel, breathing steady. Blood and armor fragments coated the shaft. I gave it a shake and crouched down. The boning knife cut open the Wolf King's chest cavity, and I found the core near the heart, fist-sized, deep blue, faint light shimmering just under the surface. A quality, early meridian threading core. 100,000 at minimum. I dropped the core into the ring, then hacked off the Wolf King's forepaws and the leftover armor fragments while I was at it. That stuff would still fetch 10 grand or so at the black market. I stood up and glanced at the sky. Morning light was fully up now, sun sitting on the horizon. From leaving the city to now, less than 3 hours. 100 grand in the bag. I wiped the blood off my hands and got my bearings. At this pace, 3 to 5 early meridian threading beasts a day was totally doable. Even at the low end of 50 grand a core, that was 150,000 to 250,000 a day. If I got lucky, one day's work could cover a vial of premium astral source elixir. The taste of blood on my tongue, I kept pushing deeper. Soon, the second early-stage meridian threading beast appeared, a blood-maned leopard, strength on par with the iron-backed Wolf King. I picked up the cudgel and beat it to death. Then came the third, a crimson-scaled python, entire body wrapped in dark red scales, 12 meters long, body as thick around as a barrel, coiled in the middle of a dried-up riverbed. First exchange, it whipped me clean off my feet with a tail strike. Peak early meridian threading. Strength somewhere in the low 30,000 kilogram range. There was no way I could bulldoze it head-on. If that python ever got me in a coil, my 15 tons of strength wouldn't be enough to break out. But I figured out how to handle it fast enough. This snake was huge, but slow. I turned into a gray afterimage and just circled it, hammering blow after blow. The mad demon cudgel technique at full mastery flowed like water, one move into the next, never giving it a chance to lock onto me. The crimson python roared in fury, tail sweeping up clouds of sand and stone, jaws splitting open to reveal fangs as long as my forearm. Every lunge missed. It was too big, and big meant it couldn't get fast. I fought for a solid 40 minutes. Once my stamina bottomed out, the pain compensation kicked into overdrive. Agony drilled outward from deep in my bones. Every muscle spasmed. My teeth ground together so hard they creaked. I didn't stop. The crimson python was at its limit. It was almost done. Final strike. Overlapping shadow, startled dragon. 3 cudgel shadows stacked on the exact same spot on the snake's 7-inch vital point. Scales shattered, flesh flew. The python's body went rigid, then all 12 meters of it convulsed into a coiled knot and slowly stopped moving. I dropped to one knee, gasping. Pain compensation was still running, my body visibly healing before my own eyes. 3 minutes later, I stood back up and pulled out the core. Quality was good, better than the iron-backed Wolf Kings. Worth serious money. 3 early meridian threading beasts plus a bunch of loose parts. Income already past 300 grand. Enough. I stashed the core, took a swig of water, and got ready to scout a little further. I hadn't walked far when I stopped short. About 50 meters ahead on the ground, there was a large dark brown stain, and a faint sweet, coppery smell hung in the air. My nose twitched. Human blood. Dried. I slowed down, cudgel gripped tight, and moved along the trail. The blood streak stretched about 30 meters and stopped at the base of a collapsed cliff face. My breath caught. A body. Or more accurately, half a body. A man in standard-issue combat gear had been ripped clean in half at the waist, the cross-section a ragged mess. Organs scattered among the broken rocks around him. Decomposition had already set in. Flies were buzzing. I stepped closer to look. The dead man was face up. His features had already gone gray and mottled, but the outline was still recognizable. It was him. Something shifted in my expression. The guard from the Class C buffer gate. The middle-aged man who'd taken an extra look at me on my way out and quietly said, "The wildlands aren't peaceful. Be careful." At the time, I'd thought it was just standard procedure. Looking back now, there'd been something in his eyes, a weight that shouldn't have been there. He'd been warning me about the Phantom Thieves' Gate, not about beasts. I was silent for a few seconds, then reached out, and pulled back his collar. Below the neck guard was a savage cut, running clean across his throat. Clean edges, precise. One strike, one kill. That was human work. The blood around him was from beasts feeding on the body, but the killing wound came from a blade at close range. I stood up and scanned the area. No second body. There'd been a huge gap in strength here. I didn't linger. I used the cudgel to scrape out a shallow pit at the base of the cliff, placed the body inside, and covered it with rocks and dirt. No marker. No moment of silence. I just paused for 2 seconds after setting the last stone in place, then turned and walked away with long strides. Time to head back. Today's haul was already solid. On the way home, every beast I ran into met the same fate. Heads shattered, corpses left in horrible condition. Halfway back, 3 figures came around a low ridge up ahead, heading deeper into the wildlands. Their clothes didn't look like the seasoned free warriors who spent most of their lives out here. Weapons on their backs, core pouches at their waists. I adjusted my heading, angling maybe 10 degrees off to the side, planning to pass them by. "Hey, you up there, hold on a sec," the one in the middle called out. I stopped and looked back. The 3 of them jogged over. In front was a thick-bearded man, built stocky, wearing a warm smile. The 2 behind him were lean, and they fanned out to either side. "Brother, on your own out here?" Beard rubbed his hands together. "The 3 of us are heading deep into the east sector. Heard there's something big out there. Looking for another hand. You interested?" I gave them a once-over. All 3 had astral source ripples inside them. The 2 skinny ones had weak meridian activity. Beard was stronger, but exactly how much stronger I wouldn't know without a fight. Not interested. I shook my head and started to move off. The smile on Beard's face didn't change, but his tone did. "Brother, don't be in such a rush." He flicked his eyes to the 2 on either side. Both moved at the same time, cutting off my retreat left and right, hands already resting on their weapons. Beard's smile disappeared, walking around the wildlands alone. "You've got guts." He rolled his neck, joints cracking. "Hand over the storage ring and anything valuable you've got. Phantom Thieves Gate rules. Cooperate, and we might leave you a whole corpse." Phantom Thieves Gate. My footsteps stopped, hunted by the Zhongs and leased together, unable to stay in the distribution hub. So they'd come out here to rob lone warriors? Phantom Thieves Gate? You're not scared of the Zhongs and Lise. If I tell someone, you think you'll get away? My voice stayed level. Beard blinked for a second, then something struck him as funny. "Ha ha ha, almost got me. Tell someone? You'd have to walk out of here alive first." As he spoke, all 3 had their weapons drawn. Then, like he'd hit right on my worst fear, my voice from behind the mask suddenly turned tense, trembling. "Big brother, I'm just a beginner. I don't have anything valuable on me. Enough talk." Beard stuck out a hand impatiently. "Storage ring. Off." I swallowed hard, my posture shrinking a little. I struggled for a moment, then let out a small sigh, like I'd finally given up, and slowly lifted my right hand as if to pull off the ring. Beard glanced at his 2 friends. Smiles spread across their faces. "That's more like it. Once we get to work on you, though, you're in for a rough time." "Big brother, is there really no way you can spare me?" My voice was still trembling, and my legs looked wobbly, like they could barely hold me up. Something shifted in Beard's eyes. He gave a low, amused chuckle. "Well, not out of the question. You're being cooperative, so I'll go easy." It was a stalling tactic. The second I handed over the ring, he'd make sure I died ugly. They couldn't afford to let their whereabouts get out. But by then, I was already within 10 meters of him. And in Beard's field of vision, I suddenly vanished. I exploded off the ground and shot forward. 52 meters per second, full burst. 10+ meters closed in a blink. My silhouette blurred in his vision so fast he couldn't track it, and the next instant I was in his face, a wave of killing intent barreling right at his nose. Too close. At this range, my speed made me invisible. I didn't go for the 2 weaker ones first. I went straight for the strongest one, Beard. The moment I kicked off, the mountain-suppressing cudgel came out of the storage ring. Overlapping shadows startled Dragon already forming. 3 shadow strikes stacked together, 15,000 kilograms of force focused on a single point, coming straight down from overhead. But then a strange energy erupted from Beard's body. A gift, like divine strength surging through him. He instantly raised his blade to block. Facing my sudden strike, he could feel the force behind it. Fast, yes, but not that strong. That's all you've got? A dozen tons. I didn't answer. I just kept driving the cudgel down. The instant it started falling, astral source power roared from my star palace and flooded into the mountain-suppressing cudgel. Its weight climbed from 100 kilograms. 1,000, 10,000, 10 tons of weight. 100-kilo cudgel became a 10,000-kilo one in an instant. Add my own 15,000-kilogram swing force. That made 25,000 kilograms total, tripled through overlapping shadows startled dragon, and it all crashed down onto Beard's arms. Whump. Not the sharp ring of metal on metal, the muffled crunch of bone and flesh caving in. Beard's arms snapped like dry branches. His entire chest and torso caved inward, and his body flew backward 7 or 8 meters, hit the ground, bounced twice, and stopped moving. From block to death, less than a second. The two skinny ones watched their leader get pulped in one swing. Their brains blanked. By the time they came to and thought about running, the gray afterimage was already right in front of them. Whump, whump, 2 blows. 2 more bodies on the ground. I lowered the cudgel and let out a breath. Humans really were easier to kill. Not like beasts with all that natural armor. Sure enough, if you wanted to survive, you needed to make your body a fortress. Focusing on physical cultivation had been the right call. Good thing I'd picked up those 2 vials of intermediate astral source elixir ahead of time. Otherwise, I couldn't have even activated the cudgel's weight boost. I crouched fast and searched the bodies. Loose coins, a few mediocre cores, 2 standard-issue weapons. And on Beard, a storage ring. I yanked it off, dripped a bit of blood on it, and it opened right up. Small space, only 2 or 3 square meters, less than my own. I scanned the contents fast. Money, food, and some stringy pieces of clothing. Yuck. I cursed under my breath. Old creep. Finally, a polished metal case in the corner caught my eye. I lifted it out and looked it over carefully. Then, click, flicked it open. A vial of serum lay quietly inside. The liquid in the test tube was blood red, faint light shimmering just below the surface. The label had been peeled off, but I knew that distinctive glow. I knew it too well. Astral Source Talent Elixir. Identical to the one I'd taken before. I took a moment to calm the surge in my chest, dropped the elixir into my own storage ring, cleaned up the scene fast, and turned back toward the base city. By evening, distribution hub, black market. I sold the 3 cores and the pile of picked up gear first, 4,800 grand credited. I'd spent money on 2 intermediate elixirs earlier, so I still had 440,000 left. Add the new 480,000, and I was at 920,000. I turned right around and bought 4 vials of premium Astral Source Elixir. That ate up 800,000. While I was waiting on the order, chatter from 2 vendors at the next stall drifted into my ear. Hear the news? Lu Qingyang's dead. Which Lu Qingyang? The one from the east alley of the black market. Deals in goods with no paper trail. Died in her own shop, not a sound. Some customer walked in this morning and found her. Damn, who'd she piss off? Who knows? Not like people haven't been dropping like flies in the black market lately. Zhang's, Zhao's, Phantom Thieves Gate, all taking turns. Anyone caught up in it is done. I picked up my packaged elixirs and stepped into the crowd. Wandered around aimlessly for a while. And once I was sure no one was tailing me and I didn't feel any eyes on me, I walked into a housing rental office. In the top-tier district on the west side of the distribution hub, I rented a bigger place, a 100-square-meter open loft, room to train. Monthly rent was a full 10,000, plus a month's deposit up front. My chest tightened a little. I had only 100,000 left. Inside, I checked every door and window, then locked up. The top-tier district really was different. Even indoors, I could use the monitoring system to keep an eye on any unusual activity outside. Once I was sure everything was clean, I took a shower and sat down cross-legged. I twisted the cap off a premium Astral Source elixir and tipped it back. Rich Astral Source power poured down my throat and got siphoned up by my star meridians the instant it hit me, flooding into the Star Palace. Drawing it back out of the palace was faster than the slow physical absorption I'd relied on at the mortal shedding stage, by orders of magnitude. The power rushed from the Star Palace out to every limb and every joint, and my body kicked off another round of reinforcement. The refined iron body percentage crept slowly upward. Eyes closed, but my mind didn't stop. The guard had died deep in the wildlands. one clean cut across the throat. Lu Qingyang had died silently in her own shop. Both had contact with me. The guard had warned me to be careful, and Lu Qingyang had passed me intel on the three families. Coincidence? I don't believe in coincidence. Someone was digging into everything related to the mutation serum. The Zhangs? Based on the Zhang Qi I'd met, he didn't strike me as the type to go silencing people all over the place. But, who knew? Could all be a front. Probably not the Phantom Thieves Gate. Right now, they were either hiding in whatever corner of the black market they could find or scrambling around the wildlands. Against a behemoth like the Zhangs, a small-time civilian outfit like the Phantom Thieves Gate didn't have the weight to pull this off. I didn't know. But one thing was maybe clear. The Phantom Thieves Gate had split the stolen talent elixirs up and were carrying them separately. Beard had one on him. Every one of those thieves scattered across the wildlands could be a walking treasure chest. Then again, it was also possible Beard had just pocketed one for himself. That was in play too. I opened my eyes, pulled the dark red talent elixir out of the storage ring, and cradled it in my palm. The last one had shot my speed through the roof and given me a 24-hour peak boost. This one, what would it do? My thumb rubbed along the surface of the vial, the liquid's glow reflecting in my eyes. Use it or not. After a while, I put the elixir back in the ring and closed my eyes again. No rush. Even if I used it, I needed to make sure I had enough astral source elixir stocked up first. Then I could work my body and drill the Mad Demon Cudgel technique at the same time. And ideally, if I had a new technique to learn, I could push through 24 hours straight without sleep. While I thought, astral source power surged through me, and the refined iron body reinforcement kept going. At that same moment, in the distribution hub, at the old rental I'd been staying in, 3 shadows dropped down outside the door. The leader made a small gesture with one finger, and the 2 behind him nodded and slipped soundlessly into the darkness, surrounding the entire building in the blink of an eye. They came in through a window, knees flexing to absorb the impact when they landed. Not a sound from their soles. The leader gestured again, and in under 2 seconds, the sub-30 square meter room was flipped top to bottom. The bed was cold, the tabletop spotless, the trash can empty. Not a single strand of hair anywhere. The lead black-clad man pulled off his mask, revealing a scar that ran from his brow all the way down to his chin. He walked to the window and ran his fingertip along the sill. Dry? Nothing but dust. Gone. The one crouched on the floor had a palm-sized device in his hand, sweeping it slowly across the ground. The number on the display stayed pinned to the lowest reading. Nobody's lived here in at least 2 days. Ambient signature almost 0. He cleaned up before leaving. Scar stood up and swept the room with a glance. Something like surprise flickered in his eyes. Not an amateur. The third man leaned against the door frame, pulling up the light screen on his wrist device. A blurry profile shot filled the display, a hat brim pulled down low, only half a jaw and a strip of neck visible. That was me, cultivating his body to refined iron at meridian threading, not rushing to open meridians and stack strength, digging into the body first instead. That's an unusual path. Scar muttered to himself. The third man tapped through the device and read out the notes. He asked Lu Qingyang about the mutation serum. Timeline lines up perfectly. Last outsider she talked to before she died was him. Might be connected to the Phantom Thieves Gate. Scar took the light screen, gave it another look, and handed it back. Connected or not, we check. Boss says the serum's secondary. The other 2 both looked up, confusion all over their faces. Weren't we out here for the talent elixir? Scar didn't beat around the bush. He dropped his voice. The serum shipment is just a decoy. What's really worth something is a combat technique tucked in with it. One that leaked out of the holy city. He paused. It lets a meridian-threading warrior generate a short burst of power far beyond his own limits. A combat technique? What rank? How many star meridians does it require? 12. 12's nothing. That doesn't even hit yellow rank threshold. Idiot. Scar snapped. You ever seen a combat technique that needed fewer than 36 meridians? The 2 of them froze, unable to answer. Yellow rank combat techniques started at 36 meridians open, minimum. Anything below 36, nobody'd ever heard of one. In the meridian threading realm, you had to open all 36 meridians before you could even train the lowest tier of formal cultivation methods, before you could refine the wild ambient astral source into pure absorbable energy. Before that, every ounce of astral source power went into strengthening your body and opening more meridians. Who'd waste any on combat techniques? But this piece of goods only needed 12 open meridians to activate. That wasn't much, but it meant someone could gain a burst tool ahead of the curve. In plain terms, it was like conjuring an extra gift out of thin air. Seeing they got it now, Scar's voice went lower. Now you understand? The mutation serum tops out at maybe a few tens of millions. But that combat technique? For the boss, there's no putting a price on it. The three of them fell silent for a moment. So Lu Qinyang and the guard. Both had contact with the target. Better to kill wrong than miss a thread. Scar tugged at that scar of his face turning ugly. Keep digging. If he's alive, I want him found. If he's dead, I want the body. Yes. Scar put his mask back on and slipped out the window. The other two followed. Three shadows melted into the night. They didn't know it, but at that very moment, I was already asleep in a bed in the distribution hub's high-end district. 4 a.m. Still dark out. I opened my eyes. Only 3 hours of sleep. I flexed my fingers. I could clearly feel a denser strength conducting through the muscle fibers. Refined iron body, 12%. A whole night, and only up 2%. The further I went, the more terrifying the astral source appetite got. This 12% alone had swallowed a full vial of premium elixir. It was only going to burn more from here on out. What bugged me more was that even though the Mad Demon Cudgel technique was at full mastery, my basic body tempering routine, without the boost of the Mad Demon Cudgel technique behind it, had actually dropped in efficiency. And right now I had no idea where to pick up a new combat technique. Nothing to do but grind through it. I ate the pre-ordered breakfast fast, geared up, and headed out of the city. Over the next several days, I turned myself into a machine. Out of the city before dawn, into the wildlands, hunting all day, back to the city by evening to cultivate. My strength inched toward 20,000 kilograms. With my speed and overlapping shadow startled dragon in the mix, early meridian threading beasts weren't even a challenge anymore. Even mid-stage ones, I'd taken those on. On the fourth day, I ran into a rock-splitting bear that had just entered mid-meridian threading. In that fight, I used every trick I had. Pushed the mountain-suppressing cudgel to its limit, weight approaching 20,000 kilograms. 8 strikes to break its armor, 1 to end it. Under 4 minutes total. After that one, even with pain compensation regenerating me fast, I had to sit down for a solid half hour. The one real headache now was, they were hard to find. The wildlands stretched forever, and meridian-threading beasts held their own territories, spread thin and scattered. I'd often spend 2 hours searching, and the actual fight would be under 10 minutes. Killing was satisfying enough. The hunting was maddening. But strangely, I was actually enjoying this life. No normal warrior would dare do what I was doing, roaming the wildlands alone. Beasts at this stage were way stronger than humans in raw physical terms. Everyone in this stage was frantically stacking strength and opening meridians. They didn't have my body, didn't have my speed. They had to hunt in teams, and one slip meant death. On the evening of the 28th, I yanked the mountain-suppressing cudgel out of a giant horned ox's skull, snapped off both horns, and did the math in my head. Close enough. Time to go back and drink that talon elixir. Better to just do it before something else comes up. The trip back, I took my time. Take away the man-eaters, and the wildlands were honestly kind of beautiful. Sky went black fast, a full moon hanging overhead, sparse withered woods all around, sight lines open for miles. Then, the prickling sense of eyes locked on me came in hard from behind and to the left. Every hair on my body stood up. Swish. A throwing dart shot at me from the rear left, cold light flashing in the moonlight. My body reacted before my brain did. My neck snapped to the side, and the dark blur grazed the shell of my ear, clipping a few loose strands of hair, and slammed into a dead tree 3 meters behind me. Boom. The trunk exploded from the middle, splinters flying everywhere. Fast. Force behind that hit was at least 5,000 kilograms. I spun and pushed off sideways in the same motion, my right hand flipping open. The mountain-suppressing cudgel was already in my grip. Looking for the shooter, looking for cover. But my attacker had clearly picked the spot ahead of time. Nothing but open ground around me, nowhere to hide. 40 meters out, A few ancient trees stood tall. That's where the dart had come from. Swish, swish, swish. No time to breathe. The whistling of air cut open all at once. Not one dart, not two. More than 30 came down at once, blanketing everywhere I could possibly move. Whoever this was, they wanted me dead. I raised the mountain-suppressing cudgel and spun it at high speed, cudgel blossoms forming a shield covering most of my front. Ting, 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 ting. A solid wall of metal on metal, darts deflected and knocked flying. But the spread was too wide. Thunk, 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 thunk. For punched through the gaps in the cudgel shadow. 2 into my right shoulder, 1 into my chest, 1 in my thigh. But the tips only sank 2 centimeters into my flesh before my dense muscle fibers seized on them, and they couldn't push in another millimeter. Sharp pain roared up through me. I actually laughed. A rough, mean laugh. Gave away your position and still couldn't kill me. Well then, you're the one dying tonight. I pushed off. Full burst. 52 meters per second. 40 meters. Wouldn't even take a second. I dashed toward the dead tree, and a figure flashed out from behind it. Lean and tall, dressed in tight black clothes, a mask covering his mouth and nose, leaving only a pair of narrow eyes exposed. Between his 10 fingers were about a dozen throwing darts, held in a strange grip that made his hands look like claws. Something flickered in those eyes, surprise. Anyone normal would have been flat on the ground after that last volley. This guy hadn't dodged his way out. He'd just plowed straight through it. But he had no time to be shocked. I was already right in his face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The third wave of darts flew from his hand. Close range, fanned out, no blind spots within 5 meters. This was his kill zone. Faster darts, more power behind them. No cover to be had, so my Jinhua staff became my cover. I held the staff horizontally in front of me and spun it, using it as a moving shield. Ding, ding, ding. The darts hit the shaft and bounced off in all directions. 2 of them slipped through the gaps and hit my lower abdomen, where my abdominal muscles clamped down and held them fast. I grunted, but my feet never stopped, didn't even slow by half. His pupils shrank, too fast. No time for a fourth volley. He whipped 2 short blades from his waist. His talons surged to life. Dark green veins rose along both arms, muscles swelling another inch, and his speed shot up another gear. The 2 blades blurred into afterimages, one stabbing for my throat, one chopping at my heart. I snapped my upper body backward. The thrust at my throat just barely grazed my Adam's apple, slicing through a layer of skin. The one aimed at my chest, though, no dodging that. The blade came down dead center on my chest. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal rang out. The edge sank into my muscle and stopped cold, locked in place by my bones and muscle fibers. His hand still gripped the hilt, and the shockwave of the impact traveled clearly back up his arm, like he'd hacked into a solid slab of refined iron. His eyes were pure disbelief. Early meridian opening stage. How the hell does he have a body like this? I grinned. Have fun with the darts. The Jinhua staff swept in low, aimed at his waist. He reacted fast, yanking his blade free and leaping back, opening 2 meters between us. But I was faster. 1 step forward, staff tip flicking upward, forcing him to raise both blades to block. The instant those twin edges caught the shaft, a dart appeared in my left hand, the one I'd just pulled out of my own shoulder. SSSHK, a backhand slash across his right wrist. He grunted in pain, and his right blade dropped. Wide open. I didn't give him a second to recover. The Jinhua staff's weight maxed out, 10,000 kilograms, and I raised it overhead with both hands. Overlapping shadow, startled dragon, 3-layered staff shadow, over 20,000 kilograms of force crashing down through a 10,000 kilogram staff. He felt an apocalyptic force smash down from above. In a panic, he raised his left blade to block, dark green veins working at full power. Too late. Crack, crack, the blade snapped. Bone shattered. His entire left arm, along with half his shoulder, was completely obliterated by the strike. He was blown backward, snapping 2 dead trees in half, spraying a wide mist of blood. I closed the distance. Not a word wasted. Thump. The staff came down. His head burst apart. The woods went quiet again. I leaned on the staff and caught my breath, rolling my shoulders. As my muscles flexed and relaxed, the darts stuck in the shallow layers of my flesh dropped out on their own, The wounds closed with a squeeze of muscle. A few drops of blood seeped out, then stopped. I wrapped some gauze around them roughly. My pain compensation was working overtime. The agony surged over me like a tide, but I could visibly feel my stamina climbing back up. I crouched down and pocketed his storage ring. Not much inside. 100 or so darts, 7 or 8 vials of high-grade Star Source serum, some Alliance credits, and daily supplies. In a spot you couldn't miss, there was a black token and a vial of medicine. I pulled the token out first, examining it in the moonlight. On the front was a snarling, ghost-faced totem, finely crafted, giving off a cold, sinister vibe. I flipped it over. Just 2 characters, Hall Master. My eyes narrowed. I'd seen this totem before, in the basic intel manual you could get on the black market. The Demon Thief Sect. And a Hall Master, no less. The 3 Hall Masters of the Demon Thief Sect each had their signature skill: Needle Ghost with darts, Shadowless with the bow, Phantom Soul with poison. The guy at my feet had to be Needle Ghost. Definitely no slouch. If my body hadn't been tough enough to take it, he would have been a nightmare to deal with. Ranged attacks. Looked like I needed to add that to my own toolkit. Otherwise, against enemies like this, I'd be stuck reacting the whole time. I fished out the vial next. A blood-red liquid, giving off an eerie glow. I knew that glow way too well. A Star Source talent serum. My second one. If I drank the whole thing, how far could I push myself? Strength alone. Within 2 days, it'd shoot up by 5,000 kilograms. My blood was burning. I gave the body a hasty burial and sprinted back toward the base city. With pain compensation kicking in, I could basically run flat out the whole way. As I ran the fight through my head again. Was Needle Ghost hunting me specifically, or did he just see me as an easy loner to pick off? The second one felt more likely. I'd been careful. The Zhang and Li families found me through their intel network inside the base city. The Demon Thief Sect didn't have that kind of reach. Besides, the serum was already in their hands. Needle Ghost had no reason to come after me personally. He was probably just out in the wilds picking off stray fighters and looting supplies. I'd just been unlucky enough to cross his path. I shook my head. Enough of that. My head was full of one thing right now: get back to the rental and drink that talent serum. The trip was smooth. I made it back to the transit hub. But the second I stepped through the alloy gate, that feeling, like Needle Ghost crosshairs locking on me, came right back. Who? My face didn't change. I turned into a weapons shop. In the instant I turned my back to the door, I tapped my wristwatch, just casually. "Boss, you got any hidden weapons?" The owner looked up at me. People who used hidden weapons weren't that common. "Yeah. What kind?" I paused. "There's more than one kind." "Course there is." He sized me up, saw I was wearing a mask, and didn't push. "Darts, needles, pellets, poison-coated, non-poison, and that's before you get into the details." "Darts, then." "You got it." He pulled a fancy box out from under the counter, opened it, and slid it across to me. 6 per box. Blood shadow darts. "Take a look." I picked one up. Deep red all over, with a metallic sheen, clearly not cheap. Still, not as good as Needle Ghost's set. Fancy name, though. I turned it in my fingers, pretending to check the edge. What no one knew was that I was using the reflection on the dart to get a good look at the 2 guys behind me, tailing me with excellent camouflage. They'd been on me from the moment I walked in. Good stuff. I'll take it. 2,000 each, 12,000 for the set. Much appreciated. The owner was grinning ear to ear. I paid, then hit a few more shops, converting everything I'd earned over the past several days into high-grade Star Source serum. Combined with what I'd taken off Needle Ghost, I now had 21 vials total, more than enough, even if I drank both talent serums. Once that was done, I had my answer. I couldn't leave the city again. The pressure these guys were putting off was intense. Any one of them was on par with that young man at the black market entrance the other day. The only reason they hadn't moved was we were inside the city. I flagged down a cab and told the driver to head straight for downtown. That's where I'd feel safe. Once I settled into the seat, I frowned. 6 people total. Wherever I went, they followed. Right now they were tailing us in a car, hanging back. If my senses weren't sharp, I wouldn't have caught them. I thought about calling the enforcement corps, but shot the idea down fast. They hadn't made a move. No proof they meant me any harm. "Want the AC on?" The driver's voice cut in. He'd seen me climb and wearing a mask, dead silent. and it was making him a little nervous. No thanks. I kept my voice low and instinctively glanced back at the car behind us. Huh. My pupils shrank. They were closing in. Sir, step on it. I've got an emergency. The driver felt it too. The two SUVs behind us were rushing up fast. Next thing I knew, a hard push slammed me back into the seat. This beat-up cab just shot forward. Relax, brother, I got this. Old Wong's been driving for years. Nobody's ever caught me yet. He'd barely finished the sentence before the car surged even faster, weaving through traffic left and right, not so much as scratching the paint. I gripped the handle. Outside the window, cars were falling behind one by one. The two SUVs were flooring it, but with this old-timer at the wheel, the gap kept growing. I gave him a thumbs up. Sir, you must be the Northwest's #1 speed king, right? He whipped his head around, a little surprised. You've heard of me too? Me. He was actually the speed king. Back in my day, the second he got started on his glory days, he relaxed and the floodgates opened. I sat there playing the perfect straight man. Turned out the name wasn't just talk. The two SUVs behind us gradually vanished. I let out a breath. I didn't know who those guys were, but getting caught wasn't going to end well. Then, right at that moment, bang. The car swerved wildly, hit the guardrail, and black smoke started pouring out. Cough, cough. These tires got no grip at all. Couple drifts and they blew. I saw stars. Sir, your chain sure picked a great time to fall off. The safety system held up. He crawled out of the wreck fine, and I was obviously fine. Sorry about that, brother. Piece of junk car. I'll call a coworker to come get you. Rides on me. Only then did I really look at the driver. Dark, wiry, honest face. But those eyes were sharp. Definitely a guy with stories. No worries, I'll grab another cab. It was rush hour, plenty of cars on the road. I scanned for a taxi, didn't spot one. But I did spot those two black SUVs. These guys wouldn't quit. I grabbed the wrecked cab and hoisted it up, dropping it in the middle of the road as a roadblock. Sir, I'll pay you back for the car. I called over my shoulder as I bolted. The driver stared at his pile of scrap and muttered. Definitely a guy with stories. I couldn't outrun a car, but I had unlimited stamina. As long as I blocked their vehicles, I had a shot at getting away. Except I'd made it too simple. Yeah, the two SUVs were stopped, but the 6 men in them kept coming, and they weren't slowing down. I glanced back and froze. Their speed was faster than mine. Getting caught was a done deal. But every second I could stall was one more second. I wasn't going down without a fight. The gap kept shrinking. They'd already drawn their weapons, and I could actually smell the blood on their blades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I hurled a handful of darts. Didn't matter if I knew how to use them. All I needed was to disrupt. Their speed hitched, and I chucked darts like I was giving them away, forcing them to dodge left and right. They couldn't get their momentum going, and the gap widened again. Problem was, I only had so many darts. The 100+ ran out fast. I grabbed the last 6 blood shadow darts and gripped them tight. Every second counted. Soon they were on me again. The one in front had a scar across his face, and right now his eyes were bloodshot with rage. These guys had been eating humiliation the whole way. Original plan. Wait until I left the city again, quietly grab me. But I got exposed early. Fine, whatever. They could still take me out quietly in the city. Except the random cab I flagged down had a driver with godlike skills, and their brand new high-performance SUVs couldn't catch him. If word got out, they'd never live it down. Then, finally, when the car crashed, my own legs turned out to be freakishly fast. Here I was, a Meridian opening kid, and a combined pulse stage guy had been chasing me for this long. Stop right there, kid. Don't think being in the base city means nobody's got the guts to touch you. I ignored him. Just kept running. Death wish. Scarface finally snapped. His long blade glowed gold, and one slash sent a 3-meter-wide arc of golden light shooting toward me. My soul nearly left my body. That slash had 100 tons of force behind it. If it landed, even with my refined iron body, I'd get cleaved in half lengthwise. I pushed everything I had into speed, trying to dodge, but the slash was too fast. That light was already burning against my back. I couldn't block it. Right at that moment, a piercing shriek tore through the sky in the distance. A streak of light slashed through the night, closing in fast from the direction of the base city, so fast the eye could only catch a blur. When I looked up, a figure was already hovering above everyone's heads, just floating there, in midair. The newcomer wore a white suit, his face refined and calm, hair slightly tousled by the wind. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses with his left hand and gave a light wave with his right, and the 3-meter-wide golden arc simply vanished into thin air. My heart leapt. You made it. It was Zhang Qi, the manager of Zhang Star Energy. Scarface's face went white. Flying realm. Clang. His weapon hit the ground. He dropped to one knee. Yes, sir. We're with the Li family. No offense intended. Zhang Qi stood on empty air, looking down at them. The Li family? Huh. One cold snort, and the air itself trembled. Our Zhang family's things keep getting stolen. You think we don't know who's pulling the strings? And you still have the nerve to name-drop the Li family to my face. Cold sweat ran down their brows. Sir, what do you mean? I don't understand. Zhang Qi couldn't be bothered wasting more breath on lackeys. Go tell Li Ziqian this. Zhang Star Energy is only a few years old, and everything we've built on merit. If he's got the guts, come at me. Stop playing these petty, underhanded games. If I catch him pulling stunts again, don't blame the Zhang family for dragging the Li family onto the life and death stage. To the last man. Boom! As his words hit the air, a wave of pressure rippled out of him. Standing behind him, I felt nothing. But Scarface and his crew were nearly flattened. Yes, we'll pass the message along, sir. Scram! Zhang Qi swept a sleeve, and a gust of wind sent them tumbling. They scrambled up and bolted. Once they were gone, Zhang Qi drifted down slowly and looked at my masked face with mild surprise. Yang Han. It's me. I pulled off the mask, thanking him sincerely. Manager Zhang, thank you for saving my life. Huh, saving your life? You're overthinking it. Zhang Qi smiled. We're in the city. No matter how bold the Li family is, they wouldn't dare kill you inside city limits. But this isn't the place to talk. Come back to my place for a bit. He just saved me. I had no reason to say no. But something occurred to me, so I added, can you give me a minute? I quickly explained the whole thing about the Speed King driver and getting his car totaled on the run. I needed to pay him back. Zhang Qi didn't turn me down. If anything, the appreciation in his eyes deepened. I'll take you. He gripped my shoulder. Next thing I knew, I felt like I was flying. The scenery whipped past. I opened my eyes, and there was the wiry driver, standing right in front of me. I blurted out, Speed King. He looked lost. Who are you? How do you know my nickname? You don't remember me? I was your passenger just now. Then I remembered I'd taken off the mask. I put it back on, and he immediately recognized me. You're okay? What about those guys chasing you? I could tell right away they were bad news. Then he caught sight of Zhang Qi standing behind me with that otherworldly aura, and it clicked. Good to hear you're all right, huh? I gave him a bow and offered to pay for the car. He kept refusing and only accepted a token amount in the end, saying his company had insurance. When we left, Zhang Qi grabbed me again, and up we flew. The wind roared in my ears. The city spread out beneath us. Way better than riding shotgun with the Speed King. 10+ minutes later, we touched down in front of a luxurious villa. In the sitting room, Zhang Qi made me a cup of coffee, looking at my young face with a warm smile. No need to be a stranger. Make yourself at home. I thanked him again, formally. He waved it off. Enough with Manager Zhang. This isn't our first time working together. If you don't mind, I'm a few years older than you, so just call me Brother Zhang. Okay, Brother Zhang. That one, I said from the heart. He took a sip of coffee and got serious. Little Han, the Li family's got a lot of pull. I looked into it. They came after you today because of that mutated serum from last time, but only tangentially. The truth is, you got caught in the crossfire. Crossfire? The Zhang family lost a batch of Star Source Talent serum. You know that. What you don't know is that the serum was a decoy. What we really lost was a combat technique, one that opens 12 star meridians to master. A combat technique? My mind immediately flashed to my own Berserker staff method, which was labeled Common Grade on my panel. Common Grade. So there were higher tiers above that? Right. Zhang Qi took another sip. Each star meridian corresponds to a 1-ton force cap. A combat technique lets that meridian's force burst past the cap. Brother Zhang, techniques have ranks too? He blinked. You've heard of this? Then, remembering my talent, he stopped being surprised. Above the common rank that anyone can practice, there are 4 higher tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow. ranked by how many meridians must be open to use them. 36 for yellow, 72 for mystery, 108 for earth, 144 for heaven. So this 12 meridian one you mentioned, what rank is that? Since it can link into the meridians and unleash beyond cap force, it counts as yellow rank. Zhang Qi said calmly. A yellow rank technique that only requires 12 meridians isn't much use to powerhouses. But to fighters who spend their whole lives capping out at 36 meridians, it's a game changer. A little effort, and a third of their meridians can burst at double force. That's a 30% boost to peak output. Against an opponent of similar level, it's a total curb stomp. I nodded. That was definitely a treasure. Brother Zhang, is there anything above heaven rank? No. He thought for a moment and added, at least, not right now. Whether someone can eventually derive something beyond heaven rank is up to young people like you. Now I got it. What made this technique so valuable was its ability to boost weaker fighters. And those weaker fighters made up the bulk of any family or corporation. Calling it a strategic asset wasn't even an exaggeration. So the technique still hasn't been found. Zhang Qi shook his head. Both the Zhang and Li families have been tearing everything apart these past few days. Not a single lead. The Demon Thief sect has gone quiet in the base city, so the technique's probably still with them. But they've slipped into the wilds, and the wilds are enormous. A crew of people who specialize in staying hidden, that's a nightmare to track. He paused. But it's not a total dead end. We cracked their communication network. Now, if we can grab even one Hall Master, we can use his Hall Master token to reverse track the other's locations. My hand froze mid-sip. Hall Master? Token? I hesitated for exactly one heartbeat, then reached into my storage ring and pulled out the token I'd taken off Needle Ghost, setting it on the coffee table. Brother Zhang, take a look. Is this it? Zhang Qi picked it up. The look on his face kept shifting from puzzled to shocked to utter disbelief, until finally he was staring at me with the strangest expression. Where did you get this? I'd been fretting about how to repay him. Helping him out would put my mind at ease, so I just told him about running into Needle Ghost. What? You're telling me? You ran into Needle Ghost, he ambushed you, and not only did you survive, you killed him back? Yeah. I nodded, looking as innocent as a well-behaved student while dropping a bombshell. Ha! Zhang Qi burst out laughing. Little brother, you've done me a huge favor. With this, we can pinpoint the other Hall Masters in no time. Maybe even the Sect Master's location. We'll wipe them out before the Li family can grab it. That technique is not falling into their hands. He caught himself getting a little too excited and cleared his throat, restoring his refined image. Ahem. The fact that you survived Needle Ghost tells me I don't know you nearly as well as I thought. According to the file, Needle Ghost has nearly 40 meridians opened. He didn't practice any combat technique, but with his raw strength and his ambush talent, anyone from early to mid-meridian opening stage, if he catches them off guard, they don't get away. I gave a sheepish smile. Brother Zhang, his darts pack a punch, but the force is too spread out, not enough single-point damage. I took some hits so I could get close enough to finish him. Sounded reasonable enough. But Zhang Qi's eyes narrowed. Not enough damage? Needle Ghost could fire off dozens of darts in an instant, each one carrying several tons of force. At this stage, who'd dare call him weak? And took some hits. His mind raced. This kid's body is absurdly tough. To kill Needle Ghost, his strength has to be off the charts. And when I first spotted him just now, he was running, and his speed was almost keeping up with a combined pulse fighter. Strength, body, speed. All three maxed out at Meridian opening stage? Where in the world do you find a freak like this? Brother Zhang? Something wrong. He wet his lips. Nothing. Just thinking about something interesting. You getting this token is a massive help. Here's what I'll do. I'll send you home to rest first. Once we track down the Demon Thief sect and recover the technique, I'll make the call myself. I'm giving you a copy. Sound good? I felt awkward. Last time, I'd already accepted a storage ring from him for free. Taking this now would be too much. Brother Zhang, I can't do that. A combat technique is too valuable. I can't accept it. This token's useless to me anyway. I'm just happy I could help. Besides, the Alliance has strict rules on techniques. I've still got school. Even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't dare use it. Ha! Zhang Qi dropped the pretense entirely. All he wanted right now was to tie this little monster firmly to his side. He got up and clapped my shoulder. Combat techniques are precious to normal people. You'd learn stuff like this once you got to university. I'm just showing you a little early. As for alliance regulations, no need to worry. The Zhang family bought the transmission rights with the technique. Otherwise, no matter how great a technique is, it wouldn't cause this much of a stir. Use it freely. Every excuse I threw out, he shut down cold. I gave up being polite and quietly filed away the favor. Then thank you, Brother Zhang. I stood to leave. Brother Zhang will fly you back? Same drop-off point. No need. We're both in the city, no danger. I'll get home on my own. Flying was a rush, but getting carried around like a baby chick, awkward. All right, I'll have someone drive you. You've got my contact. Anything comes up, hit me up. If there's one thing I can say, it's that in the Northwest Bay City, my word carries weight. We walked through the courtyard. A jet-black luxury car was parked at the gate. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit standing beside it. Looked like a butler. Take my little brother home. Make sure he's safe. Zhang Qi turned back to me. Little Han, you're welcome here anytime. You called me Brother Zhang. That means I'm your brother, forever. This place is your home. Facing that kind of warmth, for the first time I didn't quite know how to react. But I was genuinely grateful. Brother Zhang. The butler pulled open the door. Young master, please. Young master, something twinged in my chest. Nobody had ever called me that growing up. Turns out, once you've got the strength, you've got the status. The car pulled away. As it disappeared into the distance, the smile slowly faded from Zhang Qi's face, leaving that refined, composed expression behind. He waved over one of his men. Get this token to Dr. Qi. Locate the remaining demon thief sect scum. Top speed. Yes, sir. The man turned to go. Wait. Zhang Qi called him back. Prep my fastest car. I need to go home. Now. Yes, sir. Zhang Qi's eyes were full of shock and doubt. A high schooler, awake in less than a month, had killed the 40 Meridian Needle Ghost. He dialed a number. A woman's voice came from the other end. Brother Qi? You actually calling me first? The sun rose in the west today, huh? Cut it, Zhang Lin. Just answer the question. Before your martial exam, what was your level? Zhang Lin picked up on the seriousness in his tone and dropped the teasing. Before the exam, all 3 of my base stats were maxed, and I had 5-star meridians open. Why? Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Beep. He hung up. The valedictorian of the Northwest Base City Martial exam had opened just 5 meridians before the test. And Yang Han, right now, could already kill a 40 Meridian Needle Ghost. The gap between them. A spindle-shaped car pulled up in front of him. Zhang Qi got in, and the vehicle shot up into the sky like a bolt of light. Meanwhile, in the luxury car heading home, my own expression turned serious. The reason I'd earned Zhang Qi's respect and favor was strength and talent, period. I didn't buy for a second that someone I'd met twice would be pouring his heart out and calling me brother for real. I ran through everything from tonight in my head. Old habit. And I caught something off. When Zhang Qi flew me back to the driver, he was insanely fast. At that speed, flying from downtown to where I was getting hunted should have taken way less time. But he'd still arrived late. Did he time it right at the edge, just to make me feel more indebted? No. For that to work, he'd need to be trying to court me. But based on what he knew of me before tonight, I wasn't worth pulling that kind of stunt over. Which left one possibility. The Zhang family had been watching me the whole time. At first, because I was wearing the mask, they weren't sure it was me. Only when I hit the signal did they confirm. And from my daily buy and sell records, they must have realized my strength and talent were way beyond what they'd first estimated. Worried I might get hurt, Zhang Qi came in person. That made sense. As for why his attitude flipped so hard afterward, no need to guess. Needle Ghost. I'd rewritten his understanding of me all over again. Deepening what was already a decent relationship was the smart play. I didn't dwell on it. He was good to me because he thought I was worth investing in, but that goodness was real, and he had just saved my life. That debt, I'd carry. The car pulled up outside my complex. It was late. The butler stepped out and opened the door. Take care, young master. If you need anything, call anytime. I nodded. Didn't say much. Right now, my chest was burning. 2 talent serums going down my throat. Just how strong was I about to become?